Good morning, good morning, good morning to the entire world. Welcome to an important series that is taking place right here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in St. John's, Antigua and Barbuda. I'm joined by my colleague, Mali Richards, former Leeward Islands record holder, tennis player, everything you could talk about. I'm Vernon A. Springer alongside Mali Richards, and we're getting ready for the important series, Island Academy Emerging Squad against the West Indies Men's Academy squad. And we can say to you that the Ireland team have won the toss and they will be batting first. Good morning, Mali Richards.
Good morning, Vernon. Just to correct you quickly. Not former, still record holder.
Oh gosh, look, I have to pay a Vitamalt early.
But good morning to all the viewers, wherever they may be. Yeah, an exciting series here, both emerging teams, Ireland and the West Indies. If you love cricket, it's a chance to get a glimpse of the future, what's to come. And for me personally, I'm excited to see the brand of cricket that these teams actually come out and play. We've seen what's going on in the World Cup. We also saw what happened in the regional Super 50 not too long ago as well. So just interested to see the brand of cricket being played by these two teams, two young teams full of talent.
All right, so we have the West Indies Academy team, which looks like it is Matthew Nandu, Leonard Julian, Teddy Bishop, Kevin Wickham, Akeem O'Geese, and I have some special time for this young batsman here. We also have the captain, Naeem Young. And then we're following by Kadim Aline. This is also centered by Joshua Bishop, Joan Lane, and then we have Junior Sinclair, an exciting player, somebody to look out for. Mali is a very excellent fielder, based on what I would have seen so far, and Kelvin Pittman. So we see both teams organizing themselves in the meantime, so we're up and about already, Mal.
Yeah, you mentioned young Kelvin Pittman, a son of the soil, young Antiguan, exciting fast bowler, just learning his way in the game. Looks to have improved quite a lot as well. You mentioned Kadim Aline as well, an explosive type player at the top of the innings. We saw his exploits in the recently concluded Super 50. So like I said earlier, just a fantastic array of young talent on show.
All right, I think I would have sent you the squad, so I think you would also have Ireland squad in the meantime. And just to remind you folks who just joined the West Indies YouTube channel, yeah, we're going to be bringing to you live ball-by-ball commentary. We started, originally the game was supposed to start at 9:30, but they're starting at 9 a.m. this morning. The batters are already on their way out, so too is the West Indies players, along with the umpires. We have a female umpire today, Mali?
It does look so.
Yes, I saw that on the list. So I think this is the first time I think I will be seeing her live and in living color. So this will be a good opportunity to, women emerging like another Jacqueline Williams.
And talent all around, not just players, but also umpiring talent.
And, we're always going to need... so the match officials for today, the match referee, Mali, is Stephen Proverbs, who is the match referee. On-field umpires is Chris Taylor and Maria Abbott.
Abbott.
Yeah, so, and the reserve umpire is Ryan Banawea. So we look at the start very early o'clock, and we'll see number 15.
Let's just go through the Ireland team quickly.
Yes, thank you.
It's going to be Stephen Doheny, the captain and wicket keeper. Murray Commins, Cade Carmichael, Adam Rossley, Tim Tector, Scott Macbeth, Gavin Hoey, Fionn Hand, Matthew Humphreys, Tom Mays, and Matthew Foster. That would be the 11. Number 12 would be Liam McCarthy, 13 Morgan Topping, and number 14 Michael Frost.
Yeah, exciting times ahead right here. And what I can say to you, it is going to be a really exciting start. The bowler starting first here. Right arm over the wicket. Umpires, commentators, we want to say thanks to Jason, 360 crew and the entire crew, the umpire just making sure that everything is in place. We're looking forward to an exciting day, Mali.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be Johan Lane with the new ball from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end.
Still starting with 2 slips, Mali. What do you think?
I mean, it does tend to swing here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. We've got this breeze as well, just going across from right to left, from east to west. Almost, you can see by the flags just to our left. First ball.
Not a bad delivery there at all. Bang on target. And, you know, once you have a new ball, Mali, you want to bowl straight to the stumps. As early as they would say, you want to make sure that you attack those stumps very early. You are being a batter, Mali. You don't want to face... yes, you want to get a touch onto it, but it's always such a nervous start, especially in your first delivery.
Yeah, just bang on the money there, as you said. Maybe a bit full, but forcing the batter to play exactly what you want with this new ball.
Yeah, I think you're talking about the swing right there. It's a short ball. It goes back and just turns this out to the deep backward square leg fielder. Mali, this is the first time that we are seeing cricket here since the resurfacing of the tracks here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Good bounce here so far, even though it's only the second delivery.
Yeah, it looks slightly different, maybe a bit more green than we're accustomed to seeing here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Maybe just bodes well for especially the seam bowlers, especially with new ball in hand. Maybe a bit of seam movement available. But
yeah,
as you said, the first time we're actually seeing, actually having cricket played here since the pitches have been relayed. So just interesting to see how it plays.
Yeah, the captain, Stephen Dhoni, who has also played some test cricket, gets his first delivery, leaves alone this one. Good leave from the captain.
Yeah, good leave, good carry as well from young Lane. Very reminiscent of a Jason Holder. They both hail from the same country, but tall young man. Looks to use his bounce. Has the ability to swing that ball. We saw his exploits in the Headley Weeks tri-series earlier in the year, picking up that 5-4.
2 slips, a third man short, fine leg. Mid on, mid off, backward point. Dhoni driving to cover for a couple of runs. Little thick outfield, but most important thing is that both batters are off the mark. And so straight away, Dhoni, Stephen Thomas Dhoni, age 25, played some 9 ODIs for Ireland, so he's made his ODI debut versus Zimbabwe. So still a young man in the cricketing circles.
Yeah, definitely, and he'll be looking to have a pretty prosperous tour to further push his credentials for more international honors.
Being the captain of this team, gone to the ranks of the under-90 level, he's back and spanked that wide delivery down to backward point for 4. That was a nothing delivery, and his eyes opened up, and you get that sort of weight. He spanked that earlier clock. Bad delivery, badly lined.
Yeah, just a bit too much width there from young Lane. Bit short as well, allowing the batter to free his arms. And these batters today, especially around the world, is in the power play. They're looking to take full effect. Just the 2 fielders allowed outside the boundary. And when presented with width, they're going to throw the hands. 4 runs.
7 without loss. Bang on target is Lane. More or less a hard length back of the length delivery. Over number 1 comes to an end. And at the end of it, the Ireland emerging squad, they're 7 without loss.
Yeah, similar delivery to the one that he actually just hit for 4. Vernon, maybe just a lack of pace on that last delivery. Batter not quite timing it. But you see the attacking intent. The intent is there, and that's what you want to see from these young batters, especially in the power play. We've seen how batters have attacked power plays in the World Cup. Regional Super 50, maybe not so much. The odd occasion, I think, back to Kieran Powell, maybe going hard and having a couple really fruitful innings at the top of the order, really putting bowlers under pressure.
Murray Commins, the left-hander, comes into to strike here as we speak. Murray Commins played 2 test matches for Ireland, left-handed batsman, and he'll be looking to try to get himself a score. It's not really gone off at the international level. Some 835 runs at the list A level, high score of 125. Let's see what's going to be happening today. There's the captain 9 Young, bongs away from the Sir Andy Robertson, bang on target, and Commins comes quietly forward. Head well over the ball. Ireland in their green, famous green, and the West Indies in their maroon. We say Good day to all the folks in the Caribbean. We thank you very much for joining us here on the West Indies YouTube channel, supporting West Indies cricket, supporting the future in a very big way. We're here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium and alongside Mally Richards, Young to Commins, and good leave. Just maybe wasn't too quite sure, Mally, but most important thing, you're a left-hander. What do you think? Good leave?
Yeah, good leave. Good line, actually, by Young. Lack of pace there, that one just going through to wicketkeeper Julian on the bounce. But I think it's important to recognize Naeem Young's improvement as well in the last year or so.
Amazing.
Yeah, I think he had a very good regional Super 50 just concluded, led from the front.
Bang on target, pitch between middle and leg there, and he's just been able to just work it to the field at short mid-wicket area. Just for a moment, Mally, Christopher Taylor was sort of just looking to Naeem Young and just saying to him, be careful, you got to fall away. It's amazing how the game has changed, Mally.
Yeah, very much so, but that man is in at that short mid-wicket just for that batter just falling over slightly.
Young to Commins from Ireland. Comes back and across and just plays it right to exactly to the same fielder. He rehearses and says, listen, I should have picked that length up and hit that over mid-wicket area in the power play overs.
And I just mentioned actually that Naeem Young led from the front. He was fantastic with both bat and ball. A couple of times his team was in trouble. He came in down the order, posted some very useful scores.
Worked away. Fielder coming around looks like a geese. And he fires a return. A little hesitation from both batsmen, but in the end, on this massive boundary here at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, that was always going to be two.
Yeah, it was. Just a bit too straight there from Naeem Young. Well played, though, from the batter. Just used the pace. Picked up 2 easy runs. But I was mentioning Naeem Young. He also picked up a fifer in that Super 50. So all-round ability definitely on show from the young man.
9 without loss. Young to Commins. Back and across and just punching it down the ground. You told earlier clock to look up the V. End of over number 2. And the emerging Ireland Academy squad there, 9 without loss.
Yeah, pretty steady stuff from both teams actually to start with.
2 runs coming off of that over. So in contrast to the first over of 7, Young just coming and putting a break or a check as Ewan Lane thinks about it.
I think both batters are probably just going to take a bit of time here to get acclimatized to conditions, new conditions, foreign conditions to them. Probably the first tour to the West Indies for many of these players.
Oh, of course. Heat would be a factor, but they would enjoy it, more or less.
Oh, definitely. It's winter now in Ireland. They'll be loving it out here. They'll be able to go back with a few tans, and all their friends and family will be very jealous.
Captain Stephen Thomas Dhoni waits for Lane. Solid in defense, coming across stylishly and just playing it up to cover. Good pace there. You could hear the sound coming through a microphone, hitting the deck real hard.
It's funny you mentioned pace. I think that's one area of the game I think where Naeem Young can definitely improve. I think if he can put on a yard or 2 of pace, it will just make him that much more dangerous a proposition, added to his batting ability.
Back and punching that up to the fielder at cover, can't score. You know, it's amazing, Mally, because if you have to be able to surprise your opponent, and that extra space. Sometimes I just feel that he's just more or less settling into a role of a Darren Sammy. But I think he's a natural athlete, and I really think, as you rightly said, Mally, that he could pull the gas a little more.
He's very steady, isn't he? But he's played a lot of cricket in the last year or so. Oh, that's a good one outside that off stump.
That's a beauty. Left him. There he was again looking to punch, but I think this time the extra bounce there more or less undone him.
Yeah, that bounce again, a la Jason Holder. Probably will have to work on bracing that front leg as his career progresses. Could probably bowl from even higher, young lane, where the bounce could even be more dangerous to batters. But he'll learn that, still young.
Yeah, he'll follow in the footsteps of Sir Curtly Ambrose.
There it is again. Has he taken
Beautiful
the nick?
outswinger.
No.
That's a lovely outswinger there. Squared up the captain, Stephen Domi. And what a beautiful delivery. Touchdown into the right areas, as Mali was talking about bracing his left leg.
Umpire Maria Abbott there.
Unmoved.
Saying not out. Bit of pressure early for the young lady, and she stood up. Quite a vociferous appeal, especially from young Lane.
I don't think the keeper was really that confident with him. Had the keeper gone up more elated, but it was a good decision. Beautiful decision. Oh, bang on target again. He's on the money now. He's working up this there. And the captain, Stephen, just having a look, more or less. He knows that this is going to be a very tricky period. He would have heard stories of Andy Roberts, Curtly Ambrose.
Well, the names are up on the stands.
Yes, so you know
right
that'll be going through his mind. And you look and you see somebody like Lane, you say, is this Ambrose?
Is this the next one?
So it'll be pretty interesting. Who knows? You never know. Driven. Beautiful. A choke cover. Extra cover. Race away. Hits the rope now. A boundary to the captain, Stephen. That's a lovely shot. Was able to free his arms with that half volley, and he put it away nicely.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot. A bit uppish, though. Slightly airy through that extra cover region. But found the gap, as you said, Vernon, and 4 runs. The end of that over.
Beautiful. End of 3 overs, 30 without loss. Interesting period of time right here. Going ahead. Young continuing. Will start his second over from the Sir Andy Roberts end. The medics on hand. The official scorers also putting together their stats together on the manual scoreboard. As Young is going to move in nicely. The ball to Commins. And Commins gets one which is change of pace. Didn't really, thought it was, he maybe thought he was facing Lane, but you know, as you would know, that Young bowls a lot of cutters, and that one sort of held up in the surface.
Yeah, not sure if that was actually a cutter there from Young, especially with the ball still being pretty new. Just seems like from this end, this is the Curtly Ambrose end, where the batter is facing, not quite the same amount of pace just yet.
Pretty interesting. Ken, Mali's right. That end, the ball is really not coming on here, as Commins looking to force that. But as compared to, you know, the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, really not seeing much of the pace there bouncing on. But he's there, still there. They want a quiet start. They would want to be able to make sure they can put a good platform off, even though they're not off to a flyer. Into the 4th over, 13 without loss. Ireland batting first after winning the toss. Young to Commins, back and across and defending nicely, just having a look. He's got to make that adjustment, and the mindset has to be clear. Got to keep looking up the V, mid-on, mid-off. The mid-on and mid-off are pretty close today.
They are, and they're quite wide as well. But maybe not quite the pace in this wicket to play through the line just yet. Maybe later in the day as the sun comes out and bakes his pitch a bit more. Just start coming onto the bat a bit better.
Here goes Naim Young. Bang on target again. You surprised that Kelvin Pittman didn't start, Mali?
Probably with the new ball, knowing the swing he possesses. But also he can be quite erratic at times. So maybe
he's a fast bowler. He's got to be erratic, Mali.
I mean, there are fast bowlers that actually don't like bowling the new ball.
That's a good point.
They prefer bowling like a ball that's 10 overs or older. So,
but I think you're right. I think you prefer
bowling a slightly older ball.
Slightly older ball, because he's very slippery.
He is, and he's gotten a bit of swing. He's got a bit of outswing as well, naturally, to the right-handers. He's bowled a few impactful spells in his young career. I think to him making his CPL debut this year,
Didn't look bad at all.
Didn't look bad at all.
As
Picked up a couple of big wickets as well.
It's a big one. One of them being Trinidad and Tobago captain Kyron Pollard.
Kyron,
He was
yes.
very elated about that. Young.
Oh,
Dropped!
no, I think it's just bounced in front.
Let's
Didn't
go
quite
back and
carry.
see. Let's make sure. But I think he was a little upright. If he didn't carry Mali, let's look at that replay again. Let's see if it did go to him.
Probably lack of pace again from this end. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fell well short of the slip. Looked like Teddy Bishop there.
Sorry, Teddy. Thought you could have scooped that one up like a Richie Richardson. Those balls dropping there. It's just amazing of those days, Mali.
Boy, Richie Richardson, he'd have to be Inspector Gadget to catch that one. Go, Gadget arms and stretch out. But once again, that lack of pace, good length and line from Naeem Young, finding the outside edge.
So the end of 14 without loss. And assessment would have to be made. Next time, Bishop maybe might have to take a couple of steps forward, just to be safe. As Lane bongs away to Commins. Commins is back and just paddling this round to the deep backward square leg feeler. There are two feelers out. A wide third man and a deep backward square leg feeler. And a single to Commins in the meantime. Score goes up to 15 without loss. West Indies Academy looking for early wickets. Ireland looking for a solid start.
It has been quite a solid start, to be fair, but the West Indies will be quite happy with this. Yes, they want to pick up some wickets as well, but batters not really putting pressure on the bowlers at this stage.
It's back and punching that, and it's pretty much okay.
That's a well-timed shot, though.
Yeah, it came off the middle. Sweetly timed.
Once again, from this end, just seems to be a bit more pace. Maybe Lane is a bit more pacey than
He certainly is.
Naeem Young, for sure, but not that much, to be honest. But looking at much improved young man, especially with that run-up. Seeing him bowl, having a few run-up problems, especially in the Headley weeks. No balls. Here he's been, rhythm's looking really good.
15 without loss.
Oh, that's close. That's
Pitched
close.
up. And he's given out. He strikes. He played right across a full delivery. Head fell over. Maria, but took a long time. She was reflecting in her mind. Where would this hit? Middle and leg. And in the end, it registered with up. Up went the finger. And the West Indies have struck early. Ireland captain goes back. LBW to Lane.
Yeah, so far she's really come to the party in terms of her making her debut in quite a high-profile match. Maria Abbott. And Lane, once again, full and straight, as you said, played all around that one, Doheny. Looking to get bat on ball, maybe just looking to access the onside there. Vast open space on the onside. Just missed that one. And from our vantage point here, pretty directly behind the bowler's arm, that looks stone dead, Vernon.
Yeah. But she's in the best position. And so she would have called it right on, sometimes you tend to look back, Mali, we as broadcasters, we look at the television replay and sometimes we're critical about the umpires, but the umpires only have a split second.
Exactly.
Just to make that judgment. So Ireland losing their first wicket, they're 15 for 1, loss of their captain. And West Indies Emerging Academy, they feel very pleased about that. Let's see who has come out here. We're just trying to see if we can see the number. You picked the number up yet, Mal?
Not quite.
Center.
He's taking a center guard. Maria Abbott has just alerted him that he's...
Maybe Cade Carmichael, I'm guessing. Based off the lineup here, it looks like we're going in batting order. So I'm going to guess it's Cade Carmichael, number 10.
Okay. So we are 15 for 1 as Lane bongs away. First delivery is left, number 10. Do we have that right, Mali? Yes, you're right, Mali. Cade Carmichael. Well done, Mali Richards. Been following the World Cup, my brother.
I have. It's been exciting, hasn't it?
The king on top of the world.
Which king is that?
King Kohli.
Ooh.
anybody to score
I
50.
thought you were saying Sir Viv. Did you see Sir Viv at the semi-finals?
No, I was just talking about the World Cup. I know Sir Viv is there. Don't put me on the spot, Mali.
Yeah, he said King. And he's
He's out.
nicked it. Oh, yes, he's gone.
Caught
Second wicket
slip.
in the over.
He was a little bit uncertain, Mali. He was not sure. A little juggling taking place, but in the end, a comfortable catch completed. And the West Indies Academy, they have struck 2 at a blow in the same over. Carmichael goes back without scoring.
Yeah, a 2-ball duck for the young man. Good delivery, that bounce again, taking the splice of the bat. As you said, bit of a juggling act there from the second slip, but all that matters is that he poached it in the end. As he said, second wicket down for the Irish, 15 for 2 now.
15 for 2, and what an impressive start here so far by Lane. Lane making a serious impact. And this is just only over number 5 so far.
Yeah, he's been fantastic with this new ball. He's been on the money. Gotten the odd ball to just shape away from the right-handed batters. Think back to that OBW, probably just going on. Batter played all around it. This one, a perfect fast bowler's dismissal. Just on and about that off stump, taking the splice, poached at second slip. He'll be very happy with that, and he'll be happy with his performances so far, with his performance so far this morning with the new ball.
Yeah. So, 17. In fact, it's 15 for 2. Wow. Scoreboard like it's not moving for Ireland.
I think it's going to be Rossley, the new batter.
Yeah, Adam Rossley.
Yeah.
Let's see. Rossley, age 20, young player. Over the wicket to him. He's expected to have 1 delivery. He's a left-handed batter. Sort of looks stocky. He's got a good bill for a young man, 20 years old.
I'd have gotten a third in here, Vern. Oh.
Pitched up. Driven. Can't score. So, not bad at all, Mali. 15 for 2.
Yeah, the end of what? Is that the 5th?
That's the 5th over.
5 gone, 15 for 2. Just a run rate of 3. 2 wickets down in that power play. West Indies Academy will be very happy with proceedings so far. Carmichael's been at the crease for a while now. Commins, sorry. Rossley, the new batter. It's going to be the left-handed Commins on strike. Young to continue. As you'd expect, a bit of chatter there from the West Indies Academy fielders. Buzzing around the field. 15 for 2 on top.
Well, certainly a good start for West Indies Academy. A pleasure to be here once again in Antigua and Barbuda, Mali. A pleasant good morning also to those watching currently on the stream. Certainly a fantastic occasion here. West Indies Academy hosting Ireland Academy, the first ODI match here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Missed out there, Commins. Short and wide. Probably, as you saw him rehearse the pull, maybe thinking he played the wrong shot to that one. But it was there for the cut as well, just didn't execute. Naeem Young with a change of length, probably going for the bouncer. Trying to test out this newly resurfaced Sir Vivian Richards Stadium pitch.
He certainly is, and overall is a test for all of these youngsters. A fantastic opportunity to have this tour. In fact, it was in the works for quite some time. I had a chance to talk to the Academy of Performance coach in Pete Johnson. He's not here yet. He's going to be coming over for the 4-day matches that these teams will be playing. And he mentioned the fact that this tour has been in the works since Ireland came across to that World Cup in the Caribbean at the start of last year. That side led by Tim Tector, who's also here as well as a part of the Academy. But funding was the hold-up at one stage. The tour was on and off, and finally it's on here. Both sides obviously happy to be here in the sunshine of Antigua.
There has been a relationship as well between Ireland and West Indies. Think back to Ireland actually playing 2014 Regional Super 50 Cup here in the West Indies in Trinidad as well. Well, it's the end of the 6th over there. Pretty tight one from Naim Young, 15 for 2.
Elaine has certainly been the pick of the two bowlers so far this morning. He's found the straps, as you would say, Mali, and these young boys have had an opportunity to play quite a bit of cricket this year in terms of the academy setup. They started with the Headley Weeks Tri-Series. They got a run out as well, quite a few of them in this year's CPL. They played in the Super 50 and now here to finish off the year versus Ireland. And exactly what they have done, Ireland Academy is hoping to do as well. Just in terms of getting a lot more cricket under their belt. So obviously originally we were expecting it to be what should have been an under-23 tour, but you're going to notice that there's just a couple guys, maybe 2 or 3 from the Ireland side who are in fact over that age of 23. And it's just a case of it has not been much cricket to be played in Ireland. They haven't had a Wolves tour, which is their 18 tour, for quite some time. And there's some guys who have contracts on the fringes of really, becoming full-time members of that Irish side, Irish senior side. And they just wanted to ensure that they could get some cricket. Finds the outer edge and also finds the boundary. So welcome runs for Ireland.
Yeah, found the outside edge, but fortunately for the left-handed Commins, not going to hand. Went away quite fine there, but I think the fielder at third man, looks like Kelvin Pittman, should have done better with that one. Got there in good time, but didn't manage to save that one. So welcome 4 runs to the Irish score. They move on to 21.
In fact, it was off the bat of Rossley.
Rossley, sorry. That bounce again outside that off stump. Probably hasn't been as consistent to the left-hander as he's been to the right-handers, but that delivery was a peach.
Yeah, it certainly was. And you kind of expect that, especially at a younger age, for a young man, trying to make those adjustments between the right-hander and the left-hander. Funny enough, a lot of guys at the senior level
still
struggle with that. And that is why these types of tours, which hopefully is the start of what should be a reciprocal tour between these two, whereby next year we should be seeing a team from the West Indies head across to Ireland as well, another academy side heading across to play some cricket. And by that stage, as I mentioned, I was talking to Pete Johnson, who's going to be coming over quite soon. He was mentioning the fact that by that stage their Wolves cricket should be back up and running, given that there's some funding coming in to the Irish setup as well. And they should be fielding what is a complete under-23 side by then. Certainly a lot of cricket to be played next year. But it was a case of the fact that coming out of that under-19 setup, he was mentioning that between himself and Graham West here in the Caribbean, that there wasn't that much cricket for young men in terms of that pathway towards the senior setup. Obviously, in the Caribbean, we have the West Indies A team, and we've seen the A team start to tour a bit more. They went to Bangladesh this year. They're off to South Africa now. But it's a case of, you know, that gap missing for a lot of young guys who then get left out and get lost in the system. And wanting to ensure, especially given now, especially when it relates to Irish cricket now, that a lot of them know, or rather all of them now are viewed as overseas cricketers as it relates to the county cricket scene as well. So that responsibility now falls a lot heavier.
Right.
Yeah, falls a lot heavier onto the Irish setup. But certainly strides in the right direction, you would have to say. And just looking forward to what's on offer here in the Caribbean from the Irish boys. Of course, also from the West Indies Academy boys, especially given that we've seen some wonderful signs, because it's not a case of the West Indies Academy boys have just shown up and laid down, but they've played some fantastic cricket, won the Headley Weeks
best team in the Headley Weeks Tri-Series.
Yes, indeed, picked up 3 wins in that Super 50 as
Should
well.
have probably qualified for the semis as well. If you know, a couple of results here and there would have gone their way. So they've been playing good cricket, as you're saying, for an extended period of time. A couple changes, a few new players here as well, a few exciting talents to have a look out for as well. I think Kadim Aline is one of them. I mean, I think he really made an impact at the top of the innings. In a couple innings with that positive intent, really putting bowlers under pressure, especially within the power play. Be looking for a lot more of that. And I think kudos to the selectors for actually giving him an opportunity based on what, you know, could prove to be a pretty special talent indeed.
Yeah, the young man you mentioned, Kadim Aline, I believe is about 22 years old, from the island of Barbados. He's one of those cricketers that actually, I wouldn't say has jumped the steps, because we've seen him in the CPL for quite a number of years. I think maybe about 2 or 3 seasons now he's had in the CPL, and he's had some fantastic performances as well. Obviously, he'll be looking for a lot better given the talent that he possesses. But I had a good chance to look at him during this year in what was a regional police cricket tournament.
I was going to mention that's where I saw him actually.
Finds the edge, but falls well short.
Again, no real pace from the circuit, the Ambrose end, in terms of where the batter's facing from. Naim Young bowling from the Sir Andy Roberts end, but no real pace. Second time we've seen the edge taken, and it's fallen well short of the slips.
Yeah, the interesting thing was that you have not really seen an adjustment being made from behind the stumps in terms of Julian and Bishop behind there.
He thought about it for a second there.
The thing about it is that it will be very difficult as well. New ball in hand, and funny enough, new surfaces as well. So it comes down to that trust factor. But certainly, we're going to see how things play out across these ODI matches between these two sides. And of course, those 2 4-day games as well coming up. But back to Kadim Ali, I really had a chance to sit down and watch him live. It's one thing to see it on television, one thing to see the stats. But I was thoroughly impressed with what I saw in that regional police cricket tournament.
Looking at his bowling as well, I think he's probably got 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 more yards of pace inside of him based on his size, and I think he's got the ability to be a pretty decent all-round cricketer.
He certainly does. Well, if you're wondering who is at the crease for the Ireland Academy, it is Murray Commins and Adam Rossley. They scored 22 for 2. Given some width, but still struggling to come to grips with the pace of the surface. Had it been a quicker surface, you probably would have seen that one, probably in front of point, rushing towards the boundary. That brings us, though, to the end of another over. It is 23 for 2.
Yeah, Kadim Aline, as we've been speaking about in that overcoming, doing the fielding there at third man. Looks like we're going to have a bowling change, though. It's going to be Joshua Bishop, left arm orthodox spinner as well, coming into the attack from this to Sir the Ambrose end.
Yeah, early signs of spin here for the West Indies Academy. Murray Commins is one of those Irish cricketers we mentioned is above that age of 23. In fact, was born in South Africa. And that's another interesting factor in terms of the progression of cricketers moving across towards territories where they're seeking to advance.
I did see a picture today of cricketers on, I think it was on X, formerly Twitter, of cricketers if they represented the nations of their birth at the World Cup. It was very interesting to see. Devon Conway would have been for South Africa. Ishodi would have been for India. Can't remember who the other. Marnus Labuschagne would have been for South Africa as well.
Yeah, but certainly quite a few youngsters being able to bolster the ranks of the Irish setup, especially at this junior level. So I think there are about 5 guys that we're going to see across this academy series who in fact were born outside of Ireland and now either passport holders in Ireland and some on that pathway to qualification as well.
And I think, as you said previously, in the previous over, the key point here will be how the Irish administration manages to develop these players now, because without the use or the help of the county cricket system. A lot of Irish players in the past, some of, I think back to Owen Morgan, Boyd Rankin, who's an assistant coach here as well, developed by Middlesex County Cricket Club, went on to play Test cricket for England as well. So it'll be tough sledding, I think, in the next 5 to 10 years, but especially with cricket still being a fringe sport pretty much in Ireland. Rugby union, Gaelic football, sports like that take precedence over cricket. But it's good to see the Irish with plans in place, and with the tours such as this, it just bodes well for the overall health of the game.
Yeah, certainly quite a lot of plans in the works, and along the lines of looking at player development as well. I do know that there's a scholarship in place whereby some of the Irish players are able to go across to Australia. Currently there is Jake Egan, 20-year-old, and he's at the Randwick Peterson Cricket Club. He was the latest awardee of their overseas scholarship, and quite a few players have been a part of that. So Andrew Balburney was there, Jack Tector, Harry Tector, Stephen Doheny, who we saw a little earlier, Tim Tector, who is to come as well. So quite a few Irish players have been able to also go across to Australia and benefit from the partnership there. Naim Young to continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Looking to get a bit of aggression on there is Murray Commins. As I say good morning to Seth Burton now alongside of me.
Good morning, my friend Joel. Good that you had a safe flight coming across to Antigua. And it's really good sunshine here. Good contest. The West Indies Academy doing well so far. 23 for 2. Naim Young leading his charge as well.
Whipped away nicely off the pads of Commins.
Well, I think Cummings, he has been, if we could say, the leading light so far, opened the batting. He has been there from the start. He has pushed on well. In fact, when they lost their first wicket, when Stephen Doheny, the captain, went for, departed, it was 15 for 1, and Cummings has been there since. Also watched as Cade Carmichael also departed next ball. So he has weathered the storm, if you may call it the mini storm, particularly from Johan Lane, who took 2 early scalps. Now Captain Naim Young getting into the act. I think it's important that Cummings stay. If he stays, he has a competent partner in Adam Russley. The two would need to consolidate. The question would be what sort of target they may have thought about when they won the toss this morning and decided to bat.
given the type of game that we're having, I'm not sure that targets would have been a discussion in terms of when they went to bat. And the reason I say that is simply because of the development factor that they're all looking at. So I know for sure that it's a case of, especially from the Irish setup, a case of looking to really test a lot of their players and see what they have outside of Irish conditions. Especially given that they're looking to improve a lot of the conditions that they have in Ireland at the moment. Advances down. And that one probably will have the legs to get into the boundary. It does. So intent being shown here by Commins.
Well, the second time we have seen him advancing in the over. On this occasion, he was able to get the toe end of the bat onto that one. Nine Young may have picked up his movement late, because previously when he did that, Young had a shorter ball coming into him and he couldn't maximize on that, or at least could not create the boundary opportunity. But on this occasion, we have seen him doing so successfully, and in fact getting his second boundary of the over.
And that's going to be back-to-back boundaries for him. Fantastic cricket.
His third boundary of the over. 12 coming from that over. And that is sending a signal to Naeem Young, who has just completed his fourth over and the eighth over of the innings. In fact, his fifth over. And it is sending a signal now that I am up to you, Naeem. And Commins is happy to be on 14. The score 33 for 2. In fact, when we look at the situation, you mentioned about testing themselves in certain conditions, the Irish. But also there is something also which would come under the microscope, the condition of the pitch here at Sir Viv Richards Cricket Stadium, because there was some relaying of the pitch, some changes. You know, earlier the Super 50 should have been played here, or it should have been played in Antigua Barbuda, but could not because of certain work being undertaken. And on the brink of that international series against England will also come on the microscope to some extent. 37 for 2.
Certainly a test to all-round surface and teams here in the sunshine of Antigua. Bishop with ball in hand. Not yet truly found his line and length so far, Bishop. Just into his second over. And bowling to the two left-handed batters in Rossley and Commins.
Better delivery, that one, definitely. He's coming from over the wicket, in fact, around the wicket to the left-hander. And that one was angled across him and then touched down and came back. And quite a good response from the left-hand bowler. That's good delivery. Eventually, he has been given out after quite a delayed, in fact, a long period. There was Bishop going, how's that? About on 4 attempts. Let's have a close look at that. Outside the off and came back. And in the umpire's opinion, I think it was a very close one. And wicket number 3 goes down.
Umpire Maria Abbott taking her time with that one. But in the end, she believed it was going on and probably to crash into maybe middle and leg or leg stump on that occasion. So success for Bishop, success for the academy. Rossley has got to go for 9. It is 37 for 3.
So you would say at this stage, after we would have gotten through the first power play, that the West Indies Academy, they would feel that they're on top here because they have gotten 3 wickets within 11 overs, just 10.3 overs. 2 would have gone to Lane, showing that the fast bowlers were coming up well. First change, then Young decided that he wanted to go to Bishop from the Curly Ambrose end. He did so, and Bishop really has shown that he has what it takes. Started a bit uncertainly but I think the last two deliveries he got his bearing right. The previous delivery did beat Rossley, all ends up between bat and pad, and then this one really pitched outside off, and it turned sharply and must have been hitting wicket in the umpire's opinion. So it is 37 for 3.
He's really found the pace now on this surface as Joshua Bishop.
Oh, how's that again? He goes. Wicket number 2 for Joshua Bishop, wicket number 4 for the Irish, and there was definitely clear uncertainty on this occasion. Murray Commins was uncertain as to, in fact, it's not Murray Cummings. In fact, let's have a look at this again.
And this is the interesting question, because that was my first consideration, whether or not it pitched outside leg.
Well, that's the question. But at the same time, I thought he was really beating all ends up. That one, he was uncertain. He was not pushing hard forward. He stood his ground, looked uncertain, and then the ball struck him. It was not high for sure. And I thought it was a sharp turn, and given the nature of the umpire's response, I was not surprised by that delivery. 37 for 4. The Irish really in some trouble here.
Yeah, and a spot of bother, the Ireland Academy. But it's time for a refreshment break here. 37 for 4 Ireland. And this first ODI between West Indies Academy and Ireland Academy.
Welcome back, and let me say good morning to Seth Burton. A lot of action has been taking place here so far, and at the end of the first hour, the Emerging Ireland Academy, they are in serious problems here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. 37 for 4 in 10.4 overs. The West Indies Academy large and in control.
Certainly, and this was through the effort of Joshua Bishop, having 2 for 2, striking, in fact, twice in this over. We saw a similar situation early in the innings in the 5th over when Johan Lane, the tall, lean, young Barbadian fast bowler, he struck twice also in the 5th over. to set back the Irish from a position of 15 without loss to 15 for 2. And it seemed as though they lose wickets in pairs on the same score because Adam Russley was LBW to Bishop for 9 at 37 for 3. And then in came Team Tector, LBW to Bishop without scoring, 37 for 4. So they're losing wickets back-to-back in the same over, and that must be a concern. Now we see the introduction of Junior St. Clair.
Yeah, wicket taker so far for the West Indies Academy. Johan Lane 2 for 19, and Sinclair around the wicket. The ball to the left-hander.
Hey, Sinky boy! I love it! I love it!
You can hear
Wicketkeeper Julian very loud there coming through our microphone. 37 for 4. Here is Macabeth driving past the short extra cover, is very close. So he's shown intent. Sorry, Murray Commins. He's shown intent that he's going to play some shots.
Well, he has been there for a while.
He's seen wickets fall around him.
Oh yes!
Pushed
oh
again.
Yes, oh yes!
Still feel, you know, Seth, I've always had this debate with you. I still want to see the off spinner come over the wicket, especially to the left-hander. Punched out to cover, feeling the shot.
Well, Vernon, you don't forget anything. We have been having this debate for about 3 years, and I can't believe that you remember that.
38 for 4. It's just the off spinner coming, and is always on the left-hander's blind side. As a coach, you want to go through that, but it seems to be a model when everybody comes around the wicket. Scott Macabeth comes into strike.
It's an angles issue. You know, you're coming in and then you're leaving. So I think it's the deception you're looking for, and the turning away after coming in that the left-handers, that the off-break bowlers are looking for to the left-hander rather than the blind side. That is also a factor.
Here is the delivery, which is just played past the short leg. And Macabeth is off the mark, picks up a single. Just a little bit of alarms there from Junior Sinclair. We're in a big number, 100. It'd be interesting to have a conversation with him to find out why 100.
Well, perhaps he has hopes of playing 100 test matches for the West Indies.
Not the rate that we're going around with test matches in the world, Seth. I certainly won't see that in our lifetime for sure. 39 for 4. Macabeth is off the mark. Again, back and across. And the reason why I said that to you, Seth, at the completion of the over, 12 overs bowled, and the latest score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The West Indies Academy, they are large and in control, emerging Ireland team. They are 39 for 4. Lane 4 overs, 2 for 19. 9 youngers bowled some 5 overs, not for 24. But the wicket takers have been Bishop and Lane.
Certainly, and both deserving. We saw a tentative first over from Bishop, and then he really came into his own in that second over. Got those wickets. Lane was similar, had 7 runs off of his first over. And then by the time he got to his third, he was coming full throttle, beat the bat on 2 occasions, and then had 2 wickets in that over. So you're seeing steadiness, you're seeing steady improvement. And I now like this line of attack that Naeem Young has employed for Joshua Bishop.
2 slips. He's bowled him. He played right around a straight delivery. Seth Burton.
Well, that took everybody by surprise, Vernon Springer. You saw him looking as though he was, as though he was playing down leg. And that ball pitched and went between bat, in fact, outside of the bat. And he goes. Joshua Bishop is on a roll here. He gets his third, and it is 39 for 5.
39 for 5. Macabeth playing around a straight delivery. Bat face ending up in the mid-wicket area. And when he looks back at that, if we can just get our guys to just recap for that one very quickly. So let's look at the replay here. Pressure building.
Straight through. Straight through, but he was playing, as you mentioned, playing to turn down to mid-wicket, glance it around, and he was undone by a beauty from Joshua Bishop. Joshua Bishop would have gotten 2 leg before decisions, previously taking out Adam Russley for 9 and Tim Tector for a duck. And he has justified that with that Brute of a delivery.
Just in case folks have just joined us, let's quickly give you the West Indies Academy team. Matthew Nandu, Leonardo Julian, Teddy Bishop, Kevin Wickham, Akeem Ogis, Nine Young, the captain, Kadeem Allen, Joshua Bishop, the wicket taker so far, he's got 3, Yuan Lane, Junior Sinclair, and we have Kelvin Pittman, Jordan Johnson, Colin Tuckett, Boyne and Ashmin Ned, along with McKenny Clark. I love Clark. He's a busy guy. Bishop into action. Oh my gosh.
He's really getting some turn on this wicket. This looks as though we're at Eden Gardens. You saw yesterday how the South African spinners, after just defending 212, really had the Aussies out of sorts.
Bad little line delivery there by Bishop, who he came across, exposed his leg stump, he got bad onto it, and it raced away down to the vacant final boundary for a boundary. Big risk, almost came right across the line of his off stump, but at least you saw some intent.
Well, yes, he was positive on that occasion. He would have recognized that he has lost at least 3 of the batters without a score, and he wants to get something on the card, and he has done so.
Here is him getting more or less a delivery which took a long time to get him. He was playing leg side of the ball and punched it over to the mid-on and got an easy single. Score goes up to 44 for 5. Some 7 boundaries have been hit so far. And Murray Commins, he needs a partner. A lot of chatter taking place. 19 from 34. Got a slip, a short leg. And they're still attacking Naim Young. Well, you have to be attacking. If you have a team 44 for 5 set, you got to be attacking.
Yes, and I'm surprised that they have dispensed with the close fielders. Ooh!
There's appeal for a leg before, but I don't think so. I think that one would have been hitting him outside the line of the off stump.
Vernon, that was a special delivery. Let's look at that.
I think he got it on the
outside off, and it came through, and it bounced. It may have taken the top of the pad.
I think he got it on the edge. That maybe might have saved him. Had it been all pad, Murray Abbott would have been in a conversation again. 44 for 5. Here
lovely.
With a switch hit. Beautiful piece of batting by the young man Murray Commins, picking up an important boundary. He goes to 23, and just the release of the pressure.
Confidence, though.
Oh, beautiful.
Beautiful. He has been at the crease for some time, and he decides that he wants to show his other teammates exactly how to come to grips with this left-arm orthodox spinner, pitched outside, well, which would have been off for him, and a wonderful reverse sweep to end the over, 48 for 5.
You know, he's played Test cricket, Seth Burton, age 26, and in his last test he scored 2 ducks against Sri Lanka.
Formidable opponents.
Yeah, I was trying to go to the history books to find out. Well, not that you would have had somebody who would have scored 2 ducks really, like in one innings. That's pretty tough.
In one test.
Pretty tough for the young man, but he's here, and he's showing some maturity. As Gavin, who was on 5, comes out. Sinclair, thinking about starting. We start with a slip, a short leg, cover, mid-on. You ever fielded a short leg set?
Well, no, it's a cruel position to put anyone. Although you would be upset when someone drops a catch off you at short leg, but it's really a cruel position.
Nandu is the one who is there, and Julian is trying to encourage Nandu, saying, "Come on, you're doing a good job." But I don't think that is such a good job there, that position.
You must have a character like Gus Logie.
Oh gosh,
to want to be there all the time.
He was brilliant. Worked away, beautiful piece of fielding there from the fielder there, short mid-wicket area.
Yes, love it. I love it. I love it. I love it.
Sinclair is in the conversation here, said Julian. I love it. I love it. 48 for 5.
Very animated character.
He is.
Oh,
Back and across, good delivery.
Yes, oh, yes.
And he looks a little organized here. He's having a look. Let's hope that he doesn't play across a straight one. Down the onside, pace on, and he's able to just work that off. I think Sinclair just needs to just take the pace off of the ball.
That's right.
If we realize Bishop bowls a lot slower, pace off, the Ireland batsmen are having a hard time. 49 for 5.
And that's the example he should follow. He struggled with his pace in the first over, Bishop, and then once he decided to take off the pace, to turn the ball and give it some flight, then he got the results.
I want to get your assessment. The over is completed, but I found that the first slip was just too deep for me, especially on that track. Sometimes these are things that you have to pick up. 49 for 5, 14 overs bowled. And Murray Commins, the lone man here standing for the Irish. He's 23 from 37.
Well, he would need to bat through the innings in a situation like this. If we were to look at what is happening here, Joshua Bishop is still on. He's the man who has presented the challenge. Therefore, I think Commins would want to have as much of him, but at the same time, every batter, Marley Richards, who is got to join us soon, would agree that every batter has to take responsibility.
Yeah, here is the ball being worked onto the onside for a couple. If they want, they can get 3. No, they decided against it.
Just a thought here, Vernon. We would have lauded Naeem Young for putting the pressure earlier, but I think he still needs to reinstate that. Okay, so we are seeing an adjustment. It looks as though Ogis is coming to a leg slip position or a second slip position. That's right. You got to maintain that pressure. It cannot be on and off. And I think that is important, getting 3 men in catching positions.
Here is Hoy. Beautiful shot. Just really picked the length up and smacked that between the middle wicket area. It was slow and he got down. Perfect execution of the shot. Found a gap. And then all of a sudden Naeem Young is looking to make a change. Said sometimes the issue is you just have to be patient. You just have to be confident.
That's right.
That's one of the things I find about the Caribbean captains. They always tend to ease the pressure up. You know,
and here's the point. That slug sweep, sometimes you're slug sweeping and it can take a top edge, right? So allow him. You have time. You have the game under control. No need to put the extra guy out the boundary and pull the silly point, the silly mid off out of the picture.
50 up for Ireland. 55 for 5. 3 5s, as they would say.
That had some implications years ago.
Remember that cigarette company?
That's right.
55 for 5 into over number 15. He's back and cracking that pass cover. He'll get a couple of runs if he wants. Certainly. Quite easy. A little hesitation. Collision. And had the throw been better, I think somebody could have been in trouble right there. But all is good.
Well, they say all is well that ends well.
57 for 4. And he's on the money here. He's 14 from 13. Murray Commins, who's played two test matches for the Irish. 23 from 37. Lots of changes taking place. Bishop just a little ruffled so far. 8 runs off the over so far. And I think the adjustment of the length set sort of pulling on delivery. So his over has come to an end. 3 for 19 from his 4 so far.
Yes, and Huey has showed that he's quite adept at playing spin bowling number 1 and number 2. He's looking quite confident that he's comfortable in spite coming in with a situation when the team was on 37 for 5. He has really given them a good, he's showing that he has the fight in him. And it would be up to you and Marley Richards to continue the proceedings.
Projected score as we speak is 190, and the Irish would certainly want to get anywhere close to that. I welcome my colleague Marley Richards. I was kind of just going through the head coach stats. William Boyd Rankin, age 39, would have played some 3 test matches, almost 108 first-class matches, but we'll get back to that. Sinclair around the wicket, driven by Commins down the ground and picking up an easy single.
Former teammate of mine, Boyd Rankin.
Yes, I knew that. That's why I raised the conversation there.
Good guy, fabulous guy.
Yeah. Made his test debut like way back in 2014 against Australia, representing England. So he's been really one of the outstanding cricketers that would have had multiple foals, both for England and for the Irish.
Probably didn't have the English international career that he would have wanted, but definitely had all the attributes. Big, tall guy, hit the deck quite hard. I remember when he first came to Middlesex, it was a bit like Bambi, you know, uncoordinated. And
It's amazing of the point that you made, Mali, because he represented and took some 107 wickets in 97 T20 internationals. You know, so you'd realize you'd have made in this state cricket. Ken coming positively forward. 140 matches, 184 wickets, and first class, 352 wickets.
Yeah, definitely.
Sinclair will be looking to emulate him one day.
Yeah, definitely one of the best, I would say, Irish bowlers to play in county cricket, alongside Tim Murtagh as well. You look at their careers, fantastic careers. Played a lot of games.
So, Mali, at the end of 16, in context here, 58 for 5, where does the Irish go from here?
Yeah, they're really steering down the barrel now, 58 for 5, but with Commins, a player with international experience at the crease. Oh, just past that fielder there, Nandu at square leg. They've just found scoring difficult, and they've lost wickets too regularly. End of that Sinclair over. 16 gone, 58 for 5.
Just like Sinclair to just take some pace off of it. He's hustling. And I know he just want to get in his overs, but as you go at the international level, pace off, especially to the Irish batters, is important.
And also the format in which he's playing here. We've seen him more in the T20 format, where he's had to be flatter, had that flatter trajectory, bowled with more pace. Here in 50 overs, at times you can just give the ball a bit more flight, especially here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium on these new resurfaced pitches. Seems to be taking quite a bit of turn, and that's why when Seth said in the previous over, Josh Bishop just probably releasing the pressure by putting in that mid-wicket, because he's getting so much turn. You want the batter playing against the turn. And those slug sweeps, yes, they proved to be successful for the batter, but it's still quite a high-risk option in this situation.
3 for 19, Bishop starting his 5th. He's on the money, first delivery. Kenny short and wide, and the fielder there at cover should have really done a lot better. And he went past him into the boundary for 4. So Bishop, as Mali says, just pulling down the ball more or less. You know, just needs to just take his time, just get his confidence, get his rhythm back, and just think about it. You can afford to, especially you on top. 63 for 5.
And it's what enterprising batting can do to a bowler, though. How he's come to the crease, shown that positive intent, look to get bat on ball.
Bishop still continuing with his slip, which is a good thing. You always want to play that mind game. One might just fly off and go to first slip.
That's better.
Much better.
A bit fuller. But if you think back to that sweep across the line there from Howie when he first came to the crease, it was a very good shot. But the head position and where he took the ball from well outside that off stump, ever since then, Bishop's length has been thrown off slightly. That's a lot better, though, the last 2 deliveries.
Yeah, but sneaked away down to the third man boundary there. Just opened the face of the bat slightly and picked up a couple of runs. And you see, Mali, that is the difference when you have batters who can sweep. That is not happening in Caribbean cricket. It's just like you see the batsmen come in Caribbean cricket and they just come forward. So Bishop was like, wow. Oh, he comes out and straight away into him.
Yeah, not just the conventional sweep. This one's going to be close. Oh, it's a poor throw. Should never have been a run in that situation there, to be honest. It was in quite close. Not sure who the fielder is.
Is it Wickham?
Does look like Wickham. Definitely an opportunity missed for the West Indies Academy.
Yeah, Kevin Wickham. So at the end of 17, sorry. We're 66 for 5. Murray Commins, he's found a partner in Hui, who is 22 from 24. He's busy. Sort of Larry Gomes approach, like not aggressive enough, but busy.
Running quite well as well in between the wickets. We were mentioning the sweep stroke. We haven't seen the reverse yet, but that's a shot we've seen a lot of in the World Cup. And when executed well, it really does throw the bowlers for a loop in terms of what fields to set. But it has to be practiced. A shot that has to be practiced in order to be executed consistently.
A lot of squat exercises have to go into that, Mali. Your leg core, your core has to be solid so you can be able to execute that at a very high level. Some 7 runs coming off of the Joshua Bishop's over, and more or less.
Well, actually, we thought it was the over, but 5 ball over there.
Oh, somebody missed it.
Yeah.
Everybody missed it.
Everyone missed it. So he's got to come back and bowl the final delivery.
That was good.
Left-handed Commins on strike now.
3 for 26, Joshua Bishop. He's into his 5th over. And Commins. Out it comes.
The reverse.
Just as Mali called for it.
Executed to perfection. Slightly aerial, but hit with good pace past that fielder at point.
Lane. Don't think he would have been able to get down there as a fast bowler. It would have been a magnificent catch if you pulled that off. And as you rightly said, Mali, we would have needed a Superman approach. 11 runs off Joshua Bishop's over. So he's got expensive in the last couple of overs. 3 for 30. And all of a sudden you just feel like you're not a good bowler anymore.
A slight counter-attack here from the Irish batters, led mainly by Gavin Hoey. He's come to the crease and, as we've said, he's been positive. He's taken the odd risk as well. He's just forced the West Indian bowlers here, especially Joshua Bishop, onto the back foot slightly.
70 for 5, Kevin Sinclair. In fact, not Kevin, it's Junior, brothers. He was almost excited to go up there, but inside edge. The partnership is 31 from 30, Mali. And Hoyi has really put some pressure back on the West Indies Academy team here.
Best partnership of the innings so far for the Irish Academy.
They come back for 2 quite easily. The West Indies, they just need to relax. They're on top. They have to believe. They have to know. When you look at the scoreboard, you see it's 72 for 5. When you know that you're large and in control, you have to be able to. This middle over period is going to be very important.
And you know, at times there is going to be a partnership. Where the West Indies would be a bit disappointed is in the amount of boundary balls that they've actually bowled here while being in the ascendancy. It's just released the pressure slightly, but good batting from the Irish batters. Take nothing away from them.
Yeah. Hoy getting deep into his crease right there, backing across and punching that out into the mid-wicket area, watching the ball right onto his bat, and that's the importance. He's looking at Junior Sinclair, keeping his eyes right at the ball. I like Hoy. I really like. He's busy.
The footwork there, he used the depth of the crease, went all the way back, just bought himself an extra second or so to just find that gap. As you said, just looks a good prospect, very positive in the way he goes about his business.
Murray Commins is steady, and he's just slapping this out to the sweeper on the offside. It's turned out to be a nice day here in Antigua and Barbuda at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. 365 beaches. Make sure you visit Antigua and Barbuda. In a leap year, you can find 366. And Mally Richards has visited all the beaches in Antigua and Barbuda. Again, looking for a single, certainly not on. Nandu coming around from square leg, cut that off nicely. Umpire Mara has had an excellent game so far. Based on the context, the flags on the eastern side flying, Antigua and Barbuda and Cricket West Indies.
It's a bit slower, that one from Sinclair.
That's what you want. Take pace off of the ball. Over completed. 18 overs bowled. No, I got caught. Yes, I did get caught myself. 18 bowls, 74 for 5.
Good batting this from this pair, Hoey and Cummings. Hoey in particular, he would have taken part. I think just 3 members of this Irish Academy team would have taken part in the European Championships, which was a T10 format. And based on the way Hoey has come out here, looking to get bat on ball, you can tell he's been very much immersed in the short format of the game, the white ball format. Positive footwork on both front and back foot. Both front and back feet, actually, and it's just looking to knock these West Indian Academy bowlers off their length.
Still continuing, Bishop. Here is the switch hit coming out again. A boundary ball. That is what Mali was talking about. Joshua Bishop has just lost his confidence, he's lost his composure, and the lines, he's just not comfortable at all bowling to either Hui or Commins.
In quite helpful spin conditions, if you think back to his double strike over, and then the over after that when he picked up his third. Big turners here.
Worked away on the leg side, picking up an easy single. Naim Young has a headache because Joshua Bishop has certainly not settled into his groove. 5 runs off his first delivery so far. Murray Commins goes up to 34. He brings Hui into strike on 25 from 29. And the Irish are 79 for 5.
Yeah, that run rate has crept up to 4.31 now. Projected score 215. So this partnership will have to go pretty deep, I suspect, for the Irish to get anywhere near that.
And every now and again, Bishop sort of reminds himself as to how good he is. And then he releases that pressure with a boundary ball.
And he's
Caught
nicked
it.
him off, though.
Caught at first slip. Hui would be disappointed with that. And again, Mali, it was pace off.
Just slightly misreading the length there, I think, as we see this replay from Hui. Yeah, going back to probably one he should have come forward to. Took the outside edge. Comfortable catch for Bishop. So just when things were looking up for the Irish Academy, the most profitable partnership ends. Hui departs for 25, 79 for 5.
And the Irish keep 79 for 6. And
6, sorry.
the Irish keeps losing wickets. 1 for 15, 2 for 15, 3 for 37, 4 for 37. Bishop taking the catch right there. 5 for 39 and 6 for 79. Ending a 40-wicket partnership. And Hui would be very disappointed, Mali, in the way he got out there.
Yeah, a bit soft the way he was playing. He seemed to be in full control. We spoke about that footwork, especially when going back, using the full depth of the crease. If you were to see that replay again, you'd see he was probably just caught slightly on the crease. That back foot wanted to go back a bit further, but didn't really have the time. Misread the length. Have a look at it again. Look, that back foot still on the crease. Didn't get to use the depth of the crease that time, which tells me that he slightly misread the length. And that was his downfall. Bishop, 4 for 35 now from his 5.4.
79 for 6. We into over number 19. Murray Commins is still there. And out comes Fian Hand. Looks like he's got a good piece of willow in his hand.
Looks a burly guy as well.
Yeah, like a Lance Klusner. He's a right-hander. Let's see what's going to be happening. Oh, he didn't know anything about that one.
Did not at all. Went for the armbar there, Joshua Bishop. Extra pace going on with the arm. Oh, just honing in on those pads and that off stump. But actually did well to survive there. First delivery.
We'll see what happens. Oh, ooh, played it right around that. And he's rehearsing at the end of over number 19. 79 for 6. The Irish are in trouble here.
Yeah, 5 for on the cards here for Josh Bishop. As he said, just sticking that pad back well in front of that front pad there. But played with soft hands. Didn't carry to Teddy Bishop at first slip.
And no pitman as yet. 19 overs bowled.
No Kello just yet.
Ooh. 79 for 6.
Spinners have really done the job. Actually, it looks like
Is
you've
it
just
Pittman?
said the name. It's going to be Kelvin Pittman into the attack from this Andy Roberts end.
But I would have gone different.
You would?
I would have gone for Ashmin Ned.
Based on what you've seen out of the pitch.
Yes. I've gone for the left arm spinner Ashmin Ned from this Andy Roberts end. You have to know that you're on top. You know, when you're on top, you got to be able to. Just corrected me, not Ned. I did say I would have gone for Ned, but Ned would have been a very tricky guy here today,
Yeah.
playing in these conditions.
Oh, yeah, if he was available. If he was in the 11, yeah, definitely in these spin-friendly conditions.
But it's strange enough that one end, Mali, we've seen good bounce, and the other end, we've seen the ball rip.
It's been everything's mainly happened from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end in terms of favouring the bowlers. It's turned pretty square. We saw Johan Lane early with that new ball as well. Get a bit of pace and bounce. Whereas from the Sir Andy Roberts end, it just seems like there's a lack of pace for both pace bowlers and spinners. Junior Sinclair is just easier for the batters to adjust.
You are captain. Would you have 4 fielders outside of the circle right now? I'll come back to you as Pittman starts his first delivery.
Inside edge, just going past that leg stump.
Lane coming around.
Lack of pace again on that one.
Yes, really. Ireland are 79 for 6. Don't think we need the deep backward square, the fine leg, third man, sweeper on the offside.
I think it very much depends on the length that Pittman's going to bowl here. I think we have to see what length. Is he going to go short, or is it going to be a sustained full length here by the young Antiguan hailing from Bethesda?
Say good morning to Gavin Tong and the entire team. Good pace, good carry. Ball dying in front of Julian. 81 for 6.
Yeah, not the first time we've seen that, Vernon. Ball just dying on the way through to wicketkeeper Julian from the Sir Andy Roberts end. You probably think it will quicken up as the day progresses. I'm not so sure now. It'll probably get a bit slower and lower. Who knows?
We just never know. You remember England coming here on the 3rd of December, West Indies versus England. Sliced away out to the sweep on the offside. I like the approach of Murray Commins so far. He goes up to 37. It brings Hand into strike. 82 for 6 into over number 20.
I think what we're seeing here is Captain Naeem Young. He's been with Kelvin Pittman now for well over a year. He knows his bowler very well. And I think he's just giving him a bit of protection here early, knowing he can be quite erratic at times. He's brought the man up now from that cover on the boundary into the circle.
So we have a West Indies inner wall.
On the offside.
On the offside.
Just the 3 men out on, 2 on the leg side, fine leg and square leg. And third man on the offside.
Bang on target, hitting the deck real hard there, Kelvin Pittman from the Sir Andy Roberts end. I think it's an interesting point that you raised there, Mali. What sort of length he's going to bowl? I think he's a better bowler when he bowls a fuller length.
Yeah, definitely. He gets a bit of shape as well when he's bowling that fuller length. Young Pittman.
Got to attack the stumps. These days, Mali, I find our fast bowlers are not attacking the stumps enough. That one climbed onto Hand, and he had to fend it off.
He'll be a bowler very much in a similar vein to Simon Jones. Quite skiddy, looks to pitch the ball up, get that outswing shape at pace to the right-handers, and you mix it up with quite a quick skiddy bouncer as well, just to keep the batters honest. That should be the mould in which Kelvin Pittman, similar to Mohammed Shami. You know, not the tallest guys, but quite skiddy and can get a bit of shape on their balls as well.
But the thing about fast bowling, Mali, is he's just been Commins gliding him out to the sweeper, is that if you're a fast bowler and you're going to run into bowl a short ball, you've got to really go for the badge. So it doesn't make sense to just bowl a short ball just because you want to bowl a short ball. 20 overs bowled, Ireland Academy there, 84 for 6. Murray Commins is 38 from 46, and what a patient knock it has been so far from the young man.
Yeah, he's played a pretty steady hand, has Commins. That partnership with Hoey, it's at well over 40, I think, the best partnership of the innings so far for the Irish. Hoey just departed at the wrong time from an Ireland Academy perspective.
Yeah, he would have had to play the kitty there.
Yeah.
The way he got out there. You can't put in all that work and give away your hand like that.
And also that match awareness, it's an area of the game. These guys are still young in their careers where they'll learn, especially when they're in the ascendancy, things in which they can do, in which to stay in that position.
22 years old as Hoy. Hand is 25. He comes quietly forward.
Wants a single though.
In fact, it's Murray Commins is not interested. he wasn't even moving. But tending to look here a little bit. In fact, Murray Commins is the one who was facing now. Let's see out it comes Mali. Again, he was looking for the switch it, but they've got protection there this time.
Slightly slower that one though.
Yes, to space off.
And if you think of the line on that one was pitched just outside that off stump. The ones that were reverse swept before, just on that middle to leg.
Here is a delivery there, making Commins think about it, and it almost carried to the fielder's short mid-wicket area. No, we don't play that kind of cricket. And Bishop was saying, no, you've held on to the ball too long. You know, that's Kevin Wickham, right? He's looking to throw down on the striker's end. They had a good laugh about it. Bishop squaring up Murray Commins. And just for the first time, Mali, because of Bishop just taking pace off of the ball, you could see the adjustments being made in his bowling action.
Yeah, he's just mixing it up quite well recently in the last over or two.
Out it comes
This
again.
one's
He's got to be
is
caught.
that off the glove?
No. Lucky to get away with that one.
Murray Cummins actually signalled to the umpire there, a bit naughty on the batter.
Match referee will have maybe call him in and say you have to be careful.
Yeah, to young Abbott. Oh, that's a beauty. Just pitched outside that off stump, spinning through the gate. Absolute perfect pace from Joshua Bishop.
Maiden over. So that was beautiful.
Oh, that's the reverse.
Came off of the arm.
Did take the arm more up on that elbow to shoulder region.
Abbott has been steady. They can't ruffle her. She has kept her composure. She's been relaxed. And she's gone about her business in a very quiet way. 4 for 35, Bishop with that maiden over. 7 overs bowled. And Kelvin Keller Pittman will continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end.
So Bishop just pulling it back quite nicely in the last 2 overs or so.
Short delivery that hustled onto hand and was able to just flick that one away. He's got a big muscular body. It looks like if the ball is in his arc, he could be able to hit it a far bit way.
It's a good pace there from Kelvin Pittman. His bounces are never really going to be too high. Very skiddy, not the tallest of guys.
Could be more body line.
Yeah, and that's what makes it more dangerous as well.
Yeah. We're in the number 9 Pittman. That one rushed on to Commins again, as Mali says. Bowling that hard length. Back of a length, but rushing Commins. He really can't get to free his arms, can't get the extension to be able to flick it. I was looking at some highlights last night. Playing in Australia, Mali, you had to have good eyes. Clive Lloyd was helping Rodney Hogg and Pascal and those guys into the stand. And, you know, in those days, the boundaries were very, very, very big.
I was going to say that as well. You have to be so strong. Those boundaries are massive. This one's high. Will it go to hand? No.
Think he's safe.
Done him for pace again there. He's gone short. It's Kelvin Pittman. Hand survives.
Yeah, that one undone him. The extra pace. And again, maybe he's just thinking like, who's this guy just ambling up? But Kelvin Pittman has got some pace.
And he's just testing out this newly resurfaced Sir Vivian Richards Stadium pitch here. Just telling me that there's still something in this if you're willing to bend your back. And maybe that's what happened earlier with maybe a Naeem Young from the Sir Andy Roberts end.
Yeah, certainly.
Just looking to be more steady than anything.
88 for 6. Pittman bongs away.
Can't afford to just put it there, though, as you said. If he's going to bowl a short ball, he really has to bend his back.
Has to. No freebies at all. Some 12 boundaries hit so far, Mali, in the innings. A very high proportion of boundaries. 89 for 6.
Yeah, I think he got away with that one, to be honest. Ball just on about hip height to the Burley hand. He moves on to 5 now from 7 deliveries. Oh, and it's dropped straight through the hands of Teddy Bishop at what is a second slip position, it looks like.
Regulation catch.
Regulation.
Have to take those.
Definitely. He's gone a bit closer in terms of his position at second slip. He was a bit deeper earlier in the match. Adjusted his position, and maybe that one just got to him a bit too quickly, Vernon.
But he's got good hands.
He does. He's caught well.
Yeah, he's got good hands. He's a natural athlete. And he'll be very disappointed. He's upset with himself that he dropped that. But he'll catch the next one.
You see, he's quite close there at that second slip.
90 for 6, Pittman. Down the onside. And it's gone to Julian. It's gone for a wide. So 5. He's had to push that one because he saw the leg stump there of hand and pushed it across. And Julian, the ball died on him. Should have done a lot better to cut that one off.
Yeah, wicket keeper there, just letting himself down. Not the best delivery from Kelvin Pittman. I think he should have gathered that one quite comfortably. Didn't move his feet. Tended to just dive and dove over that one. So 5 wides added to the total. Just 5 away from 100 now are the Irish.
Certainly. Here goes Pittman. Goes past Taylor, the umpire. Beautiful delivery and well played. Good cricket all around. So finally, over number 22 comes to an end. The Emerging Island Academy, they are 95 for 6. Murray Commins is 40. And my colleague, Joel, I say congratulations to him on his masterpiece of his book. I realize that he didn't even bring an autograph one for us, Mali, but maybe it's on its way. Lunchtime.
So hand just motioned to his batting partner there at the end of that over. Just a bit skiddy from Kelvin Pittman there. Skiddy indeed, right on the money. 95 for 6. Bishop into his 8th over, hunting a 5-4. Oh, the spin's done him. The spin has done him there. Looks like Sinclair down at the point boundary there. Exactly for that shot, the reverse sweep, Joel. And the spin has gone past him, and it's 4 runs.
Yeah, he won't want to see that one on the replay. I guess cricket awareness failing him on that particular occasion. Well, he has a chance to do better on this occasion, and he does just that, Junior Sinclair. It's been a fantastic innings thus far from Murray Commins, the standout performance. Looking back at the toss, some might have questioned, why, especially looking at the surface, Ireland Academy might have opted to bat. But I think it's more so from a developmental perspective, especially because, yes, results matter. And that is just, because there will be a winner at the end of each match. But I think the real winner here is development, in the case of how many cricketers can we see development in terms of these matches, or rather developing from these matches.
As you said, still quite alien conditions for a lot of these Irish players. Oh, that's a big turner outside the off stump there. Maybe just defending a bit wide his hand to that one.
It's not nice to be in scenarios like this 100 for 6, but it's nice from the perspective of, okay, how do our players handle scenarios like these? Because there will be many more of these to come as well. Any cricketer knows that not every day goes your way as a team, and as such, who fights, who shows character. And so far, it has been Commins. He's been helped a bit from Gavin Howie. The end of 23 overs, 100 for 6 here in this first ODI between West Indies Academy and Ireland Academy. But yeah, certainly looking at, how do our players stand up to the test of time being here in this position. Can we still put a target on the board, something for our bowlers to defend, not just coming out here and laying down. So certainly fantastic to see thus far that there's still a bit of fight being shown here. Fionn Hand, of course, has had a stint, a very brief one, top flight cricket as well. I think that one of his deliveries was being considered for the ball of the tournament in the T20 World Cup when he dismissed Ben Stokes. Having to do the job, though, with bat in hand on this occasion. As Pittman continues.
Yeah, he continues with that short ball length as well. Joe has been consistently short. Some have gotten a bit big on the batters. Think back to that top edge from Fionn Hand. Not going to Hand. But he's definitely coming in. He's looked to be aggressive.
Yeah, you certainly have to be. And that's what I've enjoyed watching Commins employ the reverse sweep, especially to Joshua Bishop.
Looking to counter-attack. That's what you want to see. This one's pulled. Doesn't quite find the middle of the bat. Going to get at least 2 here. Should get 3. Hand's a bit slow in coming back for the second. Oh, and he saves an extra 5 there. Does Julian. Had that ball hit that helmet behind the wicketkeeper. Averted disaster.
Yeah, he certainly did. But yeah, as you mentioned, not getting that one out of the middle was Hand. But I'm loving the intent that is being shown, not just simply standing up and allowing the West Indies Academy to bowl to them. That intent again. This time it sounds a lot better. And the result is better as well. A boundary for Hand.
Yeah, advanced to that delivery there. Yeah, a couple strides down the crease to Kelvin Pittman. Got that short length as well. Went through with the stroke. I was a bit fooled by that player down at, long on. I thought that's going to find the fielder, but no, he's not on the field. He's actually not sure who that is. But mid-on up in the circle.
Goes a lot fuller on this occasion. The interesting thing that we've seen with these short balls across this match, we saw Naeem Young bowling a couple as well, as that they haven't really jumped out of the surface and posed much of a challenge. In fact, quite a few of the batters who have been facing the short deliveries have opted to employ that post shot, opted to cut as well. So you just wonder whether or not the likes of Pittman here might be served just getting it just a touch fuller along the pitch to do something for him. Goes back of a length again. Fantastic work being done though by Junior Sinclair, and that certainly is the standard fielding that he sets for himself.
Definitely looking to make up for that one that would have spun past him in the previous over off that reverse sweep. But what a bit of fielding there. Athleticism, speed on show. Vernon mentioned just how much of a live wire he is in the field. We've seen it in the CPL here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium as well. Once again tumbling Joshua Bishop on this occasion. So the West Indies Academy putting their bodies on the line.
Yeah, certainly that's what you expect to see from these young yams, as you would say.
Young yams, I like that.
Yeah, certainly. As we now find ourselves at another refreshment break, Ireland Academy progressing to 110 for 6 in 24 overs. We're back to the action here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in lovely Antigua. 110 for 6 is where Ireland Academy find themselves, and fighting to dig themselves out. And what is this first one-day match between themselves and the West Indies Academy? Hopefully the first of many to come in terms of this academy setup. As I was mentioning, the first of many hopefully to come in terms of this being a reciprocal tour. And the boys from the Caribbean heading across to Ireland, possibly next year at some stage, to continue their development. With both sides continuing their path towards top flight cricket. The ball in the hand of Joshua Bishop. He's bowled some 8 overs, 4 for 40 so far. Has certainly enjoyed the turning conditions here.
Well, a pitch seemingly tailor-made for his style of bowling. He has really bowled well throughout his long spell.
Oh, a bit of a mix-up. Could have been some problems. A bit of a yes-no start-stop. Have to go back. Yeah, it was a case of Commins realizing that the ball had not gotten past Naeem Young at point. No damage done though for Ireland. That wicket certainly would have put a spoke in the wheel, as I say, especially given that this partnership now has put on some 30 plus runs for them. Quicker, flatter, faster from Bishop. Certainly is a thinking young man, is Joshua Bishop. Has varied his pace on this surface. And there we see, just slowing it up. And that brings us to the end of his 9th. We're at the halfway stage now, 110 for 6.
Yes, we can see here Commins trying to build an innings, and he has been there from the beginning. Just 2 away from his half century. He has batted well. The challenge he has had is finding partners to keep, the Ireland team in a strong position. But for now, I think he can say that he has found a competent partner. Not that the others are not competent, but they didn't really display that level of batsmanship that you expected at this stage, or they were outfoxed both by Lane and Bishop, the wicket takers. But this partnership, I think, will be crucial at the halfway stage of the innings in terms of overs. If these two can bat deep, perhaps up to over number 40, the Ireland team can be looking to post a score of well over 200. If they perish, or either of them depart at this stage, then it could be a downhill course for the Irish. Well, Pittman has been replaced.
Ball in the hand of Kevin Wickham to bowl what appears to be his off breaks from that Sir Andy Roberts end. The interesting factor is that on our sheet, Kevin Wickham is down as a fast bowler.
Is that so? Well, the last time he played in an academy game, he did some little seam-up deliveries, I think, at a stage when there were injuries on his team's side. And he seemed to have enjoyed it. He's not a fast bowler, but he did some nice seam-up medium pacers.
I think he would want you to take back that comment in terms of not being a fast bowler. Kevin Wickham certainly prides himself as an all-round cricketer, whether or not it is spin, seam, or with bat in hand, also with gloves in hand as well.
I usually differentiate between seam or medium pace and fast bowling. Because in my description of fast bowlers, I don't see there are many even around the Caribbean that fit the bill right now.
Yeah, certainly is a talented young man though, Kevin Wickham. He's kept things tight, and I think it's a case of assessing the conditions and realizing what is happening for the spinners at the moment. Looking to keep things tight, looking to continually apply that pressure to Ireland. On the flip side of things though, Hand here showing that he's looking to get after Kevin Wickham, working away. He's found the edge though. And Kevin Wickham strikes in his first over. And smiles on the face there of Naeem Young and Wickham. So the change works, and Hand has to go. Yeah, just a tickle of an outside edge, flirting with danger, and danger wins on this occasion. So the 7th wicket goes down.
Yes.
For Ireland, 111 for 7.
Leonardo Julian had, well, in fact, he was delighted the minute he took that catch. He tossed the ball in the air because he has been keeping well. Let's look at it. It was flatter, pitched outside the off, came back in a bit. And from the outside edge, it was, in fact, it may not have looked like a difficult catch, but it was a good catch because usually with that deflection and that ball taking the outside edge, Leonardo Julian was in the correct position, and good keeping by this youngster. Good change. The captain cannot do anything wrong. In fact, it's also the first wicket that comes from the Andy Roberts end, because all 6 wickets previously would have emerged from this end.
Yeah, I think that the biggest winner here is cricket awareness on the part of Naeem Young, and I say that because of what Kevin Wickham is able to bowl. You mentioned the fact that if we look back just a couple of months before this, he was bowling seam up in that academy series. Seeing him at home, he's actually bowling more so the off breaks in the competitions back home in Barbados. But assessing the conditions, understanding that I'm looking for another spinner, Kevin Wickham could be that person to do it for me, and he did just that. So good cricket all around, we would have to say, from the West Indies Academy, especially on the part of Naeem Young getting Kevin Wickham into the attack.
And it was the Nelson trick. It was 1-1-1 for 6. Now it's 1-1-1 for 7. Good delivery from Joshua Bishop. He saw Commins trying to reverse sweep on that occasion, and he fired it in. And it was a quicker one that really beat him all ends up. Cummings on the verge of a half century. And he gets it. One bounce, a loose delivery, I think the odd loose delivery from Joshua Bishop, Joel. And he must be happy that he has gotten a half century at the time when his team needs it most.
Yeah, what a way to bring it up for Commins. He moves now to 53. Fantastic way to get to his 50. A couple bounces over the boundary. But I think it was a case of Joshua Bishop thinking that Commins would have gone for that reverse sweep again. Slowed it up on that occasion. But Commins staying in his orthodox stance and putting it away quite nicely. The first real sense of smiles, you would have to say, for Ireland. What a way to get off in terms of a tour. He's certainly flown the flag here so far for Ireland Academy, and they'll be hoping that he can certainly carry on, given that looking at the amount of overs left, there is still a lot of time in this game. He's just going to need somebody to stand up and bat with him. He had Hand at one stage, he had Hoy at another. Could it be Matthew Humphreys here to put up his hand? 2 slips employed now for Bishop, who has 2 deliveries left in his spell, looking for a 5th.
That's a beauty. That one left him all ends up. It drew him into a stroke and then on pitch, and it just went past the off stump. Inside out. What a delivery.
Looking for those pads was Bishop with the flatter, faster one, but that brings him to the end of what was a fantastic spell. He's bowled 10. He's picked up 4. 27 gone. It's 116 for 7.
Yes, scorecard that does not reflect much for the Irish. 54 standing out from Commins, and then you get down to who's 25. The other batters must be looking back, but they were undone by good bowling. I don't think it was a case of carelessness. I think it was a case of really the bowlers getting the better of the batters.
Thinking about 2, but I'm not sure they'll go for it.
Back up.
And well advised not to.
The middle and off. Thanks.
Should be called away. Just sliding down the leg side there from Wickham. Has been opting to just push through the deliveries. For the Irish boys, it has to be a case of simply just, I guess as they would say, playing logical cricket here. Getting themselves to a stage whereby they're still there at 40 overs. And I go back to the point that I was making in terms of developing cricketers and development on a whole, and looking at situations like these and trying to identify cricketers who are able to assess the situation, able to adapt their game as well to the scenario and play good cricket.
Righty.
Yeah, opting for the leg break there was Wickham. I saw it coming from him, and you hear Leonardo Julian as well asking me if he would get a wicket like that. And there's certainly talent of Kevin Wickham on show. That brings him to the end of his second. 28 bowled, 120 for 7.
Well, it's at the stage with the Irish Academy. We'll be hoping that they can get another partnership going. The interruptions we've seen in terms of the partnerships have been very clear. In fact, when they moved from 37 to 75 for 6, you thought that that partnership between Gavin Howie and Murray Commins would have been the one that would have really carried them further, perhaps to 100. It didn't happen. And then we have just seen now an opportunity perhaps for Commins, having scored the 100, perhaps to go into another gear. The question, he would know better of Matthew Humphrey, so you know he has someone on whom he can rely. The question for him, will he take on the attack at this stage of his innings and at this stage of the Irish innings?
Well, Johan Lane is back into the attack. He picked up 2 to get things going for the academy this morning. Both 4 overs in his first spell. Picked up 2 for 19. And yes, it certainly will be interesting to see how Commins approaches this next phase, because earlier we saw the intent from him in terms of the attack, but that was when he had more established batters alongside of him as well. And I think it will require just a slightly different approach for his game at the moment.
I also like the captaincy of Naeem Young. He's very diligent, has shown that in his stint in the Weeks Headley series. And I think he has continued with the A team, showing that even in the regional tournament. But what I'm seeing here, he allowed Bishop to bowl out and then he brings back Lane. So there is always that factor of a wicket taker involved in the proceedings here. A wicket taker in the context of the game. Because prior to that wicket from Wickham, we noted that 4 went to Bishop, 2 from Lane. Lane was the one who really got the West Indies Academy started with 2 strikes in the 5th over. What is interested here is the field placing, especially in the light that Commins is off strike. We look at most of the players on the boundary. Well, you have St. Clair at square leg, you have a fine leg, you have a third man. So all 3 are between square and back of the square. There is no one down the ground in the boundary area, long off or long on. So it would be interesting to see the approach by Lane, because perhaps his captain is saying you're not going to give him any drives. You're going to keep him busy, keep him guessing. So good captaincy, good leadership on the part of Young. He's thinking the game through and through. He has gotten the results. He has left it up to his bowlers to find their way.
And there's that searching delivery, looking for the wicket, going extremely full. Was Johan Lane. I certainly knew it was coming at some stage, especially given the additional pace factor that he carries as well, bowling to those at the bottom end of the batting lineup for these Irish lads. You certainly expect him on occasion to go searching with that full one.
And you also saw that intent of driving from Matthew Humphreys. Wanted to go down the ground. The delivery was, I think, too good.
Going searching again. You hear Naeem Young saying, looking threatening there. Brings us to the end of the 29th Ireland Academy. 121 for 7, the standout. They were 57 at the moment, Murray Commins. And he certainly is the key for this innings here today for them.
He has batted with immense responsibility. He has not let down at all. He has played a measured innings. When he is striking for the boundary, he's very commanding as well.
And here's what you see now in terms of, I would say, in the last 2-3 overs or so, his approach now, just looking to rotate the strike, ensure these still, as I mentioned, is a case of looking here and saying, hey, where can we be at 40 overs? Who will still be here with me at 40 overs as well?
And also realizing the importance, you mentioned about rotating the strike, realizing the importance of the other batter getting as many balls as possible. Because if he's going to build there are 20 overs after this, you need that person to be exposed as much as possible. If he, as the lead batter, is going to take a more assertive approach.
It also tells you that he trusts Matthew Humphreys as well. Oh, a brilliant catch.
What a
being
catch.
taken. It's Johan Lane with the bucket hands and Kevin Wickham with the wicket.
What a catch. The ball was, look at it, pitch. It was short. Down the leg side, hammered with power.
Yogi.
And what a
Good catch,
catch
big
by
man.
Johan Lane to beat such an outstanding
Good catch.
young fast bowler and to have that level of athleticism diving to his right. This is really sensational. Wicket number 2 for Wickham, but he must be saying that Lane has a huge part to play in that wicket because it was not a delivery troubling him. In fact, it was a bit really a wayward delivery, but he dived full length.
Yeah, certainly fortune favoring Kevin Wickham on that occasion. He would know that's probably one of the worst deliveries that he will bowl across this match, and in fact deserved probably be somewhere on the grass banks. Not getting under it though was Humphreys in terms of getting the height that he probably wanted on it, but also to complete it. It was a fantastic catch being taken by Johan Lane. So the 8th wicket down now for Ireland. 123 for 8 they are. And we're into the 30th over of this first one-day match.
Well, I think the wheels are falling off because Commins, I know at this stage, we may well see a change in his approach. 123 for 8. And we're in the 30th over.
A new batter for Ireland is Tom Mays. 22-year-old, more so known for his right arm medium pace, having to do the job now with the bat. One of the players who would have come across from South Africa. One of the ones that's helping to just bolster this Ireland developing team. .30 overs bowled, 124 for 8.
So you can see Joshua Bishop with his 4 for 45 leading the pack for West Indies Academy, and 2 each for Kevin Wickham and Johan Lane, really being the feature of the West Indies Academy, being able to push the emerging Irish team, keeping them honest. The man who stands between them and perhaps a better score, Commins, is at the non-strikers, and Lane will have an opportunity to wrap up the tail.
And that is certainly not what you want to see at this stage. Sending him back as well was Commins. Certainly probably has to take the majority of the strike here, but just letting down the guard a bit, the West Indies Academy. Of course, they're on top. They've played some good cricket here today, but just moments, Kadeem Aline, the guilty party on this occasion. Just allowing that one to get by him at point. Obviously, Johan Lane looking at the tail, saying, hey, I could probably pick up one of these. Instead, he's bowling to Murray Commins. And once again, now you're seeing the change in his approach now.
We actually saw it earlier in the innings when they were losing a few wickets in the 30s when he charged at the bowling, and now we've seen a repeat of that. He wants to go on the attack.
On the attack and on to the grass banks for Commins.
The first we've seen, first maximum, coming over the wicket, and he charged him, and he hoisted that one with real command and showing that he can step up things at the critical moment.
Yeah, certainly. And it's interesting because you mentioned the fact that he went on the attack early in the innings, on the attack again, but I think that it come from two different places. One, in terms of that first one, from the perspective of you need to kind of put some pressure back onto the West Indies Academy.
He goes again, but just over the head of the fielder on the edge of the circle at mid-on, and he gets a 4.
Yeah, didn't get all of it, but got enough, as they say. And just racking up the runs, obviously knowing that they want to put a total on the board. And I was mentioning the fact that I think the attack comes from two different places. Here now is a case of not necessarily certain what he's going to get from the other end in terms of Tom Mays probably being able to stand up and bat for a long period of time and then those to come after him. So knowing that the bulk of the runs now must come probably in the next, let's say, 5 to 8 overs, depending on how the strike turns up. One delivery left in this Johan Lane over, the most expensive that he's bowled for the day so far. 11 runs coming from it, and all because of a misfield at point as well off the first delivery.
That's right.
With Kadeem Aline at point. It's just these small learning moments that will have to occur across this series for these men, these young boys.
Oh, that one goes straight through.
The guilty party on this occasion, the captain, Naeem Young. The end of a very expensive over for Johan Lane.
He was trying to stop it, coming across. The ball went through his legs. And 2 4s and a 6 off this over. Bishop, in fact, maybe looking and saying, I don't have any more to come and take out Commins. Lane, I left it to you, and you gave away a few. But Lane still justifying himself that he is the one who got things started. He would like to, perhaps would have loved to take out Commins, but Commins continues to flourish. He's on 68, 135 for 8. And Vernon Springer, who has just joined me, it is an improvement on the part of Commins in terms of stepping up the tempo here, recognizing that his team need runs.
Thank you very much, Seth. As Wickham, the mystery spinner, is smacked away. One bounce.
In fact, over.
It's gone all the way. Wow. Tom Mayers getting the extension, and it's gone all the way for 6. Full toss, and deservedly put away nicely by the big Tom Mayers. The West Indies Academy team, their fielding has not been excellent at all. They've been caught in some areas really that they deserve to be a lot more tighter, especially their ground fielding.
You speak about feeling. If you were to, you would have watched the semi-finals between Australia and South Africa. We'll come back to that. The difference in terms of the outcome was fielding. Well, the Aussies stopped everything, some astonishing fielding and catching, and then the South Africans let up about 5 catches.
Yeah, at this level, here is Mayers having a go. Think he's going to be out caught. Oh. No, it's gone. Safe as Malik claimed it. 6 runs. That looks like Aline out there.
Yes, and I think he misjudged it because he was trying to catch it. Let's look at it. While he was inside the ropes, he didn't go out and do the conventional knock in and up, but instead tried to hold it at that stage over the ropes. And this man is not making any joke at all. Mayers?
One would also have to remember that Maury Commins was dropped by Teddy Bishop. That seems to and will cost them. I just thought that, you know, the academy team, like I said to you, Seth, they were like, one time they were 6 for 79. Ireland team, you got to bowl out Ireland for under 125. Now they're 145 for 8. You know, when you're on top, you got to show that you're on top, and
that's right.
They've just relaxed. And that's something I feel that they're going to have to work on in terms of their mental aspect of the game. The ground fielding has not been excellent at all. End of over number 32, 146 for 8. And the Ireland Academy, after being at one point in time 6 for 79, they're making a comeback.
Well, Mayers has gotten into the act immediately, taking 13 from that over. And when you consider that Maury Cummings, who has been there at the end, had some 15 from the previous over from Lane, they have really picked up some momentum here, even after losing the 8th wicket.
26 from the last 2 overs set.
Yes.
It's just separated a complete Naim Young has decided that he's going to come back into the attack. So he starts from the circuit Ambrose end. Pitched up, stroked out to the sweeper. And like I said to you, Seth, at the time when Ireland Academy were 5 for 39, Mali was on with myself, and I asked Mali, why do you need 4 fielders outside? You know, when you're on top, you're on top. You've got to be able to drive home.
Keep the pressure.
Yes.
Keep the pressure on.
And at the same time, you know, your feeling has to be excellent, because Ireland is not going to give you their wicket. You have to be able to make sure that you make it happen. You got to make things happen. You got to create pressure.
And runs on the board are runs on the board, so don't get carried away with the position of the game at this time. Still have to make every run that you concede.
And you have to play. Yes, I know you come out with a plan, but it's what happens on the day. On the day.
Interesting, yeah.
Yeah, it took a whole long time to get to Murray Commins, but he's set. And he's demonstrated already, Murray Commins, that he can clear.
Yes, but at the same time, he's very disciplined, a very disciplined batter, because that one was slow and he was uncertain as to where he wanted to hit it. With 2 fielders, one on the mid-wicket boundary, one on the square leg boundary, and a short third-man fielder, he had to pick his spot.
Here is Murray Commins driving, set before you get off. I know this will be over, replaced by Marley Richards. I'm beginning to try to understand. I have to do some investigation as to what is happening with Rivaldo Clark.
That's a question, because when we saw him, in fact, it was himself and DePisa.
Yes.
Those were 2.
Driven again.
Whereas Rivaldo also wicket keeps, and ooh, an opportunity for a run out.
But even so much there, remember we had a series here.
Yes.
Rivaldo Clark, we understood, missed the series because of flight complications. He ended up in the Barbados team, didn't play.
That's right.
You
have
can't
had, I
tell me
think,
you can't tell me you have a young talent
brief
like
looking
that
at this
sitting on the
CPL.
bench.
That's right, a talented player.
And Mali reminded me, you know, he was one of the most emerging players in the CPL to score
One
a
of the
half
better
century.
of them, and DePisa in that initial game also scored 100, looked good with the ball. So I guess we're not sure. We may have to, you know, gather some information, perhaps make some phone calls. As you say, investigative journalism, that's who you are. So.
Yeah, but we can't let that talent go.
That's right.
Rivaldo Clark is a lovely
Special
player.
talent.
Yeah, he can't let that talent go. Got to be able to work on that. That guy's a wonderful cricketer. And just to let the folks know that the West Indies under 19, they're playing a series set in Trinidad and Tobago against the Trinidad and Tobago under 23 team in preparation for the World Cup. From the Leeward Islands, you got Nathan Edwards, who won out the top male athlete, junior male athlete in St. Martin. They had an award ceremony there, Nathan Edwards.
Well, he's a special youngster.
Yeah, Joel Andrew emerging fast with his debut for the Leeward Islands Hurricane this year. Flicked away, down to the fine leg boundary for 4, 150 up for Ireland at the end of the over. And at the end of it, 152 for 8, 33 overs bowled.
Yes, good reflection on, in fact, good rearguard action, I would say, on the part of this pair. And they have really started to pile up, at least taking the score from, 123 to 152. They are really doing well the last 3 overs, some 29 runs. And whether it is that they are trying to have some late charge, it would be interesting to see the approach taken by Wickham, who will continue the bowling, and Captain Young himself in terms of the placement of his fielders.
154 for 8. The partnership is 31 from 21. And the West Indies academy team, they're going to have to be very careful. They have to finish strong in these middle overs. It's going to be very important because Murray Commins has shown that he can take this game away from them. So it's going to be very important. The approach the lines that they bowl to Murray Commins. He's found a capable partner in Tom Mayers, who's shown that he's not afraid to clear the fences here, as they would say. He's 20 from 13. Kevin Wickham, what a cricketer. I love him. Back and just punching this out to the off. I just say good afternoon to my colleague, Marley Richards.
Good afternoon, Vernon.
In fact, it's not is it afternoon, Marley?
No, it's still morning.
Still morning, wow.
Wow.
We,
Wow, indeed.
Yeah. It's almost like strolling over, basically. But the sun has really turned out magnificently here at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Yeah, we're cooking here in the
We're certainly cooking.
in the commentary box.
It's blazing down.
But Wickham, with his mix of offies and leggies,
Special talent.
very much so. He's just struggled to land them consistently here, though.
I think because of the field placing sometimes, too. You know, they want him to bowl to a particular field, but Wickham is just a mystery man, as you would say.
And when I say land them, I mean the leg spinner in particular.
In particular, yes.
The off spinner obviously lands that on a dime more often than not, but
I think that should be the surprise delivery for him, more or less. He's around the wicket to bowl to Commins.
I think it's important to note last year in the regional Super 50, he kind of burst onto the scene with his leg spinners. It's gone a bit different now, well, just about a year or so later.
Don't forget, we saw him bowling medium pace.
Yes, that as well in the Headley Weeks Tri-Series.
His name was put down as a fast bowler.
Yes, and we've seen him wicket keep as well in the CPL this year as well. So he does everything.
He does everything. 17 boundaries and 3 sixes so far. Tom Mayers has hit 2 out of the lot. So we say good day to the folks in Ireland who are following our coverage. We thank you very much for sharing your comments and supporting us here, supporting West Indies cricket, supporting Ireland cricket as well. 161 for 8. The Irish, they're back in the conversation. They're making a game of this.
I also think he's got to be careful as well, Vern, in terms of being versatile. Can have a negative effect, especially on young players. He's got to nail down a particular discipline.
That you want
I
to.
think, yeah, and I think that's with the bat, and everything else is a bonus, in my opinion.
I think, and in terms of batting, Mali, I want to see him bat at number 4. I think he's a proper batsman. One of the things that I found that I saw him, and you know, as you get stronger, Mali, you feel that you can clear any boundary.
Yeah.
I want to see him take his time and bat, you know, because he is a decent batter.
Yeah, and I thought in the regional Super 50 just concluded, you would have had 4 scores of 30 plus. I think top score of 39, which tells me he's getting starts, but for some reason he just hasn't gone on, especially in the limited overs format.
You feel you have all the shots. Here is a delivery, more or less a slow cutter from the captain, Naim Young.
And he's going to go into his bag here, Vernon. His
Bag of
death
tricks.
bowling bag, that's for sure. His cutters, his yorkers, that's predominantly what he's known for.
He is coming over the wicket to you.
He's shifted now. He's moved from around now to over. So, as Mali said, he's mixing up his pace here. 75 to Murray Commins. He's 75 from 82 and 61 for 8. Squeezed away down to the third man boundary. Just a poor delivery there from Naim Young. And that type of delivery to Murray Commins is going to make you pay.
Yeah, when I did see him go over the wicket, did tell me that he's going to look to go full and wide, especially with the man out on the point boundary, third man back. But I think a poor option, really, just allowing the batter to free his arms. Third man now comes up into the circle, so I anticipate that he should be a bit tighter here in his line, bowl a bit straighter. He's got the square leg and deep mid wicket on the boundary.
And maybe it might be too early for him to start his back of tricks too as well, Mali.
Well, I think what's determined this is the way the batters are playing. They're looking to come quite hard at these deliveries. Hayes has already hit, what, 2 sixes, 3 sixes in his 21. Cummins finding boundaries more regularly as his innings progresses. It's just a bit of a danger time here for the West Indies Academy. 165 for 8 the score now. As you said, it was what, 79 for 6 at one point?
They have to regroup. They have to regroup very, very, very quickly. And the field placing, there's just too many open spaces for Commins. And they have to figure out a line in terms of how they're going to bowl Commins. And you made a very important point, man. It's either the Naim Young is going to bowl for Commins to hit the ball down the ground, you know, or bowl back of a length, more or less. If he bowls wide, Commins has got good extension of the arms, and he's going to use them.
I think what's just thrown the academy bowlers is the fact that Hayes has come out and been as aggressive as he has. They would have hoped that he would have been the batter to face, most of the deliveries being new. But he's come in and he's looked to be aggressive. And he's hit those 2 sixes and he's just forced the academy onto the back foot now. And also Commins has that confidence in him to face these deliveries. So it seems that the academy bats a bit deep with Tom Mays coming in here at number 9.
The partnership is 43 from 32. Naim Young, captain. Goes to Mayers. Julian is certainly struggling.
Yeah, probably not the easiest wicket in which to keep. Bit too pace, balls not coming through on the full, just bouncing before the end of that Young over.
Maury Commins is 20 away from a century. Well-deserved century. He's 80 from 85. He's paced his innings here. 5 runs off of over. Wickham comes back into the conversation. 2 for 24 from his 5. I've not seen Karim Allen yet.
Got a few options. You've also got Akeem Ogis as well with his leg spinners, bowled quite a bit in the regional Super 50. Picked up 4 against Trinidad and Tobago.
Here is Commins driving to the gap. Out to the sweeper, picking up an easy single. Goes to 81. Score goes to 167 for 8. It's the latest score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in this important series. The emerging Ireland Cricket Academy team against the West Indies Academy.
I said Trinidad and Tobago. It was against Guyana. My mistake.
Here is Mayers, as Mali said, is back and finding the backward point field area. And picking up a couple of runs there. That was a wide delivery there from Kevin Wickham. Sort of pulled that one down. Score in the meantime goes to 169 for 8. And the partnership yielding some 46. Mayers is 23 from 19.
Ah, she's got to do better there.
Got to cut those balls off. The ground feeling has not been sharp at all from the West Indies Academy.
I mean, it's been sharp at times, but overall, they've just let themselves down with some sloppy fielding.
170 for 8 into over number 36. Again, finding the gap. Got to cut that single out, Mali. It's just too easy. We've got to be able to give him to hit the ball a little square. I feel Naim Young can go to his left and force him to go more square.
I think just a bit too much time there for the batter, really, to find the gap. Ball a bit too short. At least the fielder's there protecting the boundary.
There's Mayers again, trying to force that one. Looking to go leg side of the ball, but that one was quicker, faster from Kevin Wickham.
Just 2 away from 50, a 50-run partnership now. It goes across the line.
Yeah, just for a moment we thought that it was
both,
lumber.
yeah.
But it wasn't to be. And so Mali, you know, when we make an analysis of as to what's happening, 1 for 15, 2 for 15, 3 for 37, 4 for 37, 5 for 39, 6 for 79, 7 for 111, and 8 for 123. This partnership is now worth 48. And Naim Young, he's going to have to regroup. He's got to finish strong.
Yeah, and 171 for 8 now. The projected score 238. And the way these two are batting, still some 14 overs remaining. Ireland will be looking to still post a score of 250 plus.
Slow cutter. It took a long time to get to Murray Commins, and when he got there, he still didn't make contact with it.
Commins started quite circumspect, as he said, in his innings. I think he's acclimatized himself well to the conditions, assessed the conditions quite well, I should say. And now just looking to press these West Indies Academy bowlers, put the pressure back on.
26-year-old Commins, one of the most senior players in this emerging academy squad here.
He's played like it, that's for sure. He's played like a player with that experience, first-class experience, international experience.
Well, he's played 2 test matches already. He made his debut against Bangladesh, played his last test against Sri Lanka, scored a double whammy, 2 ducks. In list A cricket, he's got 200s and 5 half centuries, a high score of 125. He'd want to get a 3rd one today. Poor delivery by Naim Young again, and just easily dispatched by Murray Commins. Once he got past the short fine leg fielder, it was going to be another boundary again.
Yeah, poorly directed by Naim Young, especially with that fielder up in the circles. Just an easy swivel for the left-handed Cummings, approaching 100 here.
The partnership is 52 from 42, so it's more than a run a ball.
And things have just changed so quickly as well, haven't they? Well, and just about 40 deliveries, 41 deliveries or so. Things look very different.
175 goes to 176 for 8.
Partnership now above 50.
53?
53 now. The most profitable partnership of the innings.
How costly that miss could be of Kelvin Pittman, Teddy Bishop drop catch. Some 19 boundaries hit so far on 3 sixes.
And it's funny, that was when Teddy Bishop had adjusted his position, gone a bit closer as the balls weren't carrying through to the wicket keeper. And on that edge, absolutely flew to him at that second slip. Didn't really have time to get his hands together.
Mayer's just working this out to the mid-wicket fielder on the leg side. The West Indies Academy, they have to regroup. They have to regroup very fast.
And they have to learn to assess players quickly as well, especially players that you wouldn't have too much of a history with, isn't too much research to be done. You wouldn't have played against them that much, if at all. And just seeing that one there from Tom Mays, I think Naim Young will be best served to keep a straight line to him. Don't allow him to free the arms. Tends to just play around that front pad.
Delivery. Pitch more or less down the middle and leg. Umpire Mario Abbott says it's time for a break at the end of 37 overs, 177 for 8. The partnership 54 from 45. And trust me, Murray Commins has batted like a real true professional. He's 87 off 92. And Tom Mayers has just really come out Collis King style and laced 25 from 23. You know, I'm a little bit concerned, Mally. You know, I was on with Seton, you know, we were talking this off there. I want to know, somebody needs to tell me what is happening with Rivaldo Clark. Somebody needs to call me and let me know. I'm concerned about this talent. You know what I mean?
Put out the SOS. I think if they're listening now, all the Rivaldo Clark fans should get a message into Vernon Springer. What's your number, Vernon Springer? Or you don't want to do that publicly?
726-8731. Somebody send me something. Needs to know what's happening with Rivaldo Clark.
Well, he's a player I tend to follow a little bit. Followed him since the Rising Stars camp here in, 2019?
Yes, that's how long we've been following him.
Yeah, he was head and shoulders above any other batters there. Him and Javante De Pisa were the 2 standout batters. I think he's progressed quite nicely. He's gone on to play in the CPL. You mentioned that half century in his last match this year. Can't remember who it was against. I remember him batting with Carlos Brathwaite, though, and that would be valuable experience. You know, being in a team with players with such vast international experience. And then also going back to Barbados after that, he would have got runs in the domestic one-day competition there as well. Would have scored 130, I think, off 90-odd balls.
In a trial game.
Yeah, and
for him not to be in that Barbados team that played the Super 50, even one game, we've got to get one game, really. And
he wasn't in the squad at all.
But not only that, Mali, you got to look in terms of the context of the talent that we have. Now, Nathan Edwards was offered a contract by the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. He didn't make the final squad for the Leeward Islands Hurricane for the Super 50. But there must be a communication. If you have somebody like a Nathan Edwards who's getting ready for a World Cup at the West Indies under 19 level, you had the combined campuses and colleges, you had a couple of teams around there. The coach, somebody needs to pick up the phone and say, listen, you know, we picked our final squad, but we have young Nathan Edwards here, and we really feel you think you have a spot for him so that you can get him in so he can get prepared, because you want match preparedness.
But I think not only that, I think that could come down to the Leeward Islands Cricket Board themselves in terms of, okay, he hasn't been selected, but you know, in terms of his preparation, he's a young player that you would like to have around anyway. So find a way to just have him around, be a reserve player in terms of being that net bowler, being in the team meetings, understanding what's going on. I think that's another way in which we can look to expedite the development of these young guys.
Yeah. We heard from Sir Clive Lloyd, Mali, who feels that we've got to be able to find a role, if not a coaching role, more or less a mentorship role, to have some of the legends come around. I also sometimes tend to feel, to Mali, that there is a disconnect and based on the culture. That sometimes when the legends come around, you know, some people sometimes don't want to listen. You've got to understand the work that was put in. You know, we bear on the ancestors and the contribution that they would have made. And when you talk to some of the older players, you know, the Desmond Haynes and the Clive Lloyd and the Colin Croft and the Curtly Ambrose and the Richie Richardson, they feel hurt sometimes when they're around the cricket and they see what's happening.
I completely understand you as well, but I think it's a two-way street. I think a lot of these older guys, not saying that's the case, but a lot of these older guys have also got to come into this modern arena, understanding the modern game. You know, it can't be a old versus young, a old school way versus a new school way. You've got to find a way in which to incorporate these guys, because they've got a wealth of cricketing knowledge and experience.
Well, you made a point there, because most of the modern day coaches, Mary, are tending to have the players go hard all the time rather than the context. 50 overs, Mary, is a lot of overs. That's 300 balls. And as simple as you look, we just concluded Super 50 tournament. We only had 7 centuries. I'm very much concerned about our batting. A lot of teams got bowled out under 50 overs.
Yeah, it's a brand of cricket. You know, we were a leading light in terms of the brand of cricket that we would play in terms of the white ball format, particularly in the T20. And at times it would translate to the ODI arena. But generally over the past 10 to 15 years, we have not been a great ODI cricketing team. And the results
Speaks for
are
itself.
there to show, yeah.
We're back with the cricket action after the water break. Wickham starts with a dot delivery, straight up. And 177 for 8. Tom Mayers. Gone past Julian. Hits no, it won't hit the rope. Magnificent save by the captain, Naim Young.
3 wides, I think.
No, Christopher Taylor didn't signal.
Wow.
So it brushed something.
Runs.
Got runs. Let's wait to make sure. Yes, because I don't want to say talk out of turn. So Mayer's got something onto that. Goes to 28. 180 for 8. Commins approaching 100. He's 87. He's got good support so far. The partnership goes up to 57. Wickham just making some adjustments, and all of a sudden, as Mali said, the game has changed. West Indies under some pressure.
Yeah, a lot of field changes going on.
They're looking for something. They got to make something happen because Murray Commins is not going to give his hand away. They're maybe trying to, at the same time, close him down. Let's see if the mystery man Wickham could get something worked away into the leg side. Teddy Bishop has some running to do, but can't stop. 2 runs. And Murray Commins goes up to 89.
Just 11 away now.
Yeah, 11 away from a big one, as they would say, as Stamford would say. Elizabeth, this is the big one, baby. He certainly must be thinking about that, Mali, when he looks up onto the scoreboard. He's worked hard. He'd be disappointed if he doesn't get this century. He's back and cracking that, finds a gap. Will it have the legs to go all the way? No. Get a couple more runs there.
The outfield just a little slower than we've grown accustomed to seeing it here as well. Finding the gap there. Good shot by Commins into the 90s now. This partnership 61 from 50 deliveries. Threatening almost to take this game away from the West Indies Academy, but still slightly in front. 184 for 8.
Again, sneaking this one away. Down to the 3rd man boundary. Lane has some running to do. If they want, they can get 3, but Lane has done a nice job by just getting the ball back. A tired Lane in the end, but he got it back at the end of over number 38. The partnership goes up to 63 from 51, and the latest score here, Ireland Academy. They're putting the pressure back on the West Indies Academy. They're 186 for 8 with 38 overs to go. Still a final 10 overs to blast off.
Yeah, still 60 deliveries remaining, Vernon. And Murray Commins, 93 from 96. What's been great to see from the Irish perspective is how he's maintained his scoring rate. At times, he's had to take a risk or two, but generally, it's been low-risk options he's been taking. And he's done all the hard work now. He's soaked up pressure early. He's now 93 off 96, some 7 runs away from what would be quite a fine century here in foreign conditions, against foreign bowlers.
So Naim Young has gone for one of his fastest bowlers in Kelvin Pittman. So he switched him from the Sir Andy Roberts end to the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. He comes back for his 4th over.
It's a bit more pace from this end, actually.
Yeah, not for 26. See how he'll start. Starts with a poor delivery, pushes his first delivery. He always tends to start that way. Umpire Mario Albert, who's having a steady game here. Remember a long time ago, Marley, since about 8:30 this morning, Ireland captain would have won the toss and decided that he was going to bat. And at one point in time, 1 for 15, 2 for 15, 3 for 37, 4 for 37. There's a break. Pittman bongs away.
Kello, as he's affectionately known here in Antigua.
Yeah. Gone past the bat of Mayors. Rarity happening here.
Yeah, he's been expensive today, though. He's gone for 27 from his 3.1.
He's only bowled 5 dot balls within the process.
Started quite well.
Drop catch, too. Could have maybe had the wicket of Murray Commins.
Troubled fee on hand as well a few times with the short delivery.
Oh, that's gone through him. That's a beauty. That is the length that he has to bowl. Got to tap those stumps.
Yeah, and it's clear that he's going to be full here. He's going to be Yorker length. It's going to be a Yorker length from Kello in the death. I think this is when he's best, when he's at his best, when he's looking to pitch the ball up. Quite a skiddy action.
I see Jason is having an early lunch. I wonder if it's an landing strip burger he's having. Pretty early. Still his academy. They have to come up with something brilliant, Mali. They've gone flat.
They have gone flat. It's fair to say. It's quite hot now as well out there. The sun's come out in all its glory.
187 for 8. Into over number 39. Tom Mayers is 28. 28 from 28. This has been a good comeback over so far from Kelvin Kello Pittman.
It's been a good hand from Tom Mayers as well.
Oh, yes. Collis King style. Walked away. into the deep backward square leg area.
Quite stylishly, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
So you don't expect to see that from a batter coming in the position that he has come in, but
But he's composed.
very composed.
Oh, my.
And he strikes a very clean ball as well.
But he's hit 2 of the 3 sixes,
Sixes,
right?
yeah.
Right, and they've hit 19 boundaries, very high proportion of boundaries so far in the small total here of 188 for 8.
Small but growing, Vernon. Small but growing.
Yeah.
I think anything over 200 could prove to be tricky here, to be honest.
But Mali, sometimes it's not the big scores, you know. It's those small scores that make a game interesting.
I think Teddy Bishop, Matthew Nandu should be looking to get West Indies Academy off to a pretty solid start. Maybe Kadeem Allen will be at the top of the innings. Who knows?
I don't know. I'm hoping. Murray Commins. He saw him coming, pulled it down. He really didn't get the extension onto it. I think he would have picked up a leg by there. So good thinking there by Kelvin Keller-Pittman.
I think one area in which I think he can definitely improve is in his variations. Young Pittman playing in the CPL now. Batters are going to be coming hard, showing that positive intent. He's got to have a few variations, not just in length, but also with his cutters, with speed.
He's going to have to control his emotions too sometimes.
Definitely.
So in the CPL, he got a little carried away basically there, but finished strong. Beautiful. Very, 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 very good comeback. Impressive. 39 overs bowled. Extras been 9 so far. 189 for 8, Mali. And the man who stands between all of this happening here is Murray Commins, 11 fours and 1 6.
Yeah, approaching what would be a pretty fine 100. This Commins, you mentioned, man with test experience. And he's played very much that way here today.
This is going to be a real mental approach for the West Indies Academy to play against Ireland here in this series. It's going to really make them think on their feet. 9 young. They've got a lot of work completed here. Here is Commins driving.
I think it'll be a test of both teams physically as well. I think 11 days of cricket in 18. That's going to be tough work indeed.
Yeah, I thought about that myself too. Here's this one pulled down to long on. Kevin Wickham just really didn't sort of just look nonchalant bowling that delivery there. Lucky to get away with that. Cummins found that he might have hit that one over mid-wicket.
He's gotten away with a couple today,
Yeah,
Kevin Wickham.
Even the one that he got the wicket with.
Yep.
Excellent catch by Lane. Here's Mayers. Mayers is growing in confidence, man. He's styling when he plays the ball.
Does. He's a player with good hands. Seems to play well on both sides of the wicket.
90
Particularly strong straight as well.
Yeah, 90 for 8. Just comes back and whips this out to Lane in the square leg area. Lane has had a lot of running to do today, Mali.
Yeah, it's been
It's been a hard day.
hard day for the young man. Only played the one game in the regional Super 50 though, so he should be
In some shape.
yeah, should be fresher than the rest, to be honest.
Still a lot of cricket in him. I think he's one for the future. Down the onside again by Christopher Taylor. I think it might be got a bat onto that, so he got an easy run. Did he? No? Signal dead ball? Signal dead ball.
I'm not sure he played a shot.
Oh, okay.
Don't know if we can see that one again.
I would love to see that. I think he tried to play a ball. I think it should have been signaled buys. It's back. He's looking stylishly, just trying to play that one past the short mid-wicket fielder. The end of over number 39, not 39, the end of over number 40. So some 10 overs to go, Mali. 193 for 8. Is Murray Cummins thinking about 100?
Yeah, he's thinking about 100, but he's also thinking about his team at this stage. I think 193 for 8, not out of the woods yet, but They've definitely done a very good job in repairing the damage that was done earlier. This partnership 70 from 62. As you mentioned, some 9 overs still remaining.
10.
10.
Yeah.
I'm not sure the scoreboard's correct.
So we got 60 overs to go. Oh, when I say
60
60,
balls.
60 balls to go. Here goes Kelvin Pittman.
In fact, I think once again we've been done. We thought it was over, but there was 1 ball left in the over.
Should have been,
Yeah.
because it switched over.
I'm not sure what's happening.
Yeah,
to
I
be
think the
honest.
scoreboard maybe playing a little cat and mouse game with us. The umpires did confirm. I don't know if the official scores maybe thought the dead ball that was being signaled, but I thought that one should have been biased because the ball did brush the keeper's pads. Lucky to get away with that one. 192 for 8. Partnership now 71. Steered down to third man. And fire return back to Julian. This is something else again, Mali, that I saw there. Now look at where the keeper was. The return came in from the third man, and the keeper was not over the stump. He was standing in front of the stump. So I'm saying you got to be able to make sure that you get your radars lined up
Yeah,
at all times.
it's something you see quite a lot today, actually.
Yeah, I can't get that one worked out still, Mali.
Keepers taking different positions. I think the thinking behind standing in front of the stumps is when collecting the throw.
You can flick it on.
No, you use the momentum of the throw onto the stumps as opposed to behind when you take it and then go forward. No, that's exactly what it is. Not sure how much of wicket keeping, how much of Mahendra Singh Dhoni you've seen when affecting runouts. He's in front of the stumps.
Thank you very much. Here is Commins just whipping this one out to Ali, and he wants to. He's going to come back for no, changes his mind there.
And you're a former coach. In terms of momentum and the like, does it make sense a little bit?
Go in front of the stumps. Collect
Yeah.
the ball.
As opposed to being behind the stumps and going back forward.
But sometimes,
Remember,
Mali,
there's distance involved as well.
yeah, but you also got to understand, sometimes some of the keepers, Mali, the position that they sometimes end up in, they maybe not even aware where they are. So I don't have a problem in terms of your logic that you came up with, you know. I'm just saying the position, the final position is what I'm looking at.
True, I understand what you mean. Brilliant shot there through the covers. Spoken about how composed Tom Mays has looked.
Wow.
That's as good a drive as we've seen today from any batter, to be honest.
Got onto the front foot. The balance was appropriate.
And the full face on show.
Well, we saw some football skills there from Kadim Allen. You know, Montserrat is taking on. They have a big one today in the football arena. Soon have a double change here, Mali. But in the meantime, I will sign off with one delivery here, and then my new book author, will step into the hot seat. Short delivery that didn't really get up, and Mayers is a little disgusted that he didn't hit that one out of the ground here. So at the end of over number 41, the Ireland Academy, they're 196 for 8. Murray Commins is 95 from 103 balls with 11 fours and 1 6. And Tom Mayers has certainly batted well so far, Mali. 33 from 36, and the partnership growing here.
Yeah, and he's come in and he's allowed Murray Commins at the other end to bat pressure free, has Tom Mays. He's gone on to 33 from 36. He's found the boundaries on regular intervals, hit 2 maximums as well. He's just allowed Cummins to keep the run rate ticking over without taking too many risks here. As I'm joined by Joel Manning.
Hello, Mali. I'm back for the final 9 of this first one day. We're wondering what Ireland County would be able to do given the scenarios and situations that they found themselves in. And what we can say is that they've done well to find themselves at 196 for 8. You always knew that somebody needed to stand up alongside of Commins, and at the moment the statue there is Tom Mays, 33, and in fact 34 from 37 deliveries for him. He's certainly done his job here with the bat. Will be required to do something with the ball as well a little later. Well, this is what you call good signs. The chase is on and doing good work is Naeem Young to pull that one just back inside. But good signs here in terms of fight and character being shown by this Ireland Academy side, Mally.
Yeah, definitely. This pair, this partnership, the best partnership of the innings so far. Just about 73, I think, now. It's gone a long way to repair the damage. Threatening to post a pretty competitive total here as well. Still quite a few deliveries remaining. I think 230, 240, even 250 still on the cards here, especially if Murray Commins stays at the crease.
Yeah, certainly 8 overs left after this. Run the ball gets them to just around that mark of 250, Mally, and they'll be hoping that they can actually accelerate beyond that, especially within the last 5, because you don't also want to get yourself to a situation where, because I was saying, hey, where are we going to be at 40 overs? We know that it's 201 for 8. But you also don't want to find yourself necessarily going too early anyway, and that's just because of where the wickets stand at the moment. A fantastic partnership
8 down
for them. You want to get yourself now to that 45 over mark, probably at that run of ball for them, or just below, because that then sets up that little small platform in the end that you can maybe have a quick dash. Even if you fall short and say, hey, we're bowled out at the end of 49 or 48 point something, and still say, hey, we've done well. But 42 overs gone, 201 for 8, Ireland Academy.
Yeah, and you can tell by those 2 defensive strokes there that Tom Mays is actually saying the same thing in his mind. No need to take unnecessary risks at this stage. Still some 8 overs remaining. And just setting himself up for the launch, as you said, probably with 5 to go.
Yeah, certainly. It's all about getting yourself into positions, and this is certainly a fantastic position, especially given at one stage we were looking at 79 for 6. Now 201 for 8. Pittman to continue. He's bowled 5 so far. I see clapping down in the dressing room, but I'm also seeing 98 on the scorecard. They're acknowledging 100 for Tom Mays. Probably might need a little clarification on that one. But if it is 100, certainly was a fantastic knock by the young man. Leading from the front, opening the batting here. Cut away. And that's going to find its way into the boundary. So the run's beginning to flow now here now in the back end.
And the 200 comes up. When in fact we expected at an early stage of the game, we expected that the Irish would have been bowled out within 200.
Oh, you expected that, but I wouldn't say I did, or those back in Ireland expected that. They certainly knew that the fight was there for their boys. It has been confirmed that that was indeed the 100 for Murray Commins. So you're looking here on the screen and seeing it at 98, but in fact, he stands large and in charge on 100. A fantastic knock from him, especially in the face of all that was going on. Not necessarily the easiest of surfaces to get going on either. He saw wickets falling all around him, but he stood tall, and he's got in his side here now to 207 for 8.
When you look at the context of his knock, 12 fours and a 6, when you also look at the fact that he opened the innings since we would have had Stephen DeHermy going at 15 for 1. He has watched all 8 batters going back in the pavilion, and yet he stood tall and found a very good partner in Tom Ayres that has really helped him along the path and helped the team crossing the 200 line.
Yeah, should be stopped. Oh, they're thought about too. Here's that confusion, but no damage done in the end. So that brings us to the end of over number 43. In fact, no. There was a wide in there from Kelvin Pittman down the leg side.
What I saw just a bit in terms of the fielding, there was confusion with the batters running between the wicket, but also when the return came into Leonardo Julian, there was no one backing up at the bowler's end.
Gets away with one. Down the leg side work being done at fine leg. Yeah, the update there now on our screens in terms of the confirmation of that 100 for Commins. And once again, certainly was a fantastic knock for him. Obviously, one of the batters with a bit more experience in this side. 26 years old is Commins. One of the youngsters who would have come across from South Africa that now plays cricket in Ireland. Oh, and this one is hoisted away. It has wings and sails all the way for 6.
Well, that's a huge shot. He played that with disdain, planted the front foot forward, and he just went through the line of the delivery. It was angling down leg, and the ball sailed, in fact, into what have been that area that what we would have called the fixed scoreboard, the manual small scoreboard. And Tom Mayer must be really giving all the compliments here, because he's within striking distance of a 50. And he's actually going at over 100, striking at over 100. What a partnership here. This partnership is also just, 6 runs adrift of 100 partnerships. So when I said the expectations was that they would have been dismissed before they got to 200, was that after Matthew Humphreys went, the score was 123 for 8. But Tom Ayres has come in and he has really changed the complexion of the game along with the Centurion Murray Cummings. So
yeah, they certainly enjoyed the pace of Pittman in that over. And it probably gives you an indication that they've now told themselves that, okay, this is where we go from in terms of we're both set. We understand the conditions. Let's finally put that total on the board in terms of respectable total for Ireland.
And it's already building to be a challenging score. Wickham in his final over would have gotten 2 early wickets, but then he kept on and on from that end. Started well.
Finds the gap and probably should get a comfortable 2 here. Indeed he does. Looking at Wickham and looking how the spinners have gone, the pick of the spinners obviously was Joshua Bishop. Haven't seen Junior Sinclair come back. He's just bowled the 4 overs.
And the spinners were the ones who were taking the wickets after Johan Lane had the initial strikes. It was Joshua Bishop and then it was Wickham. So the possibility of the reintroduction of Junior Sinclair must have been a serious consideration. Pittman has not bowled as well as one would have thought. But Junior Sinclair, perhaps, he may be thought about at the end as we're coming towards the end of the innings with 6 overs remaining after this.
Yeah, it certainly will be interesting to see who bowls those last overs. Naeem Young has 2 left. Johan Lane still has overs. It was a little expensive. Lane just brought back for 1. So it definitely will be interesting to see whether or not he goes with pace on at the end of this innings or opts to go back to the likes of Junior Sinclair. I'm not sure that might be the option he takes. Till the end of another over, 221 for 8. It is here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Ireland certainly is smiling a lot more here in the sunshine now of Antigua.
Yes, they must be more than smiling. In fact, they must be thinking that this position is one in which that they could build. Perhaps they may be looking at getting past 250. They don't want to get too far ahead of themselves, but that's realistic. Both batters are comfortable and both batters are confident. They're just 2 away, adrift from what, 100 partnership. And I think at this moment the momentum is with them. And Commins on 100 already. I think all those are factors favoring them because you're expecting that they could well pick up the momentum. They are happy to have pace. Johan Lane comes back. It would be interesting to see the approach.
You just wondered where Naeem Young would go in the latter stages, and here's the first sign of it. Pace on from Johan Lane. He's bowling a right arm around the wicket to Commins. Starts with a full straight delivery, and we saw that when he came back in terms of where he was searching, going. However, he just missed his lengths a little bit in terms of the second. I said he came back for 1. In fact, he came back for 2. The first over was spot on and roughly went for maybe 3 or 4 runs. The second over after that is the one where he leaked a bit, but because he was missing his length, the batters were going after him. Let's see what he does here now. Takes a bit of pace off. So a good start here in the back end of things for Johan Lane. Tom Mays there on a 48. A fantastic knock of 48 as well in a situation where Ireland once again needed somebody to stand up and not just be a partner but also help put some runs on the board, and he's done just that. 2 away from a half century.
The pair 1 away from 100 partnership. Well, the 100 partnership comes up with a very well judged single there. So the 100 partnership coming from 90 deliveries. And Tom Mayers 48 from 44 of those. So he has really been a good support. Excellent foil for Murray Commins. Recognizing the position of the game, Naeem Young opting for his long off and his long on. A factor that I thought could have come into play earlier after they would have taken wicket number 8. Whereas the issue was pressure, I thought may have gone a little bit negative with square leg, backward of square on the boundary, 3rd man on the boundary. I thought that at that time, if, you know, the opportunity would have come, especially with Johan Lane in operation, could have gone for the long off and the long on, more protection. And we have not seen much short pitch bowling, particularly from Johan Lane. Hence, I would not have gone for fielders on the boundary backward
And
of
that
square on
will
either
be
side.
the 50 for Tom Mays. A fantastic knock. And
Well
you're seeing the
played.
claps now from his teammates in the dressing room. Certainly well played indeed for him. 51 from 48.
And he started his innings with actually 2 sixes in that over. His first ball from that he faced against Wickham was struck over wide long off a 6, and also struck a 6 in that same over. So he got started with 6s, then decided to allow Commins to propel the innings, and then he himself got into the act and has been really consistent, almost a run per ball innings here. So 2 batters have really shown themselves to be above the board of what we would have seen, a disaster in terms of the Irish batting. Those 2 have really stood tall, Tom Mayers and the man who started from the beginning, Murray Commins. Junior Sinclair is looking to pick up the attack. Is it too late?
Well, it's never too late given that 50 overs haven't been bowled just yet. But no, it's going to be interesting to see the approach here. What he goes to, especially in terms of the type of pace he bowls now in the back end. And you heard cries of catch it.
Oh, that must be close.
This one looks very close. In fact, he's run out Tom Mays.
Well, it was in fact a smart on-the-arm return from Naeem Young. At that stage, what was happening, look at that. It was a late dab. In fact, coming off the wicket-keeper's pad, Naeem Young just having this one. In fact, there was some hesitation and the ball striking the stumps. And unfortunately, Tom Mayers, after a well-played 100, goes via an excellent run-out from the West Indies Academy captain.
Yeah, he goes back to the pavilion, 51 from 40. He had a job well done by him seeing Ireland Academy out of those troubled waters, but a thick outside edge and certainly no real chance of a catch. You saw the expressions of Junior Sinclair, but here's the work of the skipper Naeem Young, a direct hit from point and found just short of his ground was Mays. The 9th wicket goes down now for Ireland, 226 for 9. And we're into over number 46.
Well, this is good stuff from the West Indies because it took them 123 runs after the 8 to get a wicket, a 103 partnership. Exciting stuff from Tom Mayers and really gripping stuff from Murray Commins. And now it is the number 11 who comes in, and Matthew Foster. Can he hold out? Can he provide the support that Commins needs? He has 5 deliveries. In fact, the 5 deliveries remaining in this over number 46. Pittman has been brought into a mid-on position. But the boundary riders are still there. 5 fielders on the boundary.
Yeah, starts with a dot to Foster, but certainly the likes of Heinrich Milan and Boyd Ranking must be smiling on the inside of that dressing room, seeing the position that they're in now. Thomas Mays was one who you could say is on the verge in terms of looking for the Irish senior side. He got a call up earlier this year to a couple of those tours that the Ireland side went on. Didn't make his debut just yet in any of the international formats.
But a performance like this, if he continues in that vein, certainly he will get there.
Yes, indeed he would, and hence why a tour like this is so important for both sides, to be very honest, especially given that Ireland has not really played much A-team cricket at all.
And that's a critical part of the structure. But we're seeing some jitters in terms of the running between the wicket. The last wicket fell because there was some hesitation, there was uncertainty. Now we saw a bit of struggle between both batters. Oh, that's a beauty. Not out, says the umpire.
It's just a case of obviously having to judge in terms of balls to go, because you do know that Murray Commins wants to be on strike for the next over, and you certainly expect that type of confusion to creep in at a stage like this. He does a good job in navigating the space of that over from Junior Sinclair. 228 for 9, 4 overs to go here at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Yes, so with 4 overs remaining, it would be interesting to see the approach taken. Obviously, the man Murray Commins will be facing, and he would want to get as many of the deliveries as possible. From the possible 24 minimum deliveries, he would want to be facing, as he has lost his partner Tom Mears, with whom he registered a 100 partnership, 103 for the 9th wicket. And the field is spread. The 5 fielders are out on the boundary. Charges him, but he went wide. Good thinking on the part of Johan Lane. He was coming down, and Lane was heading towards wide outside the off stump. Missed it completely.
Yeah, it wasn't just the fact that I was wide, but it was pace off as well from Commins. Had it been pace on, you probably question whether or not he could have gotten a bit of bat and squeezed it down past that short third man. But definitely you expect an all-out attack here now from Commins. Yeah, there you see that innovation, use of the crease, and a fantastic result for him.
Yes, he gets 4.
Yeah, you hear it now on the stump mics as well. A good shot indeed. Looked to come across to the offside. He probably thought maybe that he would be looking for that full and wide delivery. Again, comes in just a bit straighter, Johan Lane, but because of the movement was able to execute that shot past fine leg. The cat and mouse game continues. Squirts it down towards point. Well, I nearly said brilliant work, but it finds its way over the ropes and back-to-back boundaries for Commins.
Yes, Teddy Bishop was speeding around, but he really played it well. Angled with an angled face, and it was really a Herculean effort. But in the end, his footballing skills may have been outdone by a smaller ball.
Yeah, certainly, and that's what I was talking about with that first delivery and why the pace-off was so effective, because with pace on, you just need to get some bat onto it, especially with the fielders on that offside ring.
Charges him.
Well, doesn't get all of it, and because of that, is able to get one. Had he gotten more of it, probably would have found its way into the hands of Long On. But certainly damage done already here in this over. Smart cricket, you would have to say, because now it's just 2 deliveries for Foster to face. And you see that conversation now between them. Cummins probably saying, hey, just hang in there, hold up this end, let me do the damage again at the start of the 48th over. So 2 balls left for Johan Lane. Can he penetrate through the defense of Foster and wrap things up here for the West Indies Academy? Or?
Well, he has 2 deliveries to do so. 2 deliveries at Foster.
Oh, it's interesting to hear at first that Cummins said yes, and it certainly, to my mind, would have been an error to take that single there and have to force himself to get back onto strike.
I guess Foster was suggesting that he gets the single, that Cummins has the capacity to get another single and get on strike. Every run becomes important.
Well, a dot ball to end things. 47 bowled, 237 for 9.
Cummins standing on 116. He would like to get that up perhaps to 130 by the end of the innings and push the emerging Island team over the 250 mark. I believe that would be a consideration as both batters have their mid-pitch conference and look forward to challenging the West Indian bowlers with the availability of 3 overs. But just 1 wicket to be taken by the West Indies. Once they get that wicket, it's all over. But Naeem Young decides not to go back with Junior Sinclair.
Yeah, you always figured this would be the approach here for Naeem Young. He's got 2 overs left, and he's calculating and saying, hey, I bowl the 40th, if I bowl the 50th, should it get to that stage. Obviously, one of the more experienced campaigners in limited overs cricket is Naeem Young. You're definitely going to see a lot of cutters here from him. Pace off the ball. You see, and that is exactly it there from Naeem Young, knowing that especially what we've seen so far on this surface, with pace on the ball, the batters have been able to score quite freely, and that's where I also go back to the thinking nature of Naeem Young, as well with his introduction of Kevin Wickham at the stage that he did, another spinner. But certainly here in the back end, you're going to see a lot of pace off the ball, asking Commins to put the pace onto the ball to find the boundary. That ball dying before it could even get close to Leonardo Julian. But certainly it's going to be a cat and mouse game here between Young and Commins. Who will come out though on the victorious side of the battle?
That shot, I think, was premeditated simply because the backward of square had come off the boundary and he wanted to get right across. Well, even though he lobbed that in the air, he was confident that Young could not have gotten back. But good bowling on the part of Young. He is now exposed, and I would say exposed Foster to Young's guile.
Yeah, and here's probably where you'll see the switch up now for Naeem Young. Probably might go full fast and straight here. And there you see it.
Well, you
but
said
the
it.
outside edge is the winner on that occasion. And 4 runs to Foster, 4 runs to Ireland.
Well, the idea was the right idea. I think you predicted well. But it wasn't to the stumps. It was just outside off. And he was able to get the bottom of the bat on that one.
Yeah, the length was correct, but it was the line that failed him.
That's right.
On that occasion. But yeah, definitely knowing Naeem Young as a cricketer, you knew that that was the delivery that he was going for, searching for that Yorker type length delivery, full and straight to get through the defences of Foster.
Not a good fast one. Just 1 delivery remaining in over number 48. Sure, Commins wants to be the one facing over number 49. But can Young prize the wicket of Matthew Foster with this final delivery of over number 48?
Yeah, probably might go back to that pace-off delivery here. No, Naeem Young. And there you see it, certainly. It's almost as if I'm in his head. Well, the end of 48, 242 for 9.
242 for 9. Lane, 2 for 49. Joshua Bishop, the man, 4 for 45. And Kevin Wickham, 2 for 51, the wicket takers so far, along with the run out, the critical, crucial run out of Tom Mears for 51, breaking a partnership of 103 with Murray Cummings, who is currently the man leading the charge on 117. So it would be interesting to see now he faces Johan Lane. The field remains an interesting one. He has 3 on the onside in the deep, square leg, mid wicket, and long on, long off, and cover on the boundary.
Gives himself space, but can only find long off. They opt not to take the single. Be interesting to see the approach here of Johan Lane as an out-and-out fast bowler. You probably tell yourself that he's going to rely a bit more on his pace factor in comparison to Naeem Young, who's using the skill factor in terms of pace off.
So here's my contention always at this stage of the innings. Commins was able to give Foster 3 deliveries in the previous over. But the first 2, opportunity for scoring, but he chooses not to give him, not to take the single. Confusing.
Yeah, not confusing at all. It's all about odds at the end of the day. And the probability of Commins finding the boundary at this stage certainly is by far greater than that.
So you're saying it would have
Foster.
been easier to get the boundaries off the 3 deliveries from Young?
That's the thing. It is a case of looking at the situation and assessing and saying, okay, in reality, yes, singles count towards the score. But the reality of the position that we are in with a couple deliveries left to go, we want to find those boundaries. So if I have to turn down a single for the opportunity of finding a boundary later on, then I simply will do just that. This one full and straight. And judged not out by the umpire. I thought it was maybe sliding down the leg side possibly. Yeah, certainly. Actually, maybe looks a little closer than I thought on impact there. It looks as if it maybe
Question,
struck
did it take an edge?
the
Because
back
he was
pad.
definitely swinging across the line. Even though it was may have appeared to be angling down leg side, it looked a bit adjacent to me.
2 deliveries to negotiate for Foster. This time, though, definitely down the leg side, getting that line wrong on that occasion, Lane.
And here's my point, back to the original, that you allowed a couple of deliveries without the single, but yet at the back end still had to face, 3 deliveries. Oh, drop catch. Good effort on the part of Young. Didn't take it. It was driven, and he was diving towards his left, and the opportunity to dismiss the Irish did not come to fruition there.
You say good effort, but by Naeem Young standards, well, you don't put effort in the scorebook, and that certainly was regulation for someone of his skill set. So he certainly will be disappointed with that. And he's probably upset with himself there in Cummins. We heard it through the stump mics in terms of taking that single. But one more to the total, 245 for 9. 6 deliveries left now in this first one-day match between Ireland Academy and the West Indies Academy.
I said before, the emerging Ireland team, they looked as though they were destined to 250 once they had that partnership between Tom Mayers and Murray Cummins. Matthew Foster is doing well, and came back down to my point that Cummins may have been disappointed in not taking the single. I think as many of those that he would have taken may have well gotten the team to 250 by the 49th, because at the end of the day, who is facing?
Well, you said that, but it would also have exposed Matthew Foster to more deliveries.
But he's also exposed with the first of the last over.
And what he's able to do is scamper a single, which
Ooh,
shouldn't
run
have been a
out.
single. In fact, no, run out. So that will indeed be the end of the Irish innings. Yeah, needed to get Cummins back onto strike, so you definitely understand why. But a direct hit there from Johan Lane, who's actually done quite well
Excellent.
in the field, brings the end of the Irish innings, but 245 all out. They'll certainly be happy with that, given where they were at one stage. So 246 is what the West Indies Academy will need if they're to take this first one. 10 wickets, though, is what Ireland will be in search of in this first one-day match of this series.
So the projected score of 250 was not attained. They reached 245 all out from 49.1 overs. Murray Cummins, the man left standing alone, 118 runs from 127 deliveries, batted well, batted from the start, in fact, batted through the innings. And this score has been built on also a half century, was built on a half century from Tom Mayers, who scored 51. combining efforts with Murray Commins for a partnership of 103 for the 9th wicket to really give the Irish team a very competitive score here. The men who have toiled, got with success in terms of wicket taking, would have been Joshua Bishop, 4 for 45 really, and a good spell there, bowled all 10 overs on the trot, and then 2 wickets each for Kevin Wickham and Johan Lane. And at the back end of the innings, the 2 last wickets went via the run-out route. So when you rejoin us in 30 minutes' time, the West Indies Academy will be chasing 246 for victory against the Island Academy.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. I'm Vernon A. Springer as we get ready for the reply of the West Indies Men's Academy team who will need 246 runs in 50 overs. Ireland Academy, who won the toss, seems like a long time ago, were eventually bowled over 245 in 49.1 overs. And what I can say to you, it was really a splendid 100 from the 26-year-old Murray Commins, who scored 118 not out, 129 balls with 14 fours and 1 6. He's well supported by the 22-year-old Tom Mayers, who's run out for 51 or 46 balls and shared in a partnership of 103 with Murray Commins. He hit some 2 boundaries and 3 maximums. When you look around and you see the bowling figures of the West Indies Academy, Joshua Bishop, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 45 runs, 4 wickets. Kevin Wickham, 10 overs, no maidens, 50 runs, 2 wickets. Ewan Lane, 8.5 overs, no maidens, 52 runs, no wickets. Naeem Young, the captain, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 38 runs, no wickets. Junior Sinclair, a little bit surprising that he only bowled 5 overs, no maiden, 11 runs, no wickets. And Kelvin Pittman was pretty expensive today. 6 overs, no maiden, 47 runs, no wicket. We're back with the action. And we're getting ready to start, as we would say, the ideal game, which is on here. And we want to be able to make sure that we represent the Ireland starting very quickly with 2 slips and a gully. Matthew Nandu and the man himself, who's been a talk of the town here, Kadeem Aline. We're in the number 40. As I say, good afternoon to my compatriot. We just had a Paradise lunch. Instead of Paradise water lunch. We have Fionn Hand starting away. Dead ball signal straight away. Good afternoon, Mali.
Good afternoon, Vernon. I think I had a Trident chewing gum lunch with my Paradiso.
With your Paradiso. Can't get any better than that. I didn't even get a chance. I want to say good afternoon to the entire region. Wherever you're listening to us, we're really pleased. On behalf of our entire team, Joel Manning, Seth Burton, Mally Richards, and myself. First delivery worked into the vacant short mid-wicket area, and Alien is off the mark. Just playing around his pads there. And right on target, attacking the pads with the new ball.
Yeah, Fionn Hand with new ball in hand. Maybe not the quickest of ends that we've seen. Bowling from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Not quite the same amount of pace that we've seen from the Sir Curtly Ambrose. But Hand, burly figure indeed.
Love this young man, Matthew Nandu. First time we saw him, Mali. Scored 100 against Barbados in the 4-day competition right here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And has gone on to blossom, made his CPL debut, scored a half century. One for the future. Picking up the line right there. It's just amazing, Mali, when you have a legend like Shivnarine Chanderpaul. Everybody tends to model their own batting style. They leave from him.
I think came to our attention playing for Canada at the Under-19 World Cup, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, yes.
Matthew Nandu.
Parents from Ghana. Got a bright future ahead of him. Stands up straight and punches that straight away to cover.
I think he's quite a compact player. And at this stage of his career, I think he's better suited to the red ball format. But as you said, a young guy still developing his game.
I see cricket as cricket, Mali, because there are going to be limited opportunities at the red ball format. So the white ball is certainly going to help him also. Stands up straight and punches that to cover. But he looked good in the debut game for the Ghana Amazon Warriors.
He did, but the reason I actually say that is because of the way that the white ball format is actually moving, especially with opening batters at the top of the crease, at the top of the innings, sorry.
Yeah, the styles of the styles have changed. Certainly, that's a big point, Mali. And Matthew Nandu, more or less like a Larry Gomes sort of player who nudges the ball around.
Yeah, more of an older school type player.
Yeah. deflects the ball more or less. Wide delivery here.
Well, let me not say old school, just better suited to the red ball format.
Yeah.
I think he'll have to expand his game, expand his shots, but that's why he's here. He's a young man, he's in the academy to develop his game. And he's a guy that, from what I've seen in the white ball format, he looks at times to get on with things, but at other times he just seems a bit stuck. Still finding his way though, young man.
One without loss. Time picking up a good lead right there.
I think you're mentioning that 40 that he scored in the CPL.
Yes.
In his first innings.
Yeah.
You could tell he looked confident the way he went about it.
He was home.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah. Congratulations to Ghana, who would have eventually won out in the end. But I'm very much concerned about what's happening in Mali around the world when it comes in terms of world cricket. And I say that, and I'll get back to my point that I'm almost very much concerned about. Here was undone by pace and bounce. And this end has been a very, very torrid end. The Sir Andy Roberts end, when you're bowling from that end there, sort of playing a little too pace. Over number 1 completed. And we're 2 without loss. Widen that over. And the first run to Karim Allen.
Yeah, just steady stuff to begin with. Pretty disciplined stuff from Fionn Hand. As you said, that end, the Sir Andy Roberts end, not quite the same amount of pace and carry through to the wicket keeper.
Got Matthew Humphreys, who is getting ready to start from the Circuit Lambros end.
It's going to be spin as well.
Yeah, they're going for another option. So they quickly would have done their homework.
This is the end that really turned as well, isn't it? Especially when Joshua Bishop had ball in hand. They got the ball to really turn square, troubled a lot of the right-handed batters. But it was only Commins when he started playing that reverse sweep, applying pressure back onto Joshua Bishop. He just faltered slightly, but still ended up with quite commendable figures, bowling 10 overs, 3 maidens, and 4 wickets for 45.
So Humphreys is a slow left-arm orthodox bowler. Coming around the wicket, age 21, right-handed batter. He's got a test debut behind him also. He made his debut against Sri Lanka in 2023. So he's got some test experience. So he's expected to show some class here.
That's really spun, hasn't it? That new ball. Should be wide though, to be honest. I'm not sure why that wasn't signal or wide.
And the umpire came down and said to him to please get off the track.
Went straight to first slip.
Should have been called a wide. I'd like to see the replay again, Mali. Let me get Jason to pull that one up again, just maybe after this delivery. It's back and punching that. Let's look at the first delivery from Matthew Humphreys. I want to see where it pitched first. Jason, if you can find that one for me. 2 without loss. Jason working on that replay. They need 244 and 293 balls. We say good afternoon to the folks in Nevitz and Montserrat, wherever you're listening to us. Here is Allen just opening the face of the bat and just steering this down to third man and getting a comfortable 2 runs in the process. And so he goes up to 3 and the score goes up to 4 without loss.
Just to go back to Matthew Nandu quickly in terms of we're talking about finding the right tempo at the top of the innings. Would have played 6 matches in the regional Super 50. Best of 84, 195 runs overall. Average of 32 with a strike rate of 71.16.
Allen just punching that straight to cover. Lovely shot. 4 without loss. Quiet. No real fireworks yet. Just only over number 2. I don't think we'll get any fireworks from Nandu. Certainly we'll get some fireworks from Karim. Not Karim Phillip. He's back and cracking that. He's heard me. And that one is racing away. Hits the rope now. First boundary for the West Indies Academy team. Didn't try to overhit the ball. Just used the pace of delivery and found the gap.
Yeah, just stroked it, actually. Karim Allen, we know how explosive he could be at the top of the innings. He had a strike rate of 125 in the regional Super 50 just concluded. Scored 2 half centuries in that as well, and those innings would have gone a long way into ensuring that he's here at the top of the innings for the academy now.
Sort of look like a left-handed Stephen Taylor.
Oh, has he played around that one? That's close.
I think
That is close.
I think he pitched outside the line of the leg stump, and today's his day. I'd like to see that again. Jason, give me that one again, Jason. Let's see there. Prove me wrong, Malia. I might have to buy Malia ginger vitamin.
Yeah, I'm not sure it pitched outside. It was probably just sneaking down the leg side, though. See that again? Yeah. Could be right as well. Pitched just on that leg stump and continued going.
Yeah, more or less. So at the end of, we're talking about 2 overs, 9 without loss. Some 7 runs coming out of that over. The first over for Matthew Humphreys, left-arm orthodox. And the Irish are off and running. So too is the West Indies Academy. They need 237 from 288 balls.
Just to highlight that explosiveness, yes. Got 2 half centuries, but he also got a 40 out of 20 odd deliveries as well, Kadeem Allen. I think it was against Trinidad and Tobago.
And missing his run again. So his strike pattern just not consistent himself. Christopher Taylor, umpire from Jamaica. So Trinidad and Tobago was smacked last night by the United States of America 3-0 in CONCACAF football, Mali.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah. Here's a delivery pitch between wicket and wicket. Allen trying to work it. Got a little inside edge. They just halted the appeal for a while after they recognized that he got bat onto the ball. 10 without loss.
They're employing a very straight line to Kadeem Allen, though.
Yeah, no room to be able, they would have done their homework to Mali because they'd have seen him in the CPL. And so they know that, you know, once you give him room and get his extensions going.
Regional Super 50 as well was televised, so they'll have quite a lot of footage.
Oh yeah, well, these days, as long as you play here, is Nandu just steering this past second slip, and a poor effort by number 23 down there. He'll be very upset with that Matthew Foster, and it's gone into the boundary for 4. Mando is off the mark.
Yeah, sloppy fielding there from the big man, diving over that one.
And he's weighing a big number. You can't make that sort of mistake.
I was just going to say that as well.
That's a Michael Jordan number. You got to be up to your game if you're weighing that big number.
High standards.
Any number at all. Nandu 4. Cramping him for room. Can't get to that sort of back of the length. And sometimes I just get the impression, Mali, that Nandu doesn't get deep enough into the crease when the ball is more ball back of a length delivery. Just walks across the crease. Left foot doesn't really get deep enough, because if you get deep enough, then you can be able to crack that ball down to backward point. Nandu waits. He's going to play within his limitations for sure, I can tell you that.
I think the key to Matthew Nando's white ball batting is in his rotation of strike. He can't afford to just play solid blocks. He's got to play with softer hands, be able to rotate the strike. Yeah. Then he'll build into his innings. That would aid in his boundary hitting, his aggressive approach. He's just got to build his innings here.
14 without loss. Gets a full toss and whips it away into the mid-wicket area. Hits the rope now. Lovely shot. Beautiful balance. And anybody would put that one away. You get a full toss, you have to hit that one away. Beautiful shot play by Nandu. Good balance. Lovely shot.
And also, when you're a player that probably doesn't possess the greatest power, per se, got to put those bad balls away. Full toss on leg stump. Easy, as you said, for a player of his class.
8 to Nandu. Allen is 9. And that's the delivery there, Mali. See, he's playing from his crease. It doesn't come right out. You got to come right out over the ball. That was a half volley. And he's looking to try to squeeze it rather than hit it more up there. The end of over number 3, 18 without loss. So we've seen some fireworks. Fireworks beginning.
Yeah, definitely. Nandu 8 from 10. Ali just building now into his innings, 9 from 8. No real explosiveness just yet, but it's building under the surface. And from a West Indies Academy perspective, I think the opening partnership is absolutely key. Both batters in different molds. One more of an accumulator, the other one as we'd say in the West Indies, a bit of a ball beater. Kadeem Allen.
Well, at the end of 3, Mali, good news is that Ireland were 13 without loss. West Indies are 18 without loss.
And then that double strike came not long after that.
Yeah. Opened up everything after that. We're hoping that the same would not happen for the West Indies Academy. Allen is driving, beautiful piece of feeling from the man there at cover.
Well, the difference being there from a West Indies Academy perspective, well, Johan Lane with the new ball from this to Curtly Ambrose end with that double strike.
And guess who fielded that just a while ago? Fionn Hand. Big guy getting down there at cover. Matthew Humphreys. Left arm orthodox. Looks a little cunning. Goes back and slaps that past Hand. He'll only get 2 runs quite easily. And that took a long time to get to him, Allen. He was sort of trying to go leg side of the ball. To me, I wanted to get a little closer to that and can break down backward point.
Yeah, didn't quite time that one, Kadeem Allen. But no real risk. Another 2 added to the total.
20 without loss. Allen goes to 11. Nandu is 8. West Indies need 226 in 280 deliveries. 222 singles. 26 singles. I'd like to see him look a little bit more positive there, Mali. He sort of just looked casual there. He's looking like he wanted to hit the ball inside out over cover. Early days. Matthew Humphreys playing mind games with Allen. And he goes. And that's gone all the way over the mid-wicket area. That's what he was looking for. It's in his arc. And out comes the long levers from Kadeem Allen.
Yeah, going for the big slug sweep on that occasion. Allen making fantastic contact. Flew over the boundary. First maximum to the West Indies Academy. Allen 17 from 12 now.
8 runs out this over so far. And so they might have to think about the option of Matthew Humphreys. Because Allen has shown his intention very early. He goes into the Sir Curtly Ambrose stand.
That was even bigger, wasn't it, Vernon? Ease as well, the ease in which he deposited that, 20 rows back in the Curtly Ambrose stand. Woo! It's just giving us a glimpse of the talent on offer here from Kadeem Allen. Let's hope he continues for quite a bit in this innings.
He's 23.
Has he got anything on that one?
He has. And it goes down the hill. But he won't get a boundary. He get a couple of runs in the meantime.
Yep.
Over completed. So he got bat onto that. End of over number 4. And the score shots up to 34 without loss at the end of 4. Allen is 25. Nandu is 8. And Humphreys' first tours cost 23.
I think it's fair to say the fireworks have started, Vernon, especially with Kadeem Allen on strike. Hit 2 massive 6s in the previous over. Seems to take a real liking to spin, especially in the power play. Maybe Ireland just missing a trick. Could probably switch the bowlers' ends here. We've seen the pace bowlers get the most assistance from this Curtly Ambrose end, but also, which I must say, the spinners as well. It's the end where the majority of things have happened from.
Here goes Fionn Hand to bowl to Nandu. Nandu is slapping this one. Can't beat the field at backward point. Just needs to find the gap. Got to find the gap. Just caress it. Just, open the face of the bat. And any width, you got to be able to look to pounce on it.
And it's missing out on those kind of deliveries that just adds to the pressure at times. But there's no real pressure at this stage, but within a batsman's mind.
Here is Nandu playing a low shot now. That ball kicked on him, really. Trying to be aggressive. Just needs to just find the gap. So important. All of the left-handers. Maybe needs to have a word with Mally Richards. We'll tell you a thing or two. Got to be patient.
I don't know if that will help, to be honest. I might do the man a disservice.
Nah, you got a little bit more class than that, Mali. Driven again up to cover. I think it's going to be critical, Mali. We're going to judge today the feeling of the Ireland as compared to the West Indies. And normally those teams, throwing teams, always work on their feeling when they come to the Caribbean.
Yeah, and it's almost the less talented teams, especially like the Irelands, the association.
Netherlands
teams,
and those
Netherlands
guys,
and the like.
They work on their feeling. Wide delivery.
And it's also their professionalism as well in the field that keeps them in a lot of games.
Truth. But you know, I don't know how you feel, Mali, but I've been looking at the World Cup and I've been pretty disappointed with some of the top level teams in terms of the feeling. There's just been too many easy drop catches in this World Cup.
Yeah, that's for sure, especially in real high pressure situations, big crowds. Big Hand took a tumble there in his delivery stride.
And also, it was a worry for Nandu because, again, he was looking. The left foot, Mali, is pointed to extra cover. And he's trying to see if he can hit the ball maybe more or less square. I think the bowling run up there.
Yeah, it probably just slipped upon landing there. Was Fionn Hand. I think I saw umpire Chris Taylor just motion to the groundsman, probably for some running repairs.
Maybe getting the big hammer out.
Yeah.
And to just stamp that down into that area. 35 without loss. A wide ball by Hand in this over. West Indies need 211 runs of at least 272 balls. Nandu is steering this one beautifully. Pass backward point down to third man. Matthew Foster comes off. He just lobs the return up to the keeper. And the keeper happens to be the captain, Stephen Downey.
But what Matthew Nandu can't really afford to happen here is to face 5 deliveries and just score the 1 run and then get to the other end with 1 delivery remaining in the over, especially with the way Kadeem Aline is batting.
Yeah, you tend to put some pressure back on Allen. 36 without loss. Some clouds just motoring on over here as we speak. Allen pushing this one beautifully. Well
good
played.
batting.
Yes, good stride. He's upsetting himself there. He's punks the bat as if like, should have hit that one.
Yeah, I think he thinks he should have made better contact. The end of that handover, though, what is it? 5 gone,
Yeah.
37 without loss.
37 without loss. Good positive start, Mali. Indeed, we can't complain about the start here so far. And if we compare that with Ireland, we would have known that Ireland would have lost their first wicket at 15, second at 15, third at 37, and fourth 37. So they lost 4 wickets, while in comparison, the West Indies have lost no wicket as yet.
But then we also know what happened as the innings progressed. Started with that partnership with Gavin Hoy, Commins and Hoy. It was continued with Mays and Cummings.
Still continuing with Matthew Humphreys. And you see the difference in terms of captaincy, the confidence level. Here is Allen going. That's gone way over into the Curtly Ambrose stand for 6 more.
Yeah, so Humphreys, his last 3 deliveries to Kadeem Allen have all been deposited for 6. So this is a young man under pressure. This ground does not seem big enough for Kadeem Allen. Such a fluid backswing as well. This young man, very, very talented indeed.
And he's taking a liking to Humphreys, the left-arm orthodox.
Yeah, he's not allowing the left-arm spinner to bowl to him here in the power play, especially with the new ball. Not too much turn on show. He's just playing through the line.
Out comes the hammer, Mali.
Yeah, I did.
The hammerman.
I did see.
Yeah, he came all the way from Trinidad and Caribbean Airlines. He just arrived. Just touched down.
With the man with the hammer gone. Here he is.
Here he is. Here he goes. Bop, bop, bop. Christopher Taylor is operating like the head curator.
I find Chris Taylor to be quite a fascinating guy.
Yeah,
Interesting guy.
He's very, very, very.
I see him on
He's an
an all-rounder.
analyst. Yes.
Very much an all-rounder.
Yes, he knows sports.
Yeah, very good analyst on sports, Max, football, cricket, everything. And then here he is doing his umpiring duties as well. Seems to be a guy that's very much immersed in that sporting world.
In fact, he's called the head groundsman and said, listen, you better bring some paint here as well. In the meantime, it gives the Ireland team a break. Don't fall, man. Because I don't have any insurance. I'll have to get City United to look after you. So, and I don't want that to happen at all. I can't lose you yet, son. Got to look after you, son.
I may starve, though.
When I'm in my rocking chair, you know, you got to pass by and says, you want something today, Vernon? Paradise of water? 43 without loss. We went to over number 6.
The key to life, paradise of water.
Yeah, the key to life. So everything is well. Everything is set. Let's applaud the folks here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Preparations have started for the December 3rd, Sunday, December 3rd. West Indies versus England is a 9:30 game. But we're back with the real cricket action here on hand. Matthew Humphreys, flatter, faster, good comeback.
Yeah, had to really. As he said, he's gone for 3 sixes in his last 4 deliveries to Kadeem Aline. And I think he's going to continue going.
Oh, he's going to go. He's got to keep looking up the V. He's a big guy. He's about 6'6". His back is dropped. Did it go to hand, Mali?
Yes, it did. It went through the hands, went very quickly to the man at first slip.
And so quickly that it hit the ropes for 4. I think that looks like Matthew Commins seemed to have dropped that one. Yes, you got to catch that, Mali.
Very similar chance to what we saw from Gavin Hoy, but that was actually taken
yes.
at first slip. Just caught on the crease slightly, just misreading that length. Takes the edge, but the Irish can't take the chance. Big chance.
47 without loss. First miss there for Allen. He's paddling this one away. Big feeling effort there. We were talking about judging. Coming up next is Joel Manning. Joel Manning. I want to give Joel Manning an ABS name. Matthew Humphreys, he's under some pressure. 10 out of the over so far. Still some 2 legal deliveries to go. Here is Allen. He's going for it. He's not backing down, Mali.
No, he's not. He's going to go hard. It's what we've seen from the young man in his quite short career so far. Targets the power play. Regardless whether it's pace or spin, really looks to capitalize. And I think that's the mode in which we've got to be looking now to play our white ball cricket, especially our batters. Got to look to be ultra aggressive. I don't think there's much room for an anchor or an accumulator now in white ball cricket, especially in the 50 over and 20 over formats. I think you've got to be able to go through the gears.
48 without loss. Nandu 9 comes into strike. Allen 37 on the non-strikers end. They need 198 runs. 198 singles is what will be required. As Matthew Humphreys, not for 34, into both to Nandu. Nandu is just defending. So at the end of 6, Mali, more comments from you. 11 coming out of that over. Matthew Humphreys' 3 overs so far has cost him 34. And Allen has signaled his intention very early that he's going to take the attack. They need 198 from 264 deliveries, 40 without loss, off 6.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that gamble of bowling Humphreys with this new ball from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end has not paid off. Allen has gotten away to a flyer, 37 from 20. Nandu just playing a supporting role, 9 from 16, a partnership 48. Current run rate, 8 runs per over, so smooth sailing so far from a West Indies academy perspective. I'll be joined by Joel Manning in a minute or 2. Until then, looks like it's going to be Matthew Foster, number 23, into the attack from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Hoping he can stem this run flow. Seeing him for the first time, that first delivery, just a hint of shape away from the right-handed Aline. You could just see him motion that as well. Just a bit of shape. Seems to have quite a strong wrist. Only the one delivery though so far. Oh, just slightly playing around that one. Probably the only times we've seen Kadeem Allen just struggle slightly is when the ball is just a bit straighter, pitched on that middle and leg. Just playing around that front pad slightly, as we see this again. Yeah, just slightly.
Yeah, pushes that one back down the ground. Looked to have been somewhat of a leading edge on that occasion. Definitely not coming out of the middle of the bat. And it looks as if a no ball is signaled. No, so a free hit on offer for Matthew Nandu. Yeah, off to a fantastic start, the West Indies Academy. 49 without loss. Certainly racing away at the moment. I was listening to the discussion with regards to Matt Humphrey and his left arm spin. In fact, I know that he is one of two left arm spinners that they have their eyes on in this particular series. The other one not playing today in Mike Frost, but the two of them certainly they're looking to see the quality of them and what they can offer and the signs that they have and what they need to do to further develop. Not able to do the most with that free hit, Matthew Nandu. Looking towards the umpire square leg to see whether or not he could have gotten a wide on height. But yeah, it was interesting to see, and I guess here now is where we can make a bit of a comparison between Joshua Bishop and how he bowled, how Humphreys bowled his three so far. And I think that the difference is the pace. Certainly, the spin is on offer there, but it's the pace at which Humphrey is bowling. I just think as if, he's bowling a bit too quick and probably just a touch too full to Aline because he's been that swinging arc, those levers of Aline. And certainly given that Kadeem Aline is going to continue to go, probably should have looked to vary it because most bowlers, whenever they're under the pump, under pressure, go for that pace factor. You saw that come through there. You saw Kadeem Aline take advantage of it. However, had he opted to maybe slow it down, which you would consider to be the bigger risk. But yeah, had he opted to slow things down, ask Kadeem Aline to wait a bit longer to play those shots, you probably could have gotten one skide into the air. So hopefully, when he comes back, because obviously it's still very early days in this inning, so he has to come back because I mentioned the fact, he's definitely one of the left arm spinners that they're looking at in this series. So, when he comes back, I would love to see him, just slow things down and probably just take a page from how Joshua Bishop bowled quite early as well.
I think what would also help if and when he does come back is that he's bowling with a slightly older ball. He's bowling with that brand new ball here today. A lot more difficult to grip it, whereas Joshua Bishop came into the attack a bit later on. That ball was a bit older, and I think he bowled beautifully. At times he was challenged, and that's what you expect, but I think he finished really well in the end with his 4 for 45.
Worked away. Should be a couple here for Nandu. You talked about accumulators, and this young man certainly is one of them. The end of 7 overs. It's 50 without loss.
Yeah, definitely an accumulator is Matthew Nandu. He goes through patches, actually. One innings, it seems like he's scoring great guns, and then another innings, seems like he's just struggling to get off strike or rotate the strike. I think this is all part of development for a young player, especially a young guy still trying to make his way. Started out in Canada, he's now back in the West Indies, got a contract with the Guyana franchise. He's here at the West Indies Academy as well, so It'll be interesting to see the development of this young man in the next 12 to 18 months.
Well, ball in the hand, now you expected a change after what took place from this end before. It's going to be Tom Mays with ball in hand. He did the job with the bat for them at the back end of things. This is what he's known for, his medium pace. And some days maybe a touch quicker, he would like to think, than medium. But yeah, certainly with ball in hand, he would hope that he can do the job here for Ireland and pick up the first wicket.
Did very well with the bat. Looked quite an accomplished batter when he came to the crease. Starts with a wide though down the leg side. Umpire Maria Abbott signalling the wide.
Yeah, another young man that they certainly have their eyes on. He, as I mentioned, while he was batting, had a chance to be called up to the Irish senior side. I believe it was that tour of Bangladesh that he was there for. Certainly would have been valuable experience for him to be a part of that setup. Didn't make his debut, but just being around that setup. Of course, he's got his coach here with him as well. It's nice to see that Heinrich Milan is here as well as a part of the coaching setup for them. Of course, Boyd Rankin's there as the assistant coach, and then coming in a little later will be Pete Johnston.
So far, no real pace on show from Tom Mays. It's quite steady though.
Yeah, barring that wide down the leg side, he's been thereabouts, just in terms of probably quite early trying to find the right line and length for him to bowl on this surface, and not just that, but the right line and length to bowl to Kadeem Aline as well.
That's a lot better from Ali. Looking to play that ball that's pitched on middle and leg a lot straighter. Makes good contact on that one. So just making the adjustments here. It's good to see from the young man. I think he's got a real future, definitely. Or even a present in our white ball setup.
Played on the up and comes back for two. Definitely, he certainly is one that has a future. Kadeem Aline, 22 years old, from the island of Barbados, and as I mentioned before, Mali, based on what I've seen, he has what you would say is there in terms of the talent, and some days he executes. He would want to ensure, or at least hope that he executes a lot more, and hence why they've brought him into the setup here now with the academy. And he certainly has all to gain from being here.
And to be honest, I think he's a guy that possesses X-factor talent. I think when he's playing his best, his ceiling is as high as anyone. And with that talent, you've really got to look to harness that, develop that, because it could be so beneficial to the guys in maroon, not just the guys in maroon, but also to Barbados. Just beneficial to West Indian cricket all around. And he can also make a name for himself with the vast amount of opportunities, vast array of opportunities available to him on the world circuit as well, franchise cricket. It's just all about making a name for yourself, and he's started very well.
Yeah, that brings us to the end of 57 without loss here. I knew that you were about to go down that line, Mali, in terms of the possibility of making a name for himself, and it's just interesting that you would say the die-hard West Indies fans would say, "Hey, just keep him here a little longer." Should he go?
It benefits us. It benefits us if he gets out onto the circuit playing against international players in different conditions. So when we, hopefully get him back in the maroon, it will definitely benefit us. So it's just all about the timing, though, the right time.
No, it's definitely true indeed, just in terms of the opportunities that do exist, especially for a lot of these younger cricketers, a lot of the tournaments that are popping up and looking to bring through emerging talents. And he certainly is one that has emerged thus far.
I think a good example of that is Shamar Joseph. Burst onto the scene, CPL, played a couple of games as a replacement, and now he's off to Abu Dhabi T10. You know, the opportunities are there.
Well, this one could be a chance. And it is taken. So he showed promise, but Kadeem Aline has got to walk back towards the pavilion.
Seems like the lack of pace did him there, Joel. A bit too early through that one. Maybe got a bit big on him as well. A massive top edge. So that quite exciting innings ends. 41 from 28. How easily he got up to 41 as well.
Yeah, he definitely looked the part. Mali played some fantastic strokes as well. But this on this occasion, just probably being undone by the lack of pace coming out of the surface.
The Sir Andy Roberts end as well,
Yeah, probably got through that shot a little too early on that occasion. Yeah, coming off that toe end of the bat, and that definitely tells you in terms of what he probably expected, but a fantastic catch being taken to see the back of him. And Ireland would love the fact that they were able to break this opening partnership and hopefully can maybe pick up one or two more here in quick succession.
Looks like it's going to be Julian coming to the crease, number 3, Leonardo. Had a couple good innings in the regional Super 50, scored 2 half-centuries for the West Indies Academy, batting at 3. Probably would have thought Teddy Bishop would have come in for a right-hand, left-hand combination, but it's not to be.
Stand up, please.
So he asked for a centre guard.
Thank you very much.
It's quite polite as well. Manners of all youth. But the first wicket is down for the academy. The dangerous Aline. Foster picking up his first.
Wait. Come on. Yes, man. Come on.
Leonardo Julian, 182 runs in his 6 matches in the Super 50. Average of 21.33, strike rate 70.32. That's an area he'll definitely be looking to improve, especially batting in the position he is. The top 3. That's a good delivery though.
Yeah, it certainly has been a good over here. Into his second now is Matt Foster. Picked up that wicket with one back of a length, and here now making a very good adjustment to the left-handed batter, just working outside of that off stump.
Very tight line on that off stump. Not sure what to play, what to leave at this point. That's well played though.
Yeah, the length on that occasion is probably what helped Leonardo Julian. Just a touch back just in terms of the length in comparison to the first 2 deliveries that he would have pulled to Leonardo Julian.
We saw him here in the regional Super 50 last year as well. Leonardo Julian. So he's definitely someone that's been heavily invested in. In these squads, you think of a Rivaldo Clark, who's not here. Carlin Bowen Tuckett, who's in the squad but on the bench, not playing today. It was Keegan Simmons as well last year as well for the West Indies Academy.
There we go, lads. Come on, let's go.
Competition. Fierce for places, and that's what you want to see.
The end of 9, it's 60 for 1. Matthew Nandu continue to do exactly what we know him to do and what we've seen him do over the years, working at one towards the third man. Brings Leonardo Julian into strike. Yeah, it's just these moments certainly that Ireland must be looking at towards taking a wicket. You think about the field setting now. It speaks to probably just a bit of research as well. That first slip now coming to what is a very short and tight gully position. Down the track, and he's dropped.
That was a straightforward catch from. Should have been easily taken because it was just about chest height, and Adam Russley somehow held it and it spooned from his hand, and in the end, it still went to the carpet. Disappointment here, not only for the team but also for the bowler who has really come on and trying to make an impression and impact.
Yeah, certainly everything set up in their favour on that occasion. Ireland 2 down in quick succession certainly is what they would have wanted, and it was there for the taking for them. And you just wonder whether or not if that gully fielder had anything to do with it, because they're looking now at a very tight offside ring, and it was placed here specifically for Leonardo Julian. And he kind of, I wouldn't say necessarily gone out of character, but you didn't necessarily see that particular shot coming from him, advancing down the track, looking to take on the bowler, especially looking at this scenario here that we have in front of us at 61 for 1.
Cannot understand it. Only his 5th delivery. And
this one into the air, but this time a little safer in terms of where it landed. Allows them to come back for 2.
Perhaps it was inviting for him, he thought, because there was no long off or long on and he could have gone down the ground. But in terms of where the team is, very good, excellent start from Akeem Allen along with Nandu, getting you across the half-century line within the power play. And then you come and play a shot like that in which you could have gotten out. I hope that he changes that mindset. You want to be positive, but at the same time, you don't want to be reckless while being positive or assertive. But he has a second chance. And the academy, they're really setting up their innings well. When we look, as the over comes to an end at 64 for 10, when we look at what was happening with the Island Academy, they found themselves in a real tight spot. They would have been losing wickets pretty early from the 5th over. During the 5th, they lost 2. Then we get down about the 8th, they lost 2. So at one stage, they were 37 for 4 and then 37 for 5. The academy, they have advanced into a very strong position. Compliments, particular Akeem Allen. Nandu has supported well. Good foil for both. You really don't want to throw it away. You just want to keep going, but at the same time, be a circumspect while you keep going because you're not behind the 8 ball.
Well, after picking up a wicket in his second over, Matt Foster continues here with ball in hand. Varied lengths in that second over. That was particularly nice outside the off stump of the two left-handers. Slip once again goes to what is a very tight gully position again for Leonardo Julian. A ring on that offside as well. And given the plan that you can see in place here for Leonardo Julian, you would also want your fielders to back up that as well. It looks as if he's just going to be just outside of that off jump. Leonardo Julian was able to get off the mark early with one. He worked towards exactly where that gully position is now. So they're asking him to look for another shot to get some runs. And there he is slashing outside of the off. A good offer, you would have to say, given the length and line of that delivery. But you would have to also say that I would not be disappointed either that he's playing that shot also.
That's right. It was wide. It was climbing outside the off stump. He had a flash at it. Could have also gone down to third man had he gotten an edge. And there is a third man placed in Tom Mayer.
And there we see plugging that gap. Now, as I mentioned, Leonardo Julian opened the face of the bat, got a comfortable single. They've plugged that now. And here's where thinking cricket comes in to play. It was fantastic thinking on the part of Ireland to one, do the necessary homework and put things in place. But two, now, how does Leonardo Julian now respond to this?
Oh, that one went through the wicket keeper. 4 byes. It kept a bit low, but I got the impression that the wicket keeper did not spot it early because Leonardo Julian allowed it to go through, picked it the line well. And that one went straight through Stephen Doheny. And that is not encouraging for the Island Academy, but yet they're taking it in good spirit.
Yeah, the skipper will be a little disappointed with his effort behind the stumps on that occasion.
He's skipper, wicket keeper, opening batter.
And the interesting thing about it is even though runs haven't come off of the bat, runs have still come. And I mentioned the fact that the fielding effort is certainly what is going to apply that additional pressure. So Leonardo Julian now looks at that over and says, well, hey, I have 4 in it. Had he gone to this stage here with 1 delivery left, no runs being scored in the over, you never know what type of shot he might have played. Drives quite nicely in. We'll pick up a single to end off the 11th. It's 69 for 1.
Good over, relatively good over on that occasion from Matthew Foster. But conceding that 4 byes, the captain would recognize that he has allowed the West Indies Academy to breathe a bit easier after the 11 overs, 69 for 1, and it is your water break time.
Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. I'm Vernon A. Springer alongside Seth Burton, the mayor out of Liberta. And as we resume after the first hour's break, where the West Indies Academy need 177 runs and 234 balls, they are 69 for 1, and we're seeing 2 easy catches, more or less. Seth, you would have missed the first one off Allen, but you certainly would have seen the second one off Julian. He is 5 from 13, and Macho Nandu is 15 from 24. And Tom Mayers will be looking to try to see if they can more or less build pressure, because they know that if they build pressure on these 2 West Indian batsmen, something has to give. The big man bungs away around the wicket and cramp for room there. Don't like the approach so far from Julian. He's come out with a sort of Julian as if like
He wants to burst the ball.
yeah.
And Tom Mayers being the unlucky bowler in his previous over before the break, where he should have had him caught. That was a dolly. Should have been taken.
And now the Julian. I wonder if he's any family to Bernard Julian. He's trying to squeeze this one out. No ball signal here by umpire.
So you're going to have a free hit.
Yeah, free hit being expounded. But you know, Seth, we have talent in the respective countries.
And I'm always clear on that. We don't have a talent problem. We may want to speak about the pool and say we have a smaller pool than a team like India with having billions in terms of population. But in terms of talent, matching talent, we don't have a problem.
And I think it is important that although we have talent, that it is incumbent on the franchises, respective franchises, to pick the talent. I'll come back to that. Seth. Down the inside, another wide ball. So Tom Mayer's having a torrid time here.
The free hit is still open.
Still.
What was instructive is that captain and wicket keeper Commins came right down to have a word with Mayers, and yet he went down the leg side. I'm not quite sure if the thought was to go short.
I think he was maybe trying to tuck up Julian, more or less. Body line. Another wide again. I think what he's, and you got to understand his tactics here, Seth. For the free hit, he wants him to hit on the longer part of the boundary rather than straight.
That's understood.
So he's bowling him a slow bumper, and if anything, he can hold out there, even though he won't be out.
But after you go for 2 wides,
But it's
need
better
to
than going
change
for
that
6.
tactic.
It's better than going for 6.
Surprisingly, Julian has not ran down the track as we saw when he was put down.
Yeah, certainly. He's clambering this one over cover. Exuberant. He wanted to take the leather off of that ball there.
Yes.
It doesn't matter how hard you hit it, it's still going to go for a boundary. So
Doesn't matter. He got over the top.
yes.
And he got it over and was very decisive. Exactly what Mayers was trying to avoid is the trap in which he fell, because you mentioned he didn't want to go to the shorter side. He wanted him to play on the longer side. Yet at the same time, I thought the issue was length. I would have preferred to see that if he were going down leg, he was going towards the pads and not short on those occasions and then short outside the off stump.
76 for 1. Still 76 for 1. We're into over number 12. Tom Mayer's having a very long over here indeed.
They're going at a decent rate. Real decent rate here. These young West Indian batters being led by Akeem Allen, who blasted 41 in 29 deliveries before departing. 2 4s and 3 6s. Here is Julian cutting at this one. Scott Macbeth stood between him and what could have been a possible boundary. So, if you've just joined us this morning, Island emerging players won the toss and decided that they wanted to take first strike, and they did so. They got themselves in some trouble before they got to a decent score of 245 all out in 49.1 overs. The man who led that charge from beginning to end, Murray Commins, who really batted with class and batted with both aggression and was resilient in his approach when everyone fell around him. He carried his bat to 118 not out, and he was also well supported by a couple of other players, including the man who is bowling now, Tom Mayers.
Long over set.
Yes, a long over, 2 wides.
3 wides. Well, no, 2 wides and a no ball.
And a no ball, so 9 deliveries. He would have had to deliver only 6 legitimate ones.
9 ball over.
At the end of the day, he has gotten through it.
77 for 1.
Yes, pretty much a good start for the academy. They're going at just over 6 runs per over.
Yeah, and just for the folks who maybe just tuned in, just to give you a recap in terms of what would have happened earlier. Ireland would have won the toss a long time ago since morning, around about 8:30. And they were bowled over 244 or 48.5 overs with 24 boundaries and 3 maximums. You had Murray Commins, who top scored at 118 not out, 129 balls, 14 fours and 1 6. And he shared in a partnership with Tom Mayers, age 22, went out for 51, 46 balls, 2 fours, 3 sixes. And the bowling figures for the West Indies Academy, Joshua Bishop, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 45 runs, 4 wickets. Kevin Wickham, 10 overs, no maidens, 50 runs, 2 wickets. Ewan Lane, 8.5 overs, no maidens, 52 runs, 2 wickets. 9 Young, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 38 runs, no wickets. Junior Sinclair, surprised that he only bowled 5 overs. No maidens, 11 runs, no wickets. And Kelvin Pittman was pretty expensive today. 6 overs, no maidens, 47 runs, no wicket. We're starting with Scott Macabeth. He's going to start from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Comes around the wicket. Julian, and Julian playing around the pads there.
Yes.
Rather than looking to hit the ball straight down the ground. And so far, you could see Dhoni has set some out-and-out fields. It's sort of forcing Julian to have to come up with a new shot if he wants to score. He's using his feet there. When he gets there, he has to just block it.
Yes, but he did charge down, not just using his feet. He charged down quite a bit. About 5 strides out the crease.
Hope he doesn't run past one. Macabeth, the off spinner, around the wicket. And they just sneak a single into the square leg area. Fielder from short fine leg coming around, can't stop the single. And Leonardo Julian, it goes up to 11 now, brings Matthew Nandu into strikers on 14. And need 168 from 225 balls, 78 for 1. Here is Nandu just turning this one away. Now, Seth, this is where it is going to be important. Nandu has to be able to take the strike. He has to find the gap. Gotta look to find the gap. Has to be able to get a single.
Oh, trouble here.
Suicide and pressure. The pressure mountain.
Awesome, Scotty.
Yes, you can see perhaps that has created some anxiety for Julian because he was just charging down. Perhaps he wanted the strike.
And they're ahead set, so there's no need for them to get reckless.
That's
they
correct.
have to look at the context of the game right now. This is the end of over number 13, and they need 168 runs from 222 balls. So there's no need to be rushing. You just got to spend some time at the crease. Just look at how Murray Commins accumulated his innings.
Exactly. You're going already at a run per ball. The asking rate was just under 5. So you're on top. You have lost just 1 wicket comparatively. At this stage, the Irish team would have lost 5, and now you see it is clear that a message is coming out because the player comes out with the cap. He may have said something. They need to get it right in terms of the approach to running between the wicket. And you made a point that Matthew Nandu must be able to rotate the strike a bit more. Use soft hands, picking the gap. Because there is no more Anakeem Allen in who is going to really keep going, keep motoring on. Not to say that Leonardo Julian is not good. He's good and he's adept. But at the same time, you don't want one end to be locked down and put the other end in that sort of mode. So it has to be communication between the batters, and there has to be constant rotation of the strike, because they're not going to get boundaries at their will.
We have two good batsmen. They got at least three good batsmen. You got Bishop, O'Geese. Here's a short delivery.
Oh, through the wicket keeper again, Vernon, for the second time.
Yeah, and let's see if he got back onto it. No, it's a wide. And I think his positioning, Dhoni's positioning set is what is causing the problem. Let's if I can get Gavin to just look back at that replay there for me, I'll show you something set in terms of his positioning. You see, that's why he's blinded. If you look at his stance when he starts first.
That's right. Most of him is towards leg.
So you see, he's
That's
got,
right.
Sorry. He's not balanced at all. So he's like almost like he's looking around. Here is Nandu back and just hoisting this one. In fact, not Nandu, Julian. I think Julian trying to overhit the ball set.
And he's going against the long side, not only the long side, but also the side from which the wind is blowing. It is now a bit even overcast. You can see the clouds are pushing hard across the sun. Simply means that the wind is blowing significantly.
Here's Nandu driving. Didn't come out to the pitch of that ball there, more or less just stayed from his crease. Could have really turned that into a full toss, get the stride out. The stride is important. Come onto that heel, lead with the head and the shoulders.
It's also important to know the situation. You look at the flags, they're fluttering rather strongly in the breeze here.
Gavin Hoy, wrist spinner. Back and playing this into the offside. Look at suicide single there. Ricocheted off of the stump, good backing up there. Feeling is going to be important in this series. Ireland has already dropped 2 catches, so we're taking notes.
Yep. You remember again the World Cup semi-finals, South Africa dropping about 5, then losing by 3 wickets.
Julian coming forward, just steering it down to the backward point area. ...161 runs in 218 balls required. 85 for 1, the West Indies Academy. Again, trying to give himself room. Needed to get a little closer, deep into the crease and find backward point. More or less, left foot pointing straight to the fielder at cover. No runs. Still 85 for 1. Into over number 14. Hoy. Again, straight to that fielder.
I think it's clear that he favors the cover region, and he also favors square forward or square on the onside. So he's not allowing the ball to come on where, as you mentioned, he could glide it down or steer it down to third man, which is vacant, or picking up the gap down the ground between the wide mid-off, the wide mid-on, and the bowler. So I think he's positioning himself, hoping that he can get it a bit short or back of length delivery. And he perhaps need to, look at reconstructing his approach.
I think outside of Nicholas Puran, most of the left-handers set want to hit the ball between cover and extra cover rather than backward point. Once you get width, you got to be able to be looking to cut the ball into that area.
Yes.
There is Nandu just working this into the square leg area.
In fact, you're speaking about left-handers. Brian Lara used to score endless runs between backward point.
In that area.
Mally Richards, when as a youngster coming up, used to polish off the same sort of stroke, but those have become rare in terms of most left-handers.
86 for 1. Must have heard us at that point in time. You see the difference when he played the ball late. Went down into that area. You got to be able to find the gap.
Yes.
And rather than trying to overhit the ball, really.
Good eyes, good eye-hand coordination. Got to trust yourself. Lots of runs there to be had.
But trusting yourself set means that you got to be watching the ball.
That's
I don't
right.
think most of the batters are watching the ball long enough. Here is Nandu just working this into the deep backward square leg area. Julian just trotting through for a single. .88 for 1. Into over number 15. Macbeth. Into his second over, not for 4. Nandu on the striker's end. Here's Julian, just casually, no, just the hands went. There was no feet movement.
I think he's trying to find some rhythm here. He just needs to. Once he gets some rhythm, you'd see a different Leonardo Julian. And he has time. He has time. He must play with that 88 for 1. Pretty much a good start. So he just needs to calm the nerve. Don't get too anxious. Because he has the capacity.
Wide delivery by Macabeth. Umpire Christopher Taylor signaling wide, so the score goes up to 89 for 1. They need 157 singles set. And Julian has to be thinking, I just need 50 out of this, 50, 60. Repeat for stumping.
Do you believe a West Indian team would be getting even half of that in singles? No way.
Well, I didn't say singles, but at least get half of the 157 runs that are required at the end of 15. 89 for 1. You have to be thinking.
I agree. I
like
get your
that.
point. I get your point. I'm just trying to rub it in because, some believe that it's all about power. Some believe that it's all about trying to see how many boundaries we can amass.
Yeah, but 300 balls set in
That's right.
ODI cricket is a lot of cricket.
A lot of cricket.
And it's a lot of balls.
You have seen a lot of
So
teams
you can
going
take,
high over 300.
yeah, but
these
you can
days.
take your time. You can take your time. It's the art of batting. Here is Nandu trying to find the gap, but not been successful so far. He's going to have to be very, very, very careful. He's got to keep his eyes on Gavin Hoey. Feel can get one to rip. Nandu being from Guyana, we didn't enjoy this. He's back and cracking that out to the sweeper, finding the gap. But there's protection by Ireland, and he gets a single.
Yes, in Guyana, may have been fed on a lot of spin diet. You don't really get quite a lot of fast men.
Well, you got young Ishan Torn who's coming through. You got Beaton. You got this young guy Shamar Joseph who's gone on the West Indies
Yes,
A-team tour. He's a prospect
he's
guy.
a bright prospect.
Yeah, so
You see him, you see a fast bowler. You see him, you see
Guyana,
a thinking bowler.
Guyana quietly been going about their business. It's almost set like once ago, in India's time, you would have maybe only seen a couple. They have Chandrasekhar. Now, they've got so many. Siraj, Shami.
They have a battery of fast bowlers, quality fast bowlers.
Got to find the gap. They got to just keep the rotation of the strike.
Guyana, though, Colin Croft, who really started that sensation.
Ryan King.
Then Ryan King and Colin Stewart also came after.
Yeah, they had some good
Colin
ones.
Croft was the guy who bravely defied the odd about spin bowling and really was a big name in international cricket. I thought that had he not gone off to South Africa.
You thought persons were looking at Colin Croft's run rather than what was happening?
No, man. Colin Croft was decent. Trust me. Really
Yes.
decent, really special.
The big Colin, the pilot. Over completed set, 16 overs bowled, 92 for 1. Julian is 15, Nandu is 19. And Gavin Hoey's 2 so far has cost him 10 runs.
This, I think, is a commendable tour with the Irish team. You look at Ireland, teams like Ireland, they are really competing these days. You look at their, it must be a joy for them when they can find themselves playing amongst top players.
Here is Nandu just working this. But set again, we have to start to revisit what is happening at the international level with the ICC. Because you can't tell me in a calendar year that Afghanistan maybe only played 2 test matches.
That's right.
It's not balanced. You go to the FIFA World Cup. Yes, you might get knocked out, but what I'm saying, the game has to be evenly distributed around.
Agreed. I think here is where the ICC differs, or is different from maybe a setup like FIFA. The distribution has gone length and breadth ahead in terms of the international side of it.
And in fairness, Seth, the monies are not shared equally, because if we look at a territory and a region like Cricket West Indies, with a small population in the Caribbean in terms of a small private sector, how are you going to compete? How do you fund your cricket programs to compete against the rest of the world?
Economies of scale is already a hindrance.
We're almost like we're beggars when you look at it. 94
and the sponsor
for one.
cannot get return on the dollar based on population issues, based on buying power, and it has to be led from the top. I think Michael Holding was very clear in an interview recently, and he's very serious in his view that much care ought to be taken of not just West Indies cricket.
But
his
the
concern was
Bangladesh
that
and the Sri Lanka
everyone
and all those
presided over what happened in West Indies cricket because the financial support did not remain, and the time in which it was done, it was not. We're not looking for excuse for West Indies copping out, neither are we looking for excuse for the emerging teams to come to the fore. But yes, even distribution, I think, is a factor. And when you look at what happens, I think, ooh, that one bounced, Werner.
It did. Effort pounded into it. The end of 17 overs, 95 for one. And sometimes, Seth, it's discussions like these that are going to spark the interest so that folks can be able to understand what is happening in terms of the injustices being served out to West Indies cricket. When you look at the context in terms of the game, there are so many factors that have been plagued against us. When we were on top, a new rule is introduced, a bounce rule, and then the England folks, Home Office came up with a rule by indicating that they're going to keep West Indian cricketers out of county cricket. So many factors that has hampered us over the period of time.
That's a good effort. Well placed though by Nandu.
A little bit in the air, set past the short mid-wicket fielder there.
But here is my point as well, not just belabeling as West. The emerging teams, when the gap is narrowing. When you look at Afghanistan and how they played,
but they're playing for
World Cup.
They're playing for a cause set.
That's right. So, but the key is that the gap is narrowing. When you look at, you'd call them bottom teams in the past, even non-existent teams, they have booked their place. Once again, I spoke about Julian always trying to spank it in that region, just about mid-wicket, but going deep in the crease, something that perhaps the coach would have to look at. These teams are narrowing the gap. So teams like West Indies, teams like Zimbabwe, they may not always find a ready place in the setup. But if we were to look at it, this was the first World Cup that we have had where all the 10 teams would have played each other, which was a plus, and a huge plus. But if we were to make the same comparison, that's 10, right, the second. But the point that I want to make, if we were to look at football, FIFA World Cup, you're talking about 32 teams playing over the same period. And then it would be expanded. If we're talking about football, and this is my last comment on this matter, if you're looking at football, the club structure internationally is controlled. But if we look at the club structure, let's say the T20 structure, players are moving all over like crazy. And then the development of the other players are not coming. And it is crazy.
100 up for the West Indies Academy. Julian on strike is 16. Nandu is 23. Comes forward in a very positive way. There's a lot of work to be done, Seth.
A lot of work.
Whole lot of work. And like I'm saying, when you don't have the funds being evenly distributed among all of the territories, you're going to find yourself in a disparity all the time to be able to compete. And if you look at the situation, I say that because Afghanistan and Bangladesh and those countries have to try to host a test match. Based on the funding that they receive from the cricket from ICC, their funds are going to be depleted. I mean, you saw Ireland. Ireland, because who are you going to track? If you want to, you have to play against the England or the India or Australia.
It's a two-match series or one-match series.
So you're really up against it. And if ICC is really serious about Test cricket, then it has to be an even playing field for everyone. Here is a whip by Nandu out to the mid-wicket fielder. They only get 1 run in the process. So the West Indies Academy, they're coasting along. 101 for 1 into over number 19. They need 145 in 191 balls. Julian, who is on 16, he comes into strike. Nandu is on the non-strikers end, he's 24. Here's Julian having a sweep. I don't think he really got right down to really try and sort of sweep the ball. He was sort of half-cock going about it.
I'm sympathetic to Julian, though. Has to come in at number 3 after wicket keeping for the entire 50 overs.
He's back and cracking this one inside out, over cover for 4. It had the room, it had the width. And
that's his stroke.
Had to be put away.
Over cover. Short of a length. And he knew that it was 4 the minute it left the bat. Really getting into his own.
He's gone to 20 now. Score goes up to 105 for 1. Macabeth apologizing for that long hop delivery that he bowled to his teammate.
Well, long hop gets wicket.
Yeah, we saw one from Kevin Wickham. Great catch by Lane. You'll have to credit Lane, Yuan Lane, for that excellent catch. It was a big frame. Here is Julian back and slapping it past backward point, ricocheted out onto the sweeper. He gets a single. Single that was always on. 106 for 1. Jason and his team doing an excellent job here for 360. And the sun, the clouds have just come over and just maybe made our boot
cool things down.
A little cooler. Here is Nandu. Just pushing this one. Peel off the outside half of the bat past first slip. And the fielder from backward point had to run all the way down to the third man area. And that fielder happened to be Cade Carmichael.
It must be a contrasting scenario if you were following from the beginning of the innings when the power.
Yeah, 108, make it 109 for 1. Nandu goes up to 27. Julian comes into strike. He's signaling to the pavilion for something. Julian, at the end of over number 20, no, number 19. 109 for 1. 9 runs coming out of that over.
Certainly, and easily. It was not any big heaving, apart from the bad ball that was dispatched over cover for 4. They were able to work their way. They were able to steer their way. We saw one coming off the outer half of the bat from Nandu. But apart from that, they showed that they were in control. And that's what you want from your young batters, just to be in control. The required run rate is below 5. And they just need to keep batting. If they can be there towards the end, they would be grateful.
I think looking ahead set for the franchises, because the Cricket West Indies have made their mind up that they're going to the franchise level. So you've got 6 franchises as we speak. I'll come back and give you my thought process. Here is Nandu on driving down the ground, picking up an easy single. We have to find a way set to have a second team cricket, whatever you want to call it. So even when you have, for reference, your Super 50 that is taking place, or your 4-day competition, the emerging players and the players who don't make the first team get an opportunity to be in that competition. Here is Julian hoisting this one bounce for 4.
Yes, he would be happy. Just 1 bounce, just inside. In fact, 6.
Did signal 6? I thought it dropped. All right. Well, Christopher Taylor's eyes would be way better than mine's. He's okay. Looks like it's gone all the way over.
Yes.
So Christopher Taylor,
better eyes.
Better eyes.
At least, Vernon, you are a good 150 yards.
Oh yes.
Away from where she stands.
And it's white versus white. 116 for 1. Trying to overhit the ball there again, Julian, not stepping out. That ball was in the air long enough. He could be able to just step out, hit that on the full.
Well, he's happy that he already struck a 6 so far in the over.
Yeah, but he can't get carried
Can
away.
just cruise. 7 runs have come so far.
He's 27, Nandu is 28. Oh, that kept down. That's what I was telling you, Seth. He's got to have to be careful.
And he was playing back.
I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem him paying back, but he's got to watch the ball right onto his bat. He was sort of pulling away, so he has to be careful. Want to get leg side of the ball. Want to defend that castle. Full toss. He's trying to overhit the ball again. Can meet those balls in the full, man. Set and find the gap. He's looking to be expansive, Julian. He goes to 28, so both batters are on 28, 117 for 1. They need 129 runs in 181 balls. Already 8 runs out of this over with a maximum. Nandu is back and just trying to steer this past cover. Can't beat the fielder at cover. Over completed, 20 overs bowled. And the West Indies Academy, they're large and in control. They're 117 for 1. They need 129 runs in 180 balls.
Well, they're looking now settled, very settled, Julian. And in a quick time, Julian has gone on to 28, the same as Matthew Nandu. So you're seeing what? They have grown together. Nandu, he would have started the innings along with Akeem Aline. He was there for a while, but now that he has had Julian with him, both are going neck to neck, 28 each from 47 deliveries. They're consolidating now, and I believe Marley Richards, who is a left-hander, that's why I want him in, because he would be able to. Oh, he goes. Unfortunately, Julian again charging down the track, and
he was always
that is the
undercard.
issue that I've been speaking to, somehow has grown impatient, charging down the track. That one spun away from him, and in a flash, Bales was removed, coming down. Marley Richards, Vernon, you speak on it, and Marley Richards will tell you where he went wrong.
I'm speechless. I'm really speechless because that shot was certainly not necessary. Julian's got a good start, 28 from 47. They're 117 for 2. Which means that you still have another 30 overs to go. You need 129 singles and 179 balls. So there's no need, there's no rush to charge down the wicket after that delivery. Good afternoon, Mali.
Good afternoon, Vernon. Good afternoon to the listeners and watchers wherever they may be. Yeah, just a loss of concentration there from Leonardo Julian. Maybe just a bit of pressure in terms of his scoring rate just coming to the fore there. It's never a good idea when you advance into a spinner to defend wide of that off stump as well. Not sure what was running through the young man's mind, to be honest. Well, I think Ireland haven't allowed these West Indian Academy batters to get away from them. Julian, 28 of 47. Matthew Nandu as well, 28 of 47. And if you think in the big scheme of things, in terms of your top 3, and in terms of a strike rate, in chasing a total, it's not exactly what you would necessarily want. Your number 1 and your number 3 operating at just about a 50 strike rate. I think we've got to make a conscious effort here in the Caribbean, and it has to start with these young players. Our brand of white ball batting in particular has to change.
The brand, first of all, Mali, you have to understand batting for the brand to change. 129 and 179 balls. Bishop is back and finding the gap. He's a pretty player. He's a lovely player. He found the gap and he got a boundary very early. Played the ball really late. And execution there from Teddy Bishop. Lovely shot by the young man to get off the mark.
Actually coming in at number 4 here in this West Indies Academy team, would have predominantly played at the top of the innings and at number 3 previously. I did think when I saw Julian coming out at number 3, maybe they could have gone with a Teddy Bishop just to mix up the right-hand, left-hand combination.
Certainly. And I understand the fall in terms of what you were talking about, because you would have had to send Julian and Nandu at the same time. Pretty interesting scenario. 121 for 2. Well, that's history right now. Bishop have to be careful.
I'm not sure if that was an inside edge.
He did get an inside edge onto it. Pretty lucky. And again, he wasn't tight enough there. You've got to get tight. You've got to defend the castle. He's looking to pull away again there. And he's got to understand, he's been in the field and he's seen the tracks here. If you bowl between wicket and wicket, you have to be as tight as possible, especially in your defense and in your shot selection.
It's also important when facing that first delivery. Your energy is up as well.
Nandu under some pressure, but finding the gap, giving an easy single.
You've got to be ready to go from ball one, Vern. Especially as you go up the levels.
123 for 2. The current run rate is 5.90, as Mali said, so which means that they are there. So it has to be game awareness. You have to understand the situations. When you shift gears, when you adjust, when you look to, there's a partnership that is going to build, but you can't give your hands away.
And it's finding low-risk options in which to score and score consistently will be the key for these young West Indies Academy batters. The end of that over, though, successful one, 123 for 2.
So, where do we go from here? They need 123 and 174 balls. These two having a conversation, and Matthew Nandu, he seems to be the player that they're going to bat around. So that has to be the option. So you can't have all stroke makers banding around, and Matthew Nandu is somebody who's going to be able to work the ball into the gaps and, you know, give the likes of Kevin Wickham and Geese and Teddy Bishop the role to, you know, be the big scorers.
Obviously, we've been watching a lot of the World Cup, and I think Team India is a good team to look at in terms of how they crashed out in 2019, the changes that they would have made, and how they've gone about it here in 2023.
Nandu is back and punching that out to the sweeper on the offside. He goes up to 30. And the score goes up to 124 for 2. So he's listening us. Just rotate the strike. It is now important now for Teddy Bishop now not to get out at this period of time, because he had already lost the wicket of Julian in the over before. And so he has to still rotate the strike. It can pick up 4 or 5 singles still. Don't have to go for an extravagant boundary.
That's for sure. I'll get back to that Indian team after this delivery. In terms of the batting,
Gavin Hoy to Bishop.
that's the wrong end.
And he's out. Just as Mali was talking about it. Can't get out at that period of time. He'll just come in. Have a look. Teddy Bishop goes back. Soft dismissal. The wrong on, as Mali called it. Didn't read it. Looking to pull away. Was off balance. And West Indies Academy, they've lost their 3rd wicket.
Just a bit lackadaisical there in terms of his body language upon striding to the crease. And it's proven to be his downfall. Just not sharp enough to read that delivery. Not sure what stroke he was actually trying to play in the end. Just lobbed an easy catch to the mid-on fielder. And that's, what, 2 down now for the West Indies Academy. 124 for 2.
Got to watch the ball. Got to watch the ball. The batters are 3.
3, sorry.
Yeah, and not watching.
My bad.
Yeah, not watching the ball long enough. Got to watch the ball for a long period of time. And as Mali said, got to be able to pick that. Mali called it from the time he bowled it. And so you got to be in the pavilion looking around to see in terms of what's going to be happening. 124 for 3. Who's coming out now? Is it our...
Yeah, it looks like Kevin Wickham.
Okay.
But just to go back to India quickly, that even that semi-final, they would have scored 398, I think, near 400. You look at the strike rates of the top 3, or even the top 5. It's actually Virat Kohli that's got the luxury of playing himself in, rotating strike, not really having to operate at an extremely high strike rate. That just affords him, who I think is their best batter, the luxury to really maximize those middle overs. You look at Shubman Gill, his 80 was off 60-yard deliveries. Shreyas Iyer, his 100 as well. And I think that's just...
Don't talk about Sharma at the top.
Rohit Sharma as well. And that's the brand of cricket we need to be playing here. And I think we need to start with these young guys.
Game awareness. Let's see the approach of Wickham. He's a talented player.
Oh, that's rolled. Wow.
If that was between wicket and wicket.
In Antigua, we call that a ground ghoul. The way
wow. Wickham is smiling. Thank God it was off.
Imagine if that was straight. Wow.
Ah, I'm telling you. Thank God. He didn't know anything about it. A torrid time for
Bounced
the
twice,
keeper.
actually. That one.
Here's Wickham driving sweetly out to cover. He's going to come back quite easily for 2. This guy's got so much time. He's got so much class, Kevin Wickham. One for the future. Let's look back at it, Mali. Let me see if you called it right. You did. You got good eyes, Mali.
A bit of help as well, to be honest. 1, 2. Bounced twice.
Got to be careful. It should have been a no ball call there. Ooh. But I think everything happened so fast,
So
Mali.
quickly.
Yeah, I don't think the umpire, Lady Abbott, would have seen that. So the end of over number 22. They need 118 in 168 balls. Nandu 30 from 50. Wickham has just come out. And the West Indies, they'll have to rebuild and rebuild quickly as Joel Manning will join you, Mali.
It's an opportunity here for the Irish, though. 128 for 3. New batter, Kevin Wickham. Matthew Nandu just struggling to rotate the strike as he'd like. 30 off 50. If they can take a wicket or 2 here, remove Matthew Nandu, it will go a long way in terms of defending that 2-4-5.
Come on, boys.
Wickup getting ready to face up to his first delivery from Lisa Andy Roberts' end. Scott Macbeth looking for another.
Nice, Scotty, lovely.
Game's in a fine balance at this stage, you must say. Windies will need a partnership. We spoke about Wickham and his performances in the regional Super 50. 4 scores above 30. Not managing to go on, get a half century or 100. Oh, that's spit. That's really spit at the young man. Probably hit him on the body. He was looking to advance to that one. It's the second delivery we've seen from that end off the spinners. Really bounce. I'm joined by Joel Manning, though. How are you this afternoon, sir?
I'm not too bad. I had a bite to eat and back
Finally.
into the hot seat here now. But looking at the signs here in terms of the surface, this is how I knew that at 245 that Ireland put on the board should have posed a challenge for the West Indies, given that Ireland do have a couple spinners who bowl quite well and can keep things tight. I go back to my point with Humphrey, as that's the end of 23, 130 for 3. Yeah, just looking back at Humphrey as well, especially left arm spin, the type of challenge that he can pose to the right-handed batters. Just finding that right pace on this surface definitely will be a threat. Scott Macbeth here has picked up one as well. So you're seeing these spinners come to the fore for Ireland. But funny enough, it also kind of paints a picture of what also happened in the Super 50 as well, whereby the spinners were the dominant ones
Really
across
dominant,
the tournament. So once again, this here is also a picture of what we saw in that Super 50 tournament for the very West Indies Academy side as well.
Yeah, I think what's just slightly cost them, though, early here, the Irish, is the fact that he was given that new ball. I think he could have made use of this end with the new ball, with the pace. Hard new ball from this Curtly Ambrose end, the end that's actually been the most conducive to seam bowling. And they were made to pay. But they've come back really nicely in this game. And game's in a fine balance at this stage, 131 for 3.
Yeah, they certainly pulled things back. Oh, there's one lofted out into the deep mid-wicket area. One bounce in front of the fielder, though. But I guess, in a way, the use of Humphrey at the top kind of goes back to what they would have seen with Joshua Bishop. Just thinking that maybe Humphrey could extract that same type of turn, and actually he was able to do
With
just
the first
that.
ball, yeah, it really went.
Oh, Wickham tries to go big. And
Oh, what a specky that is! My word! Fionn Hand, an absolute spectacular catch. What do you make of that one, Joe?
wow. Those are the only words to describe it. Down the wicket, not getting to the pitch of it, but Fionn Hand and his hands, oh my goodness gracious me. He will remember that for a long time.
Those catches are so difficult, running back over the shoulder. Very difficult catch in which to judge. But Hand got there in good time and laid out full extension as we see this again.
Well, there, Mally, I say, Hand has got the hands here.
He does. Two fantastic hands indeed. Flying away. Wow. The big man is overjoyed with that one. And Irish Academy themselves, they'll be happy to see the back of Kevin Wickham. Maybe just a little pressure, the pressure of the situation getting to the young man. Four
Simply
wickets
superb,
down
Mally.
now. Wow.
Simply superb.
Wow.
Those are the types of efforts that you want to see in cricket. Those are the types of efforts that you want to be on commentary for.
Wow.
As well. No, honestly, you saw it in the air. You just told yourself maybe it might have been beyond Fionn Hand's hands, but he made good ground. Not just that, kept his eyes on the ball as well, but that leap, that dive, that my goodness me.
And that's the point right there. It looked like it had just cleared him and gone, to be honest. It looked like he had no chance. But the big man didn't give up.
Absolute commitment.
Wow.
And the thing about it is that from a coach's perspective, you're going to say, hey, he made the early decision. I am going for this. But yeah, it does not get better than that. Beat your chest, Fionn Hand. That one today belongs to you.
Yeah, definitely. What a catch. That got me up out of my seat, to be honest. First time today. Fair play to the young man. And these are the kind of catches that, as they say, you know the cricket saying, catches win matches. And if there was ever one, that would be a perfect example of a spectacular catch, bringing a team right back into a game, especially with Matthew Nandu still at the crease. They'll be happy with the fact, knowing that the way he's batting here today, he can't necessarily take the game away from them unless they bowl really badly. I think the Irish Academy have just gone ahead in my estimations here, Joe, just slightly. It's going to take another partnership here from the West Indies Academy.
Yeah, not just a partnership, but honestly just level-headed batting. And that's the interesting thing about it, because you look back even towards Leonardo Julian and the drop catch off of him, and you just wondered why in that moment. Yes, you understand the intent in terms of being positive, but it's also about situational awareness. Not too long lost the wicket. There was nothing threatening you at the moment. He decided he's going to come down the track, offer the simple catch, was put down. From there, you thought he might maybe settle down. But actually, I figured not, simply because you saw the planning in place by Ireland, especially as it pertained to the field placing. And you always wonder, how do batters who usually only score in one area make those adjustments? And he actually struggled to make the adjustments, because several times he was looking for those runs just backward of square, just probably in front of square in terms of point. Eventually, coming down the wicket, left in no man's land, he went back. You look at somebody here now like Kevin Wickham, who you know is usually a very positive batter. And the thing about it is that when you look around the Caribbean, not many batters use their feet well. Many batters try to use their feet, but they don't use their feet well. Honestly, you can look at a piece of paper and call out maybe 4 or 5 names in the Caribbean in terms of batters who use their feet well. One comes to mind, Darren Bravo, certainly as one of those. But outside of the couple names that we have, not many use their feet well to the spin.
It's been an Achilles heel for the West Indies batsmen over the last 20 years or so.
Indeed, Akeem Ogist, the new batter to the crease. And I was making those points to say now that when you see batters using their feet here, you usually know it's because they're unable to play what they see in front of them.
Almost as a panicked reaction to tight bowling, just running down the wicket, hoping for the best.
I was certainly hoping to see better signs across this series once again. It's all about that developing factor, that development for these players. And put under the test now at 133 for 4. We said that Ireland were put under the test when they were batting, and we saw what they were able to do, getting up to that 245. Now West Indies having something to do as well here. Now 24 overs bowled, it's 133 for 4.
Yes, Akeem Ogist coming in at number 6. Would have seen him last year in the regional Super 50 and in the CPL, batting in the top 3, the top 4. So in a slightly different position here, not just today, but in the recently concluded regional Super 50 Cup as well. Came in at number 6. Played more as an all-rounder, bowled his leg spinners as well, with a best of 4 for 47 against Guyana in the penultimate match of the group stage. But he's in here with bat in hand. Can be quite an aggressive player as well. I like the look of him. He's probably been a bit short of runs in the last year or so. Got quite a few opportunities in CPL 2022. Not as many in 23. Had a best of 76 in the Super 50 versus Trinidad, 76 not out. The strike rate of 91 though. And he's away right away.
Well, a change of bowling from the Sir Andy Roberts end. It's Tim Tector with ball in hand. Former under-19 skipper for the Irish side. Would have travelled across to the Caribbean for that World Cup last year. And one of the players who you can say has come through the ranks for them. Yeah, right through the system, as you would say, from the under-13 level straight through. He's here now in the academy setup.
Is Harry Tector his brother? You tend to see quite a few siblings in Irish cricket through the men's and the women's game.
Well, they get to hold that one a bit loose from Tector and dispatched.
Yeah, that's one thing for sure. Akeem Ogist is a very, very aggressive batter. And on that occasion, a waist-high full toss deposited away quite easily by the young St. Lucian. Again, even better. That's going to be 6 runs here. So just providing the impetus that the West Indies Academy innings would have needed at this stage. And to be fair, pretty poor bowling by Tector.
Yes, indeed. Looking as if he was going for the variation on that particular occasion. Ball not coming out right. And a full toss on offer. Easy pickings for Akeem Ogist. Takes him into double figures now.
It's only into his first over. This is his first over. Probably going to the variations a bit too soon.
Oh, that one finds the edge. And success for Tector. Success for Ireland Academy.
Wow. We were just saying it. Akeem Ogist looked in no trouble. Deposited those 2 full tosses quite easily. And here, another delivery. Not sure, just the lack of bounce actually doing the young man. Not sure if that was an under edge. Didn't really get up. Caught on the back foot. Windies Academy now in trouble. 145 for 5.
Yeah, certainly in trouble here. The boys in maroon. 145 for 5. They are now. That one pushed through a bit quicker from Tector. And you probably wonder maybe if Akeem Ogis probably could have either been one, leaving that one outside the off stump, or two, actually getting forward to that one, because you question whether or not it might have been an under edge as he was getting on to that back foot. But nonetheless, he has got to go.
Especially considering he's got 10 already from the over, personally. As you said, and pretty much nothing ball outside the off stump. And that's something you don't necessarily want to be doing here as young batters. We saw that from Julian as well, defending quite wide to the spinners. Balls that aren't troubling the stumps. Second batter to go that way. Left-hander as well. You'll be very disappointed, Akeem Ogis. It's going to be Naeem Young, though. The skipper coming to the crease at number 7. He also had a very good all-round regional Super 50. It's actually second in the averages. Naeem Young, average 57 with a strike rate of 85.50, 171 runs in his 6 matches.
Yeah, just looking back at that wicket there for Tector, getting it right in terms of the length. And here's where I was hoping to see the replay, because I'm looking to see where he's looking to work that delivery, looking to work it towards the leg side almost. In fact, maybe having done once, done by the line, or rather the length of the delivery and the pace of the delivery as well, getting through him before he was able to play that shot, Akeem Ogis.
And have a look at the eyes as well, just upon contact. Not sure if he was watching that ball as closely as he possibly could have. This one swung away though by Nandu. No real timing. Will it get to the boundary? It's creeping there. No, it doesn't. You come back for 2. He moves on to 33 now.
Yeah, the thing about it is, naturally you had to tell yourself that Tector is going across you, and I was asking myself whether or not he might have been looking towards that off stump, or rather that offside, and hence why he asked to get that replay from our tech team, because he found himself in a very awkward position looking to play that shot.
It's just important when these new batters come to the crease that they're ready to go right away. Can't ease into it. One has to be ready. So whether that's riding the bike outside or running in place, whatever, you've got to get that heartbeat rate up, that heart rate up. Get you going right away. Saw Teddy Bishop just a bit too languid. Maybe Kevin Wickham as well. Not quite on it right away.
He's coming right arm over the wicket, 3 to come.
Well, you heard it there. He's coming a right arm over the wicket. 3 balls to come from Gavin Hoey. Back of a length, but quite tight on that off stump. And this is certainly where Ireland Academy can afford to put on some pressure. Similar, funny enough, to the middle over stages for when they were batting, and the ability for Naeem Young to rotate his wicket-taking bowlers at a stage where Ireland were under the pump, under the cosh, as you would say. Similar scenario here now, albeit a better position just in terms of the run factors for the West Indies. The end of that Gavin Hoy over. 26 bowled, 148 for 5.
Yeah, the Irish spinners here doing a very good job in terms of just pulling back these academy batters, picking up wickets as well at regular intervals. Halfway through the side now. It's going to be Tector to continue. I think Nandu's role here is absolutely key now. Can't afford to give it away after doing so much of the hard work. Maybe he hasn't scored at the rate that he would have liked, but he's there, and he's the man that can win this game for the West Indies if he does bat through.
Yeah, even beyond the winning factor, just simply the application factor that you'll be hoping to see from Matthew Nandu in this situation. We look back once again at the innings of Ireland. We were questioning, who is that person that is willing to stand up and bat through the difficult scenarios, the difficult periods. We saw Murray Commins do just that. And a similar question here now being posed in the sense of, who will be that person for the West Indies Academy?
I think the difference was Commins found a way to score quite consistently without taking too many risks. So it'll be interesting to see if Nandu can find a way to do pretty much the same. Because you think Commins started quite slowly and then he just built as his innings progressed. This one's straight. Won't have the power though. Only coming back for one. I think that's something Nandu has to definitely look at. That backswing of his at times just seems a bit punchy as opposed to fluid. Just checking the strokes. At times you want to see him go through. Maximize that power. A la Glenn Maxwell, you think back to that backswing, how it's a long backswing, extending the arms as well for maximum power.
Probably just sliding down the leg side on an occasion. Looks a bit to pad. Look for the signal from the umpire. In fact, well, hoping for no signal to confirm what I saw.
And if you don't want to look too far for Glenn Maxwell, you could just even look here today with Kadeem Aline, how he went about it. Ooh, no real timing from Young. Really struggled to time the ball from this to Sir Andy Roberts' end in particular. It's a bit similar for the Irish batters, but they found a way. Commins and Mays in particular. I thought that innings from Mays was absolutely superb. There we go again. Just a bit too early through that stroke was Nandu. Bit too paced this pitch. But he survives though, unscathed.
Yes.
Probably should be looking for a helmet as well, the way these balls are spitting at the batters. I thought Julian Leonard, is that the end of the over? Yeah, it is. The end of that over, 152 for 5. I found it strange when Julian came out to the spinners without his helmet and then was also looking to play that cross-batted shot, that sweep to balls that were bouncing. At times missing them just because he was taking his head out the way. I think if he had a helmet on, that head would be more still. Yeah, just something for him to think about.
Yeah, the helmet actually, in fact, now coming out from Matthew Nandu. It's exactly because of that factor whereby you're unable to actually trust
the bounce,
the bounce of the surface, the pace of the surface even in front of you, because naturally ball is dragged down the leg side. Usually you tell yourself easy pickings for you to collect a boundary. But just because of the indifference in terms of the pace and bounce of the surface at the moment, unable to really capitalize on that one, Matthew Nandu. Once again, going back to why I felt as if West Indies Academy allowed Ireland to put too many runs on the board on this particular surface. Just moments whereby you had slight lapses in fielding, etc., allowing momentum to swing just for at least a period of maybe 10 overs or so in the favor of Ireland.
This one's gone high as well. Will that go to hand? Yes, it does. Another catch over the shoulder. The Irish, we spoke about their fielding earlier today, and boy, has it come to the party. Another wicket goes down for the West Indies Academy. 152 for 6.
Well, the skipper, Naeem Young, looking to go after Fionn Hand and simply skied that one. Nowhere near it, especially in terms of the line of that one. And an easy catch. Well-judged catch by Tim Tector. He's not going to drop that. And now, well, it's 6 down for the West Indies Academy. 152 for 6.
It's a bit out of character, that, from Captain Naeem Young. Hasn't been something we've grown accustomed to seeing from the West Indies Academy captain in the last year or so. Just a soft dismissal, not really analysing the situation as you'd think. And he has to go.
It was nice to hear that you mentioned the word analyse and talking about the situation. Certainly looking at the position that you're finding yourself in, knowing that it is a bit of a storm in the sense of Ireland are bowling well. They're in that period whereby you would have to say this moment belongs to them. And as such, as the skipper, you could maybe tell yourself that he would tell himself, okay, he's going to try to take away a bit of that momentum.
When presented with a ball in his area, yes.
Agreed, but I just felt as if maybe forcing it was definitely not the option there on that particular occasion, especially given that with the type of shot that he was looking to play, you realize the man that was sweeping on the cover boundary there as well. So at best case, it would have probably been 1 unless he had a magic connection for 6, if you get what I'm saying here on this particular occasion. But so in terms of the analysis of the situation, I just figured that it wasn't the best from Naeem Young, especially when we're looking at 27 overs bowled and the position that you're in.
Especially on a pitch that's just proven to be a bit too paced as well. Not giving himself the amount of time to really acclimatise to conditions here. Something he'll definitely learn from. He's led from the front throughout his stint here as the West Indies Academy captain.
Yeah, it's just all about moving through different periods, whether or not you consider those periods to be overs and consider those periods to be runs. So obviously looking at it, the run rate is certainly nothing of concern to them. It's the wickets column at the moment, and as such, I think you could have maybe assessed it from a runs perspective in the sense, okay, what is our next target here, whether or not our target is 165, 175, 180, whatever that is. And then ask yourself, how do we get there? Because once again, run rate is not a problem, overs left is not a problem. So even if I get there at 4 runs and over, 3.5 runs and over, I'm still able to set up myself for the back end of this innings, unless you're telling yourself that the pitch is going to deteriorate so much that you're definitely not going to last into about the 40th over or so.
Spot on. Sinclair looking to run that one. Yeah, I think you're spot on there, Joe. The Ireland just juggled their bowlers quite cleverly here in the last 15 overs or so. What does Nandu do? He'll be feeling the pressure, that's for sure. He'll be thinking, hey, I need to get off to get a few more boundaries here. And, you know, he's just itching for anything in his half so he can really throw his hands at it. But I think he's got to stay pretty composed in this situation. Pretty similar to Commins. He didn't really get above himself. Showed all the class of an international player. And this one's nicked off. It's gone quite fine. Will it get to the boundary? It does. So Sinclair's away. His first boundary. Quite fortuitous, that one.
.28 bowled here in this chase for the West Indies. 156 for 6 they are now. Yeah, just looking at Matthew Nandu and possibly how he can maybe go about playing here. Certainly, from a wickets perspective, yes, there is pressure out there, but I would hope that he is not feeling pressure, especially given the level of talent that he possesses. And for him, honestly, this is a case and a perfect scenario for him to play his very natural game in the sense of continue to work the ball around and once again set yourself up. Because if Matthew Nandu at this stage is thinking about boundaries and looking for boundaries, then I am pretty sure to guarantee you that he's going to find himself in just a bit of a ticklish scenario. And that's not to say that he can't hit them. That's just to say that in this moment, that type of approach might not be required, because it's simply a case of looking at the target to get. It's not the biggest of targets. So it's just a case of putting yourself within striking distance of that target and then taking those risks on the latter half of it. So I'm hoping that in his mind he's telling himself, okay, forget about the wickets that are down. What is my game? How can I utilize my game in this situation? And funny enough, it's perfectly set for a player like him.
Yeah, that's for sure. I think he'll have quite a few voices going off in his head right now, and I think that's a key part of batting. What voice to listen to. He'll definitely be having all sorts of thoughts swirling around.
Oh! Yes. So good, home.
He'll think, I'm only on 37 from 64. That will run across his mind as well. He'll want to try and catch up as quickly as possible. And it's those cuts at times. It just seems that he misses out on deliveries in which typical left-handers should be really strong on. Those cuts at times just seems to be hitting from low to high as opposed to chopping down on these deliveries for maximum power. Just something for the young man to work on, though. He's got the tools. It's in there. There's definitely a player in there, Joe.
Yeah, certainly he has a good foundation, as you would say, and hence why I go back to saying that that foundation is what he can rely on here in this situation. That's what you would hope as a coach to see, because that's what separates players for you at the end of the day. Because yes, it's the academy setup, these guys are identified, but the reality is not every single one of them will go on to greatness. That's just life.
Definitely.
And hence why you're going to look for those signs in terms of the players who, when they find themselves in scenarios like this, how do they dig themselves out of it? Is it a case of every time they find themselves here, they get out of character, give away the wicket, or 6 out of 10 times, 7 out of 10 times, are they able to go back to their foundation and pull their team out of it? It's just simple cricket like that from Matthew Nandu and the West Indies Academy. And if they can play that simple cricket, I dare say, for the next 40 minutes, the next hour or so, they're at a position. If not, well then, it will be a discussion to something similar to what we've been talking about in regional cricket, whereby you got a good start and you've fallen away.
And just to go back to that Naeem Young dismissal as well, seemed a little tired as well from someone who would have played a lot of cricket recently. Being the leader as well can take its toll. End of that Humphreys over though. 29 gone, 159 for 6.
So still a good current run rate. Challenge maybe the wicket loss. 21 overs remaining. And both innings are now reflecting each other. Even though we would say that the Irish team would have lost 6 wickets after 123. There was consolidation in a critical partnership between Commins and the man himself, Mears, and that I thought brought things back for them, and now things are hanging in the balance for the West Indies Academy. Nandu is there, and he has to play that Commins role. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts?
What are my thoughts on the present situation of the game?
The projection. Final outcome.
I have no thoughts towards the final outcome. My thoughts are with regards to whether or not I'm going to see something different from the West Indies Academy in terms of being able to stand up and bat in this occasion. Just simply because of the nature of what this entire tour is set up to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yes, at the end of the day, somebody will win, but it doesn't make sense having a winner if it's scrappy cricket at the end
Well,
of the day.
somebody's got to boast about the outcome.
That's the thing. I would rather boast that I saw signs of development over saying that I won. And just in this particular instance, in terms of this setup being academy versus academy. Because there's really no bragging rights at the end of something like this if your players don't actually develop something coming out of it. And sure, it's a very short tour, but you still are looking to see that what I have put in terms of finances, what I've put in terms of coaches, what I've put in terms of mental development and skills, etc., are showing signs here in situations like this. So if I'm to win this, but I literally see no development in any player, then I have not actually won anything. I've simply spent money and got people to talk about what we've spent. Hence why, at the end of the day, for me, in a scenario like this, I actually do not care who wins. I simply want to see on both sides young men showing what has been invested in them, because that is the true winner at the end of the day, and then goes on to be the winner at the international level where it actually matters more.
So Nandu and Aline would have put their hands up on your end so far? Or would you have liked to see Aline going further, getting a half century? And Nandu now having an opportunity to show that I can take it to victory. Those are what you'll be looking at?
Certainly. 30 overs gone, 162 for 6. For me, I would not be impressed with Kadeem Aline in terms of what he put on, and I'll explain why, because I know he can do that. I've seen him do that several times in Barbados at club level. I mentioned the fact that in the regional Barbados Police tournament, I saw him do exactly that as well in terms of his ability to jumpstart innings. He did similar things as that in the Super 50 as well. For me, I need to see him take it on if I'm going to say, well, hey, yeah, for sure, because I already know he's capable of exactly what he did here today. So it might sound harsh, but I am not exactly happy overall. I don't think the coaches are as well, given what he possesses.
So Nandu, who has an opportunity to show temperament here, not under any significant pressure because they are well above the required rate at this point.
Yeah, just to finish what you're saying in terms of no Nandu, I know he can do exactly this as well. But the ability to bat through this type of storm down towards the end, that is where I might be able to find some form of happiness, almost in the sense of a level of maturity that means he's able to take his team out of what you would say the proverbial ditch at the moment. And that would make me happy, because sure, he's batted to this point, but this is Nandu. This is exactly what we know him to be.
And he has an example in terms of Murray Commins coming at the top of the innings and taking the Irish Academy out of the ditch or the hole and bringing them to a respectable total. He is the same opener, bats at the same position and has the opportunity. So let's see how it pans out here.
Yeah, it certainly will be different, though, given that Commins is much more aggressive in terms of his batting nature. Just certainly he had to temper things today given the scenarios. But for somebody like Nandu, and hence why I was telling Mali earlier that it is perfect for him, because he has the ability to work the ball around to find the gaps. This one is gone high and has gone the distance as well. So some intent being shown by Junior Sinclair.
It was well struck. He got it on the volley. He was in position, picked his spot, and not even the man close to the boundary would have thought that he had a chance. So not only intent, but confidence here. Good comeback from Matthew Humphreys. Good comeback delivery. The concern, though, for me, for the young West Indians, is the manner in which some of them got out. Though it was some excellent backpedaling and running back and catching on the part of the Island Academy, but the manner in which, for instance, the captain gets out, Wickham gets out, you know, they were all going aerial when, Matthew, said Matthew, but it's Junior Sinclair, almost been cut in half there, looking to play in the air on the onside, and the ball took the outer half of the bat, but it fell safe, and that's the point. They're not in trouble per se. They're not trying to bat themselves out of a hole at the time when they got out, but in the end just sort of surrendered. Casual being casual. Your last thoughts before Vernon pick it up?
I was just going to hand straight over to Vernon.
Go right ahead then. But Matthew, something that needs to come on the microscope. We have seen it, and we have seen it time and time again as a way of how we handle things even at the larger West Indian team. And I think it's something that perhaps, Vernon, you are a certified coach, but it's something that I think coaches would need to sit down. Mally Richards earlier was speaking about the brand of cricket. You were speaking about understanding cricket. And when we put both together, also we have to look at the mindset of the players in the game situation, because at least 3 of these dismissals could have been avoided.
They need 74 from 114 balls. The score is 172 for 6. And the West Indies Academy is still in this game, more or less. They need a partnership. And the context of this, the conversation with yourself and Joel, what about winning or losing? His appeal for a leg before. Well, I think he would have got a nick onto that. If he didn't get a nick onto that,
I think that's the issue for the umpire.
yes, I think he got
She
a.
was
he
trying
got
to
an inside
discern,
edge.
did he get a nick?
He got a nick onto that.
Was it pad first or was it bat first?
She heard 2 sounds.
That was a perfect Yorker.
It was. And this is something that I felt set, that the West Indies fast bowlers in Pittman, Young and Lane did not execute enough, even at the point in time when we had Ireland down about 7 wickets. We just didn't bowl straight enough at the stumps consistently. But like I said, the West Indies Academy is always in the game. They need 73 for 113 balls. So Matthew Nandu has been a perfect foil here, 42 from 71. Nobody has supported him. And that has basically been the major problem. Now, when you look into this team set, we just came out of a CG Cricket West Indies under 50 championship in Trinidad and Tobago.
Not under 50, the Super 50.
Super 50. Teddy Bishop, 243 runs, 245 balls, high score of 95, 250s. A strike rate of 99.18. Can he improve on that? That's a question that he has to ask himself. Karim Allen, yes, is a player, explosive. I think he's one for the future. I'll come back to that as we talk a little bit more set. Nandu, force, back at the length delivery, stayed down to backward point, can't score. 225 runs, 179 balls, high score of 68, 2.5 centuries, a strike rate of 125.70. So you know the potential in this young man. So I'm not trying to take anything away from him. You just have to allow him to be himself. And this also reminds me of a Phil Wallace.
Yep.
Big, strong guy, hits the ball, belts it more or less.
Confident.
Matthew Nandu, 195 runs, 274 balls, 1.5 century, high score of 84, strike rate of 71.17. He'll have to improve on that as the time go on, based on the context of the game. He gets a delivery and he just clips it down to the fine leg area. Then we have Nam Young, the captain, who even when he came out and he was batting with Matthew Nandu, how he got out, he's going to have to ask himself some questions. It's like, if I had stayed there, how much we need now? We need 72 from 110. If Nam Young there, they win the game quite easily. 171 runs, 200 balls, high score of 67, a strike rate of 57.00. So he has to improve on his strike rate. We break for a while as Matthew Foster from the Kirtley Ambrose end into Sinclair. Sinclair just playing this ball onto the offside and just took off. Has to be very, very, very careful. Now, somebody who will be very disappointed with, and I'm wondering if we understand the context of the role and are we getting the best out of somebody like a Kevin Wickham. 164 runs, 226 balls, high score 43. He's much better than that.
That's
The way
right.
he got out here today, you have to begin to question what is his mindset, what is being said to him. And Mali was talking about earlier. It's all well to say that you want him to be a bowler and everything, but have to be very, very, very careful in terms of his role and what role you want him to play. Do you want him as an all-rounder? Do you want him as a batter? We have to figure out how we're going to use Kevin Wickham.
I think you've made that's a solid point, because you look at him, you look at his technique, it's tight, you see him, he's languid, classy. He can do the bowling, but that's a question. I think here is where, if we go back 20 years, I had an issue with Carl Hooper, because he was not really fulfilling the potential as the top leading batter that he has. But then we would make an excuse and we said the value of his bowling when the fast bowlers were not operating. What I wanted from a Carl Hooper was to be a leading light like Brian Lara was, based on the quality of the player. And we don't want to see Kevin Wickham. I'm not saying that he's of that ilk, but I'm saying in terms of pound for pound talent, you're seeing that in him. And I think we don't want role confusion.
Matthew Humphreys continues from the Sir Andy Roberts end, 175 for 6. And we break for a while as he comes in now to bowl to Sinclair. Sinclair is playing down the wrong line of delivery. There's an appeal for a stumping.
behind?
No, I think they were looking to the square leg area for stumping. But I think he was maybe safely. Let's look and see if he went anywhere.
No, he didn't go
He didn't go anywhere, but he made it look suspicious as if like his right foot. But he was perfectly grounded in the prospect. 43 to Nandu, Junior Sinclair, 17 from 18. Looks a very busy player. Again, he comes quietly forward. Just got to remind the folks that the Leeward Islands Cricket Board will be holding its second annual Gold Jacket Award ceremony right here in Antigua and Barbuda on Saturday, 2nd December at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, home of Cricket West Indies. And it's only $100 support the youth development programs. 2 honoraries this year. National Hero of Antigua and Barbuda, Sir Vivian Isaac Alexander Richards, and out of Montserrat, Mr. Charles Jim Allen, following in the footsteps of what took place in the British Virgin Islands last year, where Elcomida Willett and Andy Roberts were the first recipients. The Leeward Islands Cricket Board going further up the landscape. And so you can pick up your tickets from the Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association's office, who is hosting the event this year. You can go to Landing Strip, Roti King, and 18 plus one restaurant in Cedar Valley Golf Course. And in Montserrat, if you're there, go to Benny's Jewelry. And also you can go on down to the Summer Breeze restaurant there in Montserrat and get your tickets. And also come and support West Indies cricket on the Sunday. West Indies versus England. Here's Nandu driving out to cover. I just hope that he's not running out of gas set, because he's been there for a little while. He's batted
He should not be running out of gas.
He's batted like 33 overs so far. Well, he's seen a lot of
But
wickets fall around
we saw
him.
Murray Cummings batting from beginning to end and remained
different stature.
undefeated. Different stature?
Yeah.
Okay.
The most important thing is that he was able to farm the bowling and find somebody. Nandu has not been able to find anybody to stay with him. That's the difference.
He should not run out of fuel.
He should still keep going. He should still have that hunger.
He's batting in the cooler part of the hot day.
Yeah, well, he's 44 from 76. You got to be mentally and physically ready for this. Here is Junior Sinclair smacking this one over wide mid-off for 6. And he's a no-nonsense player, so he feels that the West Indies can win this game, and they certainly can if they play smart cricket.
Confidence.
Yes.
Gave it a good treatment.
Got the levers out.
Got it out and got it at the right place. Over, long, off.
So when I was talking to you, Seth, about the Super 50 performances from, let's say, these outside of Nandu, the other 4 top guys, which would have been Bishop, Allen, Young, Wickham, they would have had to come to the party today. At least one of them. Like I said, I don't like the way Wickham, even Teddy Bishop, his body language, Leonardo, Julian, you got to come with a purpose. You got to come with a plan. And that doesn't have anything to do with a coach. That has to do with you. You have an opportunity right here This is a spotlight for you to be
That's
able
right.
to
You're in the
go to
middle.
the next level. You could do all the work what you want with the coach.
Coach helps externally, but when
Yeah.
you're in the middle,
You got to control the
it's
game.
up to you.
Matthew Foster to Nandu. Nandu tucked up again. Ball as straight as possible. Now what I'd want to see Nandu set that same delivery, more or less come on his front foot, look to come forward, just stay a little low and look to push it just wide of the man of cover. Really, there's comfort room when you bowl him into that area. Sinclair shown that he's going to hang around. We know that for sure. 183 for 6. Make it 184. That's a much better shot. That time the stride was there. He's going to get 2 quite easily. And it goes up to 185 for 6. So Nandu is listening. At least he's also a student of the game. Got the stride out there. Got to be confident enough to come onto the front foot because Matthew Foster doesn't have a lot of pace.
And it's more fluent for the West Indian batters. I think those 2 sixes from Junior Sinclair's helped the cause, stabilize things after the dismissal of Young. And Nandu is looking in good flow. He's working the ball around. He's picking up the gaps. He is looking to rotate the strike, something that we didn't see as much in the early part of his innings. It means that he's growing not only in confidence, but he is growing in intent. He is clear in his mind what he wants to do. And I think they're cruising. Required rate of under 4 runs per over.
Nandu 47 on the non-strikers end. Sinclair 24. Make it 25 to him. Big effort there from the fielder at backward point. Can't stop the single. And as expected, in cricket set, you're going to get a partnership. And so a partnership is being placed together here. They need 59 from 98 balls. The West Indies Academy 187 for 6. The current run rate is 5.55. And the required run rate, they're 59 from 98 balls. Game on. Nandu, 47. Lovely shot. Beautiful shot past cover. And hits the rope now. 50 to Matthew Nandu. What a knock from the young man. 51. That's a beautiful shot. Got the stride out. Very positive. Leaned into it and pushed it past cover. And it raced away down into the boundary for 4. What a lovely knock by this young man.
He just walked into it and punched it through the covers. Diving effort by the short cover, chased by the deep cover. Neither could have touched the ball. Glorious shot from this young guy in his opener.
Clipped away. Down to fine leg, picking up his 52nd run. He's faced 81 balls so far. He's put in the work. His parents, they're glued to their television. All the fans over number 34 comes to an end. 192 for 6. Matthew Nandu is on 52 and Junior Sinclair is on 25. Matthew Foster at the end of his 5th over so far. That over yielding close to 9 runs there. 192 for 6.
And that's what you want to see, the character. Matthew Nandu is showing that he has the character. He may not always be, as you say, as assertive as you'd have seen from Akeem Allen. He may not be as confident at the start of the innings as Junior Sinclair, but he understands his role. He gets the opportunity just to pick up the rate. He's doing that well at the right time. He's getting into it, and what he needs to do is to make a statement by being there at the end.
192 for 6. Nandu back and slapping this out to the sweeper. And I want to say, Seth, that we have to begin and develop a culture of winning. It doesn't matter.
Critical.
It doesn't matter what level we play at. Be it the under 19, be it the under 17, be it the under 23, be it the academy. West Indies have to get back into a culture of winning and figure out how you're going to win games. That is going to be very important. Sinclair just turning this into the short mid-wicket area and getting an easy single.
The familiar phrase that saying winning is a habit. It's not only a habit, it's an attitude. It's an attitude. You cannot afford to be satisfied with mediocrity, to be satisfied with losing. There must be that attitude and approach. And I think winning consistently then becomes critical in sport, because most of the time, in fact all times, only one team can win. And if you're winning in the majority or at the majority of times you're involved in a game at any level, it ought to be enforced that that must be the objective, whether it's development or whether it is the World Cup.
194 for 6. Matthew gets a delivery pitch between wicket and wicket. He can't score. And he remains on 53 from 83. Junior Sinclair on the non-strikers end is 26 from 24. Humphreys is into his 7th over, not for 57. Very expensive. Bang on target again. A little change of pace there.
Well, we have quite a lot of Matthews in this game.
Yes.
Matthew Foster, Matthew Humphreys, and the man Matthew Nandu. So it's Matthew to Matthew.
We also have Michael, Frost, Morgan, Murray, Commins. There's a lot of M's in this game. So you're right. Set.
So which Matthew will come out triumphant? It looks like Nandu for now.
Yeah, so 35 overs bowled. We come up to a complete water break. And the other thing, Seth, is as administrators and as coaches, we have to be able to look at our players and tell them that they're not good. And stop trying to, give them an entitlement that they're good. And I think that's the mixture that you're getting. When you compare players 30 years ago, we beat the Chris Gale, Delroy Morgan, Marlon Samuels, Brian Lara, the Carl Hooper. And I'm talking, Seth, about Northern Telecom under 19 level, the Sherwin Campbells and company. Those guys, when you heard about the youth tournament, you know for sure that they were going to be scoring big hundreds, real big hundreds. I was a little disappointed out of this Super 50 set that we only had 700s in this tournament. If we're going to compete on the world stage and we're going to play a different brand of cricket, our batters have to really begin to understand, to knuckle down that we're at home, which means that we have to defend the home advantage. Now, the other myth to that is that what sort of tracks are we preparing? Because if we're going to Australia and South Africa and to different areas, we must have the practice facilities to be able to help us to go to that next level so that we can be able to expand. And our batters, our preparation in the franchise level, the systematic approach has to change. If we're preparing players for the next level, it means that I have to put Matthew Nandu to bat this morning for 2 hours. He takes a break at lunch. He comes back in the afternoon and he bats again for another hour and a half. And then he comes back tomorrow again and he keeps working again there so that he understands in terms of what's happening. Because you can't ask somebody, Seth, to bat for 10, 15 minutes or maybe 10 minutes in the net and ask them to go and bat entire day if you're just giving them 10 minutes batting in practice. So preparation is going to be key.
Excellent.
194 for
Vernon.
6.
When you look at the training regime, you had a chance to see Virat Kohli's training regime, and that is even outside of the regular net sessions.
But it's the conditions that you're playing in, Seth.
Right.
You heard England said that they misread the conditions. Now, if you're going to India, what do you think is going to be, Seth? You're going to get conditions like these, what you have here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It's going to be hot. You're going to have to deal with the air. You're going to have to deal with the food. You see all the scenarios that you have to be able to deal with. You have to prepare yourself mentally when you get out onto the world stage. You're not at home. So our mindset clearly has to change. The other thing which I feel that we really need to start seriously looking at is how are we training our curators? How are we training our groundsmen? What sort of tracks are we preparing, both our practice facilities and also the tracks? Tracks have to have a little bit more purchase so that you can encourage, fast bowlers. You can encourage, because we have a lot of spinners, Set, who do well in these tournaments. When they get selected for the West Indies team, you can't believe they're the same spinners.
Different conditions, different oppositions. And as you say, if our batters are not breaking down the doors when opportunities are there, for instance, the Super 50, then the resistance to their bowling is less than for the quality batters that you would meet around the world.
And I said this to you, Seth. It must have been a headache for the selection panel in Dr. Desmond Haynes and Roland Butcher and company. Craig Brathwaite, 107 runs, 227 balls, high score 45.
You're not calling Craig Brathwaite to be, in the one.
No, I'm just talking about
okay.
the present West Indian players from Test who played in the Super 50, because this is an indication as to who will get selected, and you have to prepare yourself. If you participate in a competition set, you're expected to perform. Kirk McKenzie, 111 runs, 175 balls, high score of 84. Tejan Chandapal, 178 runs, 302 balls, high score of 77. Shamar Brooks, 199 balls, 254 balls, high score of
199 runs.
Yeah, 69 is his highest. Shea Hope, his highest is 65 after a successful T20 tournament. He only scored 219 runs, way better than that. We break for a while as we back with the cricket action after the break. Here is Sinclair just almost losing his shape there, more or less. He was aiming to hit the ball over mid-wicket. The ball went onto the offside this time. There's a different bowler, Gavin Hui, has come back. So he's got to reset, get his mind thinking. Like I said, Shea Hope only scored 219 runs, high score of 65. Carl Mayers, 188, high score of 107. Alex Atenes, 276, high score of 75. Rovman Powell, 162, a high score of 53. So out of all those names I call set, only one century. That has to be a worrying factor for the selection panel in terms of our batting.
Yes, it may be such a concern that maybe part of the reasons the selectors may have delayed the early selection of the team. England would have already named its team for what we call our Christmas series in the Caribbean, which starts on December 3rd here at the Sir Viv Richards Cricket Grounds and continues on the 6th right here, then moves on to Bridgetown, Barbados, then on to Grenada. And here is Matthew Nandu hitting this one out in the deep, but fortunately falling well short of the man coming around. And Tom Mayers may have sniffed a little bit, but realizing that it is out of his reach. And then Guyana getting the end of it.
196 for 6, Sinclair, 27, Junior Sinclair. Wow. He gets a ripper.
Yes.
Everything has happened here today. Set.
Yes, it's
bounced,
a track for the spinners.
It has bounced, it has ripped, it has turned. Everything has happened here today in game one. Good indication so that
and England will be without Rashid and Moeen.
Here is a big heave from Junior Sinclair into the mid-wicket area. Would he get a boundary? No. Good work indeed by the fielder coming around. He gets 2 runs in the process. So over number 36 comes to an end. And the score motors on to 198 for 6. Sinclair goes to 29. And Matthew Nandu, who will now come into strike, he's on 54. As we will look to start over number 37. Cricket West Indies Academy team, they need 48 from 84.
Yes, and Sinclair must be commended because he would have brought some stability to the West Indies Academy 11 innings. Came in at a critical time. Nandu at that time needed someone to be there with him. Sinclair has not just only provided the assurance that he needed, but he also kept it well above a run per ball, and in that case ensured that the required run rate keeps below 4. And that means that whoever comes after, if they need anybody to come after, there will be less pressure.
You'll have to call him the Tom Mayers of the team here, Sinclair. And looks like it's going to be an all-spin attack here because they have dispatched of their helmets. I still feel that they have to be very careful. And maybe
well, they're the ones out there, Vernon.
Yeah, still keep the helmets on because you never know. Sweet might come into the conversation. Matthew Nandu has gone for his West Indies cap. Sinclair has decided no cap. Scott Macabeth to start his over. Nandu back and looking to punch. Can't beat the fielder at short extra cover. Nandu just needs to get a little closer to those balls. He's trying to go leg side of the ball. Needs to go deep into his crease and find the gap. Whipping it. Can't score again up to the square leg area. So Macabeth has come on and has bowled 2 dot deliveries. He needs 48 from 82 deliveries. Matthew Nandu is 54 from 91. around the wicket. It's Macbeth. He's turning it, getting pressure mounting. Nandu has to take a different approach here. Sort of semi out and out field being placed here by the Ireland Academy captain. Macbeth is into his seventh over. Here's Nandu back and punching. Feel a short extra. Somebody could be in trouble. And I think he's outrun out. He got in. He's very lucky to get in there. But there was a miscommunication. More wait and see in terms of what's going on. The fielder, he had short extra cover. He made a big effort, dived away. And he's been diving away all day. When you look at the context of the game there. Here's Mando. Got back and punched that.
Excellent.
That looks, Carmichael, he's a busy guy. He also reminds me of Jaden Carmichael out of Nevis, an excellent fielder. So maybe there might be families rubbing off there, but he's been excellent all day. He's really put his body on the line here. West Indies Academy need 47 from some 80 deliveries. So we have a game on here. Sinclair comes in to strike. He's 29. Scott Macbeth. He knows if he doesn't bowl the correct line here, knows what's going to happen. Sinclair will have a go. Here is Sinclair coming forward, Junior Sinclair. And he gets there. Just looking at the bowler for a little while. He himself is an off spinner and he may be fancying himself, well, you're not going to get me today. 199 for 6. West Indies Academy, 200 comes up. In fact, it's gone one bounce into the boundary for 4. That's a lovely shot. Loose delivery by Macbeth. And Sinclair pounced on it and hammered it into the vacant cover boundary for 4. Brings up the 200 for the West Indies Academy. They are now 203 for 6.
Sinclair
goes
he
to
is
29.
really playing a
In fact,
knock here.
Sorry, he goes to 33. My bad, sorry.
He's playing a real solid knock here. His 33 from 29 balls. The 3 sixes that he has struck, 2 are out towards long off. The other straight down the ground. And that 4 exquisitely timed. He favors the offside. When he does it well. And I think pretty much the ideal foil for Nandu, who has been really plugging away and steering the ship.
Gavin Hoy. Here is Nandu clipping this one over mid-on. Lucky to get away with it. He was trying to get expansive, and that's not Matthew Nandu's shot. He's got there. He's got to be careful. The ball was in the air for a little while. With the breeze going from east to west, he's got to be mindful about that. We've seen some excellent catches by the Irish team today. Prefer to hit the ball on the ground, as the late Sir Everton Weeks would have said. Hit the ball on the ground, you can't get out. You know, you'll be out, it will be run out. So Matt Nandu's got to understand that. He goes to 57, 205 for 6. Sinclair has played beautifully so far, 33 from 29. They need 41 from 76. Here is Nandu just working this one into the leg side area. Sometimes I get the impression that Nandu gets bored.
I guess he likes to get things along. May not always be at the top of his game at the start of his innings, but once he gets set, he wants to maintain that momentum.
He's got to dig deep right here. They need 40 from 75. Sinclair supporting him. 33 from 29. He's in strike. This has been a wonderful partnership here so far. After the loss of 9 young. Sinclair is back and steering this past third slip. Will it have the legs to go all the way down to the third man boundary? No, they get 2 runs. And delicately played. It's a long time I haven't seen a young player play a leg cut. And Sinclair exhibiting some skills there, some batting skills. Macbeth. I was saying Macbeth. Sorry, Mr. Macbeth. I got myself in trouble there. Hold on, let me. What we have here, Zet?
It's okay.
Yeah, okay.
It's Macbeth.
Here is Sinclair. Oh, Sinclair has given his hand away.
Well, Vernon, you have all the confidence in Fionn Hand because that ball was in the air for so long. You say he gave it away before he completed the catch.
That shot was not on, Seth.
Well, I spoke that his strength was in the offside, and every time he ups to go on the onside, it either ends up in the cover, ends up down the ground, and that was his undoing at a critical time. It's not over yet.
There was no need for that set. You're batting so beautifully, and he's shown the capability that he can get away with the bad balls. Let's look at that set. The bat face was more or less going into the leg side,
And it ends up
let's get Gavin to
down the ground.
show us again the replay set, and you will understand what I'm talking about. Look at it, Seth. You see where he's going? Lost his head position, lost his shape, and he would be upset with himself right there.
Yes, because the team really did not need that at this stage. They need just over 3 runs per over. And he could have had the opportunity of even going to a half century and just be there with Matthew Nandu. How much does that change the dynamic of the game?
You think the players read the scoreboard sometimes, Seth?
Well, you should. That's the first thing would be on your mind. The score, the situation of the game, how many you need, who are the players left behind, and now it's what? Lane and it's Bishop. That's Joshua Bishop and Pittman.
Nah, 208 for 7, I feel. They need 38 from 73. 38 from 73 deliveries.
They just need to concentrate on the runs because it is not challenging at all.
There's a appeal for a leg before,
But that came off the bat.
yeah, but he still has to challenge the umpire. Over number 38 has been bowled. Wicket for Hoy, Gavin Hoy. The wicket of Junior Sinclair, who batted beautifully, and in the end just lost it for 35. What a knock by the young man himself. 208 for 7. 208 for 7. And the bowling figures so far, you'd see Matthew Humphreys, 7 overs, no maidens, 57 runs, no wicket. We go to Matthew Foster, 5 overs, no maidens, 21 runs, 1 wicket. We go to Tom Mayers, 3 overs, no maidens, 16 runs, no wicket. And Scott Macbeth, 7 overs, no maidens, 30 runs, 1 wicket. Gavin Hoy starts from the Sir Andy Roberts end. This is his, looking to be his, more or less his 8th over. No, this would be his, yes, got it right. Here is Nandu back and spanking that out to the sweeper. Score in the meantime goes up to 209 for 7. Nandu 59 now brings Joshua Bishop into strike. And he would have to come up with something special here today. His team needs him now more than ever. Let's see what his approach will be. Wow. Ooh. It seemed to have ripped. You know, almost going through his defense there. He was like in two minds. He wasn't sure what was happening. But in the end, he got an easy single.
That was the issue. He stood there and was just uncertain, cramped to some extent, whether to launch forward or whether to commit to a stroke. In the end, he got the single.
Oh, Nandu gives his hand away. Wow.
At this critical time,
Trying to open the face of the bat. There was no need for that shot there. And the pressure mounted there. Joshua Bishop is upset. He's saying, come on, Nandu, you've done all the hard work. Look at it set.
Well, we like hard work, but seem as though we don't want the reward because Matthew Nandu, he was in control and For the first time, you saw that measure of indiscretion on his part. Yes, you can use your feet, but there was no need to rush the issue. And in fact, ran down the track. And Scott Macabeth, he is elated. He is elated because prior to that, let's look at it. Oh, didn't get to the pitch of the ball, didn't get to the in line of the ball. He moved forward and launching forward outside the crease. And it is, I think, a real challenge now for the West Indies Academy. It's 210 for 8, Vernon.
So, Seth, so we looked at Julian get stumped, and now we're seeing Nandu. Now, if you're coming forward to a spinner, you have to get as close as possible to the ball. You can't go away from the ball. Nandu was still trying to look to open the face of the bat. You got to cover the line of the ball.
And that is the idea about going down the track. When you're going down, there are two things come into play, the length and the line. So you're trying to get first to the pitch of the ball, and then you're covering the angles. But he didn't get to the pitch of the ball, so the purpose for going down was not achieved. And then at the last minute, well, what could he do? So 8 wickets have gone, 36 runs required. Balls now may not even matter. What is going to matter? Can the 2 batters at the crease, along with the 1 to come, get the 36 runs required for the West Indies Academy?
Ewan Lane is a proper cricketer, right?
Yes.
So don't count out this game as yet.
I am not, but I'm just putting the reality
You're
in
putting me on
perspective.
notice. He's off the mark straight away. So let's see what the approach will be from Joshua Bishop.
And he's a proper cricketer as well.
They need 35 from 67.
Composure becomes key.
Christopher Taylor. This is more or less we can consider him as looking at his orange shoestrings and his black shoes. He's out caught. He is out caught at leg slip. Magnificent catch there.
It's unbelievable what has transpired.
In fact, well, he was caught and bowled more or less, but he was bowled in the end because Gavin has just indicated to me that he walked right across his crease.
Yes.
He can't believe that.
Can't believe that.
He came just too far
right
across.
across. And
It's all
the
happening
Irish,
here.
they are excited and they have all the reason to do that. Macbeth, he has come to the party in the latter stages of this innings. He has now taken 3 for 33, all threes on his part. And he has really stood out.
Chris Gale.
Only that there was no gap between the last 3 and the one in the middle. Chris Gale were all threes. Good delivery, and that one was a quicker one. That one went straight on. And he was going across, perhaps, playing for turn. The ball did not turn, but went straight on. And Scott Macbeth, you can bet on him.
I'm not a betting man.
Neither do I, but you can bet on him.
I'm always betting with Mally Richards. You know, he's taking a number of ginger vitamals off me.
Oh, so you're losing better.
I only win with Terry. Mally always gives me a hard time.
Well, Terry will be
when
here
Terry
on
comes
Sunday,
on Sunday,
so.
yes, I'll have a sugar cake bet with Terry and win him over. But Mally, I've got to be strategic.
Well, I'm going to take my leave because I need Mali to be here to describe the last rights, what I am anticipating to be the last rights. Mali Richards, can you please join Vernon? I'll be grateful. I would take a peek, but my projections, I can't say. I did ask Joel that earlier. He didn't say anything, so I'm silent.
211 for 9. Out comes Ewan Lane. He faces a Gavin Hoy delivery. First delivery. Went over number 40. And I think when the West Indies Academy look back at this game, a lot of areas to work on. Seth is expecting to have a Derek Murray and Andy Roberts. We'll have to bring Tanti Merle into the conversation here today, Seth. Don't know if we can find a Tanti Merle in Antigua, but we certainly will find one. Here is Lane. Back and clubbering this one into the offside. He's thinking about two. Kelvin Pittman has got to get onto his bike. He could be in trouble. And he gets going very quickly in the end.
Looks like he's just bulked up slightly, Kelvin Pittman.
Yeah, he has.
Put on a little bit of muscle.
Put on a little muscle. I think he's under a tight gym program. In fact, you can see the trainer for the West Indies Academy team. He's been working those guys out. Day in, day out. 33 from 63.
Oh, how has that not bowled him? Through the gate, Johan Lane. Another fantastic delivery from Hoy. Yeah, through the gate. Just missing the stumps.
It did bounce too.
It did. Probably the bounce just saved him.
Everything happening here today, Mali.
Yeah, it has. It's happened quite quickly as well.
Everything. We've seen a century. We've seen a half century. We've seen 2 half centuries outside of a century, so we can't complain. Stands up and
through the
hands
gap.
That. Will it have the legs to go for 4? No, don't think it will. That's a big save. Looks like Adam Rossley pulling that one back. Score in the meantime goes to 215 for 9. Now we are betting man, Mali. Should I bet a ginger Vitamalt?
I don't know. On this final delivery from Hoy in his spell, what you banking on? A wicket or 4 or a dot ball? What is it?
He'll get a single.
Okay.
He has to get.
I'll refrain.
He has to get a single. Oh, Mali wins. 215 for 9 at the end of 40. And now they need 31 from 60. Now, Mali, if you're in this situation, what are you saying? Out of Pittman and Lane, what happens here?
Well, no real recognized batter left. I think Nandu was the key in this situation.
Yeah.
And to go down in the way that he did, as you said, doing all the hard work, facing nearly 100 deliveries for his 60. Just got out at the wrong time for the West Indies Academy. It's fair to say the Irish have fielded magnificently, caught brilliantly. Think back to that catch from Fionn Hand over the shoulder here at long off Wickham.
And talking about Machu Nandu, his strike rate in the CG50 United tournament was 71.17. Today it was 60. He faced some 99 balls with 3 boundaries, but it's just the way he got out. He got stumped. Really lost his concentration for a period of time. But he'll come back on Sunday.
Oh, what a leave that is from
Pittman.
Kello. There, wow. It's not something you see often, especially at this stage of the game.
Lane is saying to him, come on, play the ball. Get me a single. Get me at that end there. Comes quietly forward. He can bat, He just needs to find his confidence.
I mean, seeing the replay, it didn't look quite as dangerous as it did in real time, to be honest.
Lane is saying, come on, get me down there. I want a piece of him. But he's got to respect. Yeah, anything's still possible. They need 31 from 57, so they're still in the game.
The runs are definitely in their favor in terms of the balls.
Well, that's what I was thinking.
No
also
wickets, just the 1 wicket.
Just the 1 wicket that the Irish would need. Who's going to get that wicket? That's the big question. Who's going to get the runs for the West Indies Academy? Here is Kelvin Pittman trying to give himself some room rather than getting closer to the ball. It's almost like a golf ball. He just missed everything there, trying to go leg side to hit the ball through the offside.
There's a big gap there with extra cover he was trying to find.
Yeah, well, he plays out a maiden in the end, and the score remains in 215 for 9. 41 overs bowled. They need 31 from 54. I still feel that we have a game on here.
Definitely the required run rate now, 3.44. So in terms of that, West Indies Academy, well within that rate with their current run rate of 5. Well, above it, actually, 5.24.
But I think when they look back, Mali, Kadim Allen, 42 of 30.
Soft dismissals,
Yeah.
soft.
Macho Nandu, 59 of 99. Leonardo Julian, 28 of 48. Teddy Bishop, 5 from 5. Kevin Wickham, 4 from 9. Akeem Ogies, 12 from 6. Naim Young, 1 from 7. Junior Sinclair, he was the man. He stayed there. West Indies would have won that game very easily, 35 from 30. And Joshua Bishop didn't have a clue what was happening there. In the end, he went for 1. And now Ewan Lane and Kelvin Pittman, they could receive the keys to St. John's tonight.
They could do if they can get their team over the line. Still a bit of a way to go, though, for these two. Not recognized batters.
They might not like to hear you say that.
Finds a gap on that one, though.
So there you go. Lane might be saying, Mally Richards, I am quite capable and I'm going to surprise you here. So he gets a boundary.
I would love to be surprised, Vern.
You just never know. I know for sure I won't be betting you on this one, Mally. Even if it gets closer to it.
It depends on the bet.
Yeah, you certainly do. Humphreys has been expensive, Mally. Not for 61.
From his 7.
Yeah. Pretty torrid time. Lane 9. 219 for 9.
I think it was Kadeem Allen that took a liking to him.
Oh, he did.
With that new ball.
27 from 53. Game on. No, he didn't look at that ball. He was looking to go for the heave again.
Looks like Lane's going to try to hit his way there.
Yeah. And he doesn't have a choice right now. And I think he only knows one way. And that's to belt the ball. Ooh. He was all he had to do was get back onto that one. He didn't look at that ball at all. And he's disappointed that he missed out. He could have got an easy boundary there.
And I think that's the issue at times, Vernon. These young players should definitely have more than one way. They're still learning the game. So got to try and develop different modes of operation in terms of being successful. Just got to play the situation. He's gone high again, and he's going to hold out.
He's in trouble.
And that's the game. That's what we were talking about. Probably not quite recognizing the situation, but fair play to the Irish Academy team. They've caught and fielded brilliantly to defend that 2-4-5.
He's in trouble. As much you would call it, Mali, he certainly was in trouble. And so, in the end, the West Indies Academy falling short by some 27 runs. 27 runs. And they needed 27 or 50. So I think when they go back to their base tonight, you know, and they look at the context, you know, their coach, Ryan Griffith, and the assistant coach will be able to look at some of the scenarios. And they have to start to hold some people accountable. Kevin Wickham, Teddy Bishop, Akeem Ogies, you know, Julian, even himself there, the skipper. When you look around and you realize, hey, had we just stayed there, we got to be able to win this game. But congratulations to the Ireland Emerging Academy. All of us know who I think the man of the match should be. Murray Commins, age 26, 118 not out, 129 balls with 14 fours and 1 6. But Mali, let's look at the context of the game there, because as I was going through my stats along with yourself and Seth Burton, there was a particular time in the game where the West Indies Academy were largely in control. They were first, Ireland lost the wicket on 1 for 15, 2 for 15, 3 for 37, 4 for 37, 5 for 39, 6 for 79, 7 for 111, 8 for 123, Mali, and then we had a partnership of 103 runs.
For the 9th wicket as well.
For the 9th wicket.
That partnership would have gone a long way in terms of the Irish posting a competitive total. Not only competitive, proved to be a match-winning total of 245.
And just to give a recap, Mali, Murray Commins, not out 118, 129 deliveries. Stephen Doheny, LBW to Lane for 10. Kate Carmichael caught Kevin Wickham bowl Lane without scoring. Adam Rossley was LBW to Joshua Bishop without scoring. Scott Macbeth, he was bowled Joshua Bishop for 1. Gavin Hoey was caught Teddy Bishop bowled Joshua Bishop for 25. Fionn Hand was caught Julian bowled Wickham for 12. Matthew Humphreys was caught Lane bowled Wickham for 1. But the man who turned the game upside down, Mally Richards, was Tom Mayers, who just grew in confidence. His first 2 scoring shots were 2 maximums, and he scored 51 of 46 deliveries, and in that, he hit 3 maximums and 2 fours.
Yeah, he was absolutely brilliant today. Also did quite well with the ball as well, so a good all-round prospect for the Irish. Tom Mays, that partnership, 103, we can't stress it enough, just how crucial that partnership it was in terms of the Irish Academy getting up to get that win here today.
So we look at the bowling figures for the West Indies Academy, sort of mixed bag in a context of the game. Joshua Bishop, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 45 runs, 4 wickets. We say congratulations to Joshua Bishop, the left-arm spinner. Ewan Lane, 9 overs, no maidens, 52 runs, 2 wickets. And then we had Kevin Wickham, 10 overs, no maidens, 50 runs, 2 wickets. We continue with the bowling figures. Kelvin Pittman, 6 overs, no maidens, 47 runs, no wickets. Junior Sinclair, I was a little bit surprised, Mali, when I look at his figures. He bowled some 5 overs, no maidens, 11 runs, no wickets. Naim Young, 9.1 overs, 1 maiden, 38 runs, no wicket. I'm a little bit surprised. Based on how the track was playing today, I would have maybe had Sinclair maybe in the conversation even more. In fact, when you look at the context of the game, Ali,
probably bowling a bit more to the left-handed Miguel, left-handed Commins.
Yes.
Murray Commins.
Yeah. So, but when you look at the context of the game, Ali, Ireland was 6 for 79. And if we look at that context, at that point in time, Kelvin Pittman was not introduced into the game. You got to understand at that time you're on top of the game, and you have to be able to make sure you go for the juggler. Had Naim Young gone for the juggler, I don't think that, in fairness, that they should have maybe made even 100, 125 at that point in time. But it's cricket.
Hindsight's 20/20, Vern.
Yes, certainly it is. So we then saw the approach now of the West Indies Academy, who now had to get themselves organized to be able to chase the score. And Mali, indeed, they did get off to a flyer when we look at it.
Yeah, they did. That opening partnership between Allen and Nandu.
I like the look of him. So he was the first to go. Caught Commins, bowled Foster for 42. He faced some 30 balls, hit 3 maximums and 2 boundaries, a strike rate of 140. So you understand that he understands what his role is, that he continues to improve. Matthew Nandu, he'll be very disappointed at the end. He was stumped over the wicketkeeper Dhoni of Macbeth for 59, faced some 99 balls, hit 3 boundaries. Leonardo Julian, he just never looked like he was in the conversation. He just looked more or less like he lost some confidence, and he was trying to see. He was dropped when he was on 1, and just trying to more or less overhit the ball. He got 28 of 48. Teddy Bishop, 5 from 5. And then we had Kevin Wickham, 4 from 9. Akeem Agis, 12 from 6. Naim Young, 1 from 7. Junior Sinclair. What are your thoughts on him today, Mali?
Yeah, he showed his all-round ability. You know, he's quite economical with the ball and provided quite a good hand of 35 from 30 with his 2 4s and 2 6s. Just got out at the wrong time, and I think that wicket in particular just triggered the slide.
Yeah, Bishop was eventually bowled for 1, and then Ewan Lane, he just folded to the pressure in the end. They fell short by some 26 runs. You can go to the bowling figures, Mali, if you've got them, for the Irish.
Yeah, it was Fionn Hand actually taking the new ball. He bowled 5.2 overs, 21 runs, the 1 wicket, economy rate of just under 4, 3.94. Matt Humphreys, 7.4. 61 runs, 1 wicket, economy rate of 7.96. It's quite expensive. And then you had Matthew Foster first change with his 5 overs, 21 runs, 1 wicket, economy rate 4.20. Tom Mays, the star, one of the stars in the Irish batting, just bowled 3 overs, 16 runs, 5.33 economy rate. Scott Macbeth, though, leading the way. 3 for 33 from his 9 overs, the 1 maiden. Gavin Hoy supported him very well as well in his 10, going for 43, picking up 3 wickets as well, and Tector just the 1 in the end.
If you're the coach for West Indies Academy, the venue has changed. We're going to Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies, so we can't really predict it. But based on what we saw here today, I just thought that someone like a Junior Sinclair could have bowled more overs.
Yeah, probably not the best day for the West Indies Academy, but you do expect that from these young players. They've been playing for quite a while. They've been on the road. Now they're here faced with yet another challenge, another proposition. Maybe it's just going to take them a little bit of time, and time being this first game, in terms of just to get back to hitting their straps and doing the things they exactly want to do. It's a part of their development. Young players, they'll be disappointed with the result here today, but like you said, another opportunity presents itself on Sunday.
Yeah, and I think what is going to automatically going to happen is that they have to look at the context of the game. I know Naeem Young has a plan, Mali. So they would leave the dressing room and they understand what the plan is going to be. But sometimes you have to shift gear as the captain of the context of the game. You can't have a team 6 for 79 and just ease the off of the pedal.
I don't think they executed as well as they would have liked, as you said, in the bowling department. Also in the batting department at times, batters just seem to get a little stuck. You want to see a bit more rotation of strike just to ease that pressure in run chases in particular.
What do you think is going to happen for the Irish now? Because you had Murray Commins, who was put under some pressure today and had to bat through the entire innings, and then it almost Tom Mayer's batting way down that came and rescued you. So, and we found today that the West Indian spinners sort of gave a lot of trouble, especially to the early Irish batters.
They did. Joshua Bishop picking up 3 wickets in his first 2 overs. But then we saw a bit of a counter-attack started by Gavin Hoy and Cummings in terms of just starting to knock the bowlers off their lengths. We saw the reverse sweep being played and executed to perfection. And that just seemed to knock the West Indian spinners off their length. It was at that time as well, I think, when Sinclair was pulled out of the attack. Went back to a pace, pretty much pace attack. And it just didn't prove to be as successful as they would have hoped.
Well, I would feel that going to Coolidge on Sunday, the options would be, again, you don't know what that track will turn up, but you got somebody like an Ashmin Ned on the bench. It might be something that they might be thinking about, really. Where do we go from here?
I mean, they had Akeem Ogist in the 11.
Who didn't bowl today?
Who didn't bowl today and bowled quite a bit in the regional Super 50 just a couple of weeks ago.
Big point.
So they've got a multitude of options. It's just about how they'll use them.
Well, folks, on behalf of my good friend Gavin, who wants to go home and get him, in fact, yeah, he's got to be able to take down all of these equipment, take them all to the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Seth Burton, who I think maybe has already disappeared. Joel Manning, Mali Richards. I didn't bet Mali today, so maybe at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
Maybe on Sunday you'll lose.
Yeah, I'll have to walk with my Vitamals, my ginger Vitamals.
A case.
I have to walk with a case now. He's told me that there. So all the folks who joined in and shared your comments with us there in Ireland, all over the world, joining the West Indies YouTube channel, we want to thank you greatly for supporting West Indies cricket. We sign off here from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, and the next time you will hear these voices will be on Sunday. Yeah, where we'll be live from the home of Cricket West Indies, the Coolidge Cricket Ground, accompanied by our 360 crew. We say thanks very much to all the folks and to the winners. Ireland Academy winning the first game by 26 runs. The West Indies Academy, they will have to go back to the drawing board and come on Sunday. Please come on out and support West Indies cricket.